we're all here to have a good time. We're all here to laugh, and it's like, you know.
And dude, I'd love to get up on stage and do a minute about, you know what I mean? Anything. Dude.
All right, guys. So we're here. We're back in the mine cellar. I'm sitting down with a guy I've known, 20 fucking years. Brian Lundgren, super stoked to have you in the fucking cellar, man, and have you on the podcast. We've been talking about doing this thing for a while, so welcome, brother.
A couple months now, yeah.
We're getting fucking sauced. So I mean, most people, like I said, are making this stuff from scratch. You know, we found people that even make stuff out of cardboard, and you know, from afar, you know, like you can kind of, you know, pick and choose what details you want to highlight and stuff. You know, like not all the stuff has to be, you know, real pristinely painted or anything like that. Some of the rough stuff, like I've seen people make stuff look like it's really weathered and worn too. And
weathering's a whole thing. Which, by the way, am I shutting my phone off? And
you're fine. You can keep yours on. Like I said, if
I do hear a little bit of interference.
Yeah. Well, you might be because of the volume. We're both loud.
Yeah,
you know?
But let me shut this off. Wait, I do not need it.
I don't ever hear it in.
Like I said, if you need me to send you anything,
recording.
Whatever, we'll do that later.
But like even down to the logs, you could just go get fucking sticks and fucking.
I know, that's my whole plan. It's just figuring out a way to cure them that they don't, probably like a varnish or something that they don't.
Something matte that won't look glossy and fucking fake or plastic.
Exactly.
But man, just think like you could pile up dirt. You're making tracks, dude. I mean, like it would be so cool, dude.
It'd be fun. That's what I'm looking.
And like I said,
this is wild. And like, look at the weathering on this building.
And we've seen people do them on a foam block. You know, some of them are real small, but like you're doing what we're like, we need to just start with a table and start with one section, you know, and start building.
I was going to tell her to check out this company called Walthers. Walthers. I don't know exactly. Yeah. It's Walthers. And you can own Walthers.
Yeah, like I watch this guy that just builds stuff. Everything he builds is out of scrap cardboard, and like he's using like the thin styrofoam you get with packaging and shipping shit to make shingles. You know, like it's just incredible how resourceful people are to be able to make this kind of shit.
Yeah, but you should be. They mainly specialize in their buildings.
This is the problem with Bing. See, you're on fucking Bing.
But yeah, I mean, this is where I order shit from, is a place like this. But they, like, if you want it, like you were saying, any fucking.
Well, so obviously you'd have to buy the train stuff, you have to buy the tracks, and but I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff that could be made.
Are we doing headphones or not?
We can. I always don't know. Like, I mean, I like to wear them just because I like to.
When you actually do the show, right? And can I lose the hoodie and all that before we get started?
Oh, yeah. We're just warming up. Yeah.
I can tell this heat's on. I was
going to say, I can even click that off. I just had it just to keep everything kind of fucking.
And, bro, like, I'm an idiot. Like, I dress like I'm working in a sawmill no matter if I'm hanging out with friends. So I got four layers on and.
Fucking flannel.
Yeah, you know.
Consistently. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm stoked, dude. Like I said, I mean, like especially stuff like that, because we used to run around and do all kinds of stupid shit, and like, you know, but to see like we're kind of getting seasoned into our fucking old age here. Like I said, I'm like, man, we're starting to think about like we want to build like a little fucking diorama. She wants to build even like a little 1/12 scale of like our tattoo shop.
Oh,
you know, so,
wow!
like,
all right.
I mean, just anything and everything would be so fun. You know, I wish you should have brought some of your miniatures
that
up.
Would be really cool piece.
I brought this up, but I should have brought.
Well, these are books. Yeah. So again, these are just a blank template, and these are just the interior pages of a 1/12 scale book. So like we talked about doing tattoo books, we talked about putting photos in them, making them into little journals. So when you start looking for stuff, just remember that
Dude, is this like what Tony Hinchcliffe hands out when he gives you a little joke book?
It's probably similar. You know what I mean? Like,
or is it like a flip book? I've never.
Boneseye, you know, makes those for them, and they come in different sizes, but I don't know if any of them are that small. The 1/12 scale is pretty fucking small. Oh yeah, just move them a little bit. Oh, you're good. Get on in there. But
yeah, because I like to sit back, so this might be nice.
Well, and that's the thing too, is like you'll have to figure out like, do you want, if you're gonna sit back, you can pull that fucking mic closer to you, you know. And this is just a filter, this thing here. So if you want to see where the actual fucking mic's gonna be and where you're gonna sit, but yeah, so like the other thing is figuring out scale. So she has a bunch of stuff, and he actually just gave me the term. It's kit mashing. Okay, so where you have multiple different kits of miniatures, but you're taking a piece of these, piece of this, and making your own.
That's why I told you to check out that Wathers main line. Like this one guy told me he bought like a sugar refinery because like they got everything. Like I bought an HO scale sawmill.
What?
Yeah, I'll show you. I shouldn't have turned my phone off.
Well, I was gonna say you could show.
You can buy all that. So that's why I wanted you to check that out.
Well, she could probably find it. Yeah, right. I'm sure she could find the product on there.
Yeah. THERS. I don't know how to pronounce that.
It's just got to be miniature train. I mean, do they do just trains? You said they do a little bit of everything.
Oh, well, this company makes a ton of shit. Yeah, but the main thing is their buildings and stuff. But I mean,
miniatures. See if they just have a website or something. But
like Walder's Cornerstone, I know that. There's all kinds of stuff.
But see, there's their website. Everything you need for your model railroad setup. Just go to that.
Yeah, go to
see
that.
What they have.
Go to that. You're gonna be. This is where you get into.
And I'm telling you, some of the stuff we're looking at, you don't even know it's a miniature until they pan out, and you're like, "Oh my god, that's a fucking fake."
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like with you saying about the tattoo shop, you could make your tattoo shop and then put it in the tattoo shop. And when people walk in, and they'd be like,
"It'd be so cool." And
figures, vehicles, scenery parts. Yeah, this is what I mean. Now all these
getting tripped out by seeing people with lights in there. But I'm sure you've seen fairy lights. How they have just a string of fairy lights. You know what I mean? That have just their own little battery pack. They take a watch battery. Most people are using those, unless you want to get it all wired up to a switch. Some pretty high-end setups, they have a switcher and all that. But, I know, just basic shit. Like, my grandma used to have a fucking switcher for, her Christmas light set up underneath there, so where she just pushed a button and it turned it all on. So that's not that difficult to do either.
No.
But, literally wiring in those little lights, that's not even that difficult to do. I've seen so many people, like I said, she's seen people that have, 1/12 scale fucking stoves, that they're cooking with a tea light candle.
Here's a good example of something.
That doesn't even look like it's like a miniature. No. Yeah.
Because that's a whole, I don't even know. Okay, that's a cement plant kit.
Wow.
So if you build that cement plant, you can do
So is this just the plans? Do they send you the pieces?
Oh no, that's the thing. But you're building it from it. It'll come in a box about.
No shit.
Flat. I'm you gotta cut. So. Yep, there's what it's going to look like when it comes.
Dude, that's crazy. And let's see the dimensions. Okay. Well, that was what I was going to say. So, with her, she has a couple that are, really, really high quality miniatures.
Okay.
And I say, well, that's the ones you'd want to pick and then scale from that. You know what I mean? If your bottle's this big, your paper towel has to be this big, or your doorway has to be this big. So figuring out the scaling is another thing that's tough, too.
That's what's tough with model railroading, right? You got Z scale, which is, tiny.
Really?
Dude, I seen a train show where a guy was wearing a hat like yours, and it had a track around the fucking brim, and he had a train on it that was so small it was on there running. I shit you not. Dude. And then you got G scale and shit, which you probably better build outside in your garden or have an outside. I mean, it's going to be on metal track that you're going to nail into a fucking ties. Wow. It's someone's guys ride on and shit.
Oh, okay. Holy shit. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
And everything in between. I picked HO scale because I'm a guy and I want to be able to just enough that I can work on it.
Right. Well, that's the problem. If you have something that's so small that it's going to be a pain in the ass or a headache to work on.
Some people are into that.
Some of the stuff I see them guys painting, it's man, I have patience. I can do tattoos for hours and on a small scale, but painting a little fucking light post, I couldn't do it. I needed to scale it up a little bit.
Are you recording this yet?
I think, we're on. Yeah, we're on.
Awesome. Yeah. Have you ever been to the Bradford Art Show?
No.
Did you know about that? It's all kinds of arts and crafts. My wife bought an egg up there that this girl had carved. You vacuum out the egg with a needle so that there's no yolk or anything inside of it, and it just is the shell. And then she carves the fucking eggshell.
How fucking tedious and brutal would that be?
I know, I'm not doing it.
Why wouldn't you do it before you suck the juice out?
Well, maybe you... listen, I don't even know how it's done, okay? I just know my wife bought one.
She uses a Dremel.
No, it's like by hand. It's
Holy shit!
But it's beautiful.
Talk about being light-handed. Holy fuck! That's
because
unbelievable.
I know you would appreciate that being a tattoo artist. I'm into all kinds of crafts.
I remember being a kid, and she'll show me like people like, put your name on a grain of rice, or like, people will put like draw a photo on a grain of ice, and they would have like a big magnifying thing like this with like an LED light on it, and you would sit under there with a little fucking, a little microscopic fucking pen or pencil, and I've seen people do portraits on like a grain of fucking rice, dude. Like, oh my god, I couldn't imagine. I sit over here and think for 10 seconds I'm a good artist, and I'm like, holy shit, like, it's always Asians too. It's like these fucking Asians, man. Like, it's just the patience and the commitment to something. Like, it's just unbelievable. It's like unmatched, dude. I could never do it.
Right.
Fuck that.
That's incredible. I'm interested in watching anybody who's good at their craft be good at their craft.
And it makes you want to do it. When you see somebody doing something like that, like I said, I would have never 10 years ago thought like, I want to make a little mini house and a little, but like you see somebody do this. I'm looking at like every cardboard box in the house. I'm like, fuck.
That could be you.
That guy used that same fucking box I have to make shingles and like a little doorway. And like I said, he, did attention to detail. He was like, the styrofoam blocks they have like at Walmart for doing, whatever it is for vase work or whatever.
Yeah.
The styrofoam blocks. So like, just even one square, he'll build up a little fucking house, and like he'll cut all that cardboard into whatever lumber, and do all the fucking siding, and then like I said, he'll take that thin styrofoam shit, and he'll cut that into like a shingle, and he'll just layer it and layer it and layer it.
And then they hand paint it all.
Oh my god!
Then they weather it all, and then they
and then the grass, and
then they lay static grass on it and
little
shit.
bushes and shit, and then painting the outer edge of it black so that it disappears, visually, and then like I said, flips on the switch and the porch lights on and the fucking bedroom lights on. He's got a little attic fucking light on. I'm like, holy shit.
I watch because of the model railroading shit that I'm into. I watch this stuff on Facebook and stuff, and these guys have trains that are wired up, however, that like it comes down the track, it's getting near their road in their town, so it knows. So the fucking lights come on and the gates come down in front of you know what I mean? And
it's unbelievable, man.
And they got some of this shit, the DCC and all that, which I'm not real familiar with all that, but like your controller will have sound. So you can hit the horns, the bells, all the shit the train would actually have. If it's a steam locomotive, it would have the steam sounds and shit.
Well, and see, that's probably the hardest part about all of it is feeling like the wiring of it all. It's got to be so complex.
It has to be. Like, that's the part that for me that's a little daunting. I've got some stuff running. Like all my switching is manual. You just throw them by hand.
Check out that, I forget where it's at in Paris or something like that, or France or something like that, but it's like the largest miniature display ever. And it's like, it's obviously in a giant warehouse that you can walk through, and it's just like one conglomerate of things, and it's just all stitched together in like probably fucking decades of fucking building, but everything is handmade, everything, like all of the cars, you would look at them, and I always assume, it's a Matchbox, I'd just go buy it, or a yard sale a fucking Matchbox car to sit in there. Every car is made by fucking hand. Every fucking thing.
Wow.
It's unbelievable. But now with 3D printing, though, that's changed the game.
Okay.
And like they're getting more affordable to where we have a little one, which again, everybody, a little 3D printer, but we want to print little stuff. So a little 3D printer is not a it's not a bottleneck. If anything, we only need something to go 4 inches or smaller.
Okay.
Just world's largest miniature fucking whatever. But like, but it's unbelievable to see these trains will go from room to room to room and room, and it's like there's fucking mountains and valleys, and they've actually like recreated like actual towns, like these fucking shitty fucking towns where these people are living in like these fucking weathered ass bungalows and shit.
Yep.
And like the metal sidings all looks rusty and shit. It's like
some of these
Wonderland right here.
Some of these guys
find a video of it and just pull it up with no sound.
Some of these guys are lunatics. My wife and I talk about
That's what it is.
Like,
they're fucking insane.
Like this one guy I seen on YouTube. He did his topography, like, it was so realistic that the topography was to scale.
Oh, man.
Every inch or 2 inches or whatever it was of his foam accumulated to 50 feet of topography. So, like, the train
and see, if you're good at math, you could probably figure that out fairly easy because it's a numbers game. Once you, like I said, once you decide on the size of one thing, you can play everything off of that.
Yeah.
But that's one thing I really appreciate is the people that like I said, look at the fucking cliffs and shit, and they're like opening little secret doorways and going under it. And then there's a relay where the trains all automatically come back to the station to recharge themselves automatically and then deploy again. So like they have it set up on a. I mean, the wiring, like I said, is probably the most impressive part of it. You could probably put sound on this. Fuck the copyright. Fuck them. Yeah, but like to see the scale of him standing next to all this shit, it's like, you know, I couldn't imagine having this much time. But like, you know what works? Okay, I used to do backgrounds like, and this is something that's not a product that even exists. I'm gonna get blown out right now by revealing it. But so I used to do custom fish tank backgrounds. I used to be an asshole about fish tanks and stuff like that. And I like a natural look as opposed to a stupid 2-dimensional picture.
Okay, yep.
You know what I mean? So
it looks like a sticker.
I created a way to make a 3-dimensional, completely natural and authentic looking background with caverns and rocks and all of this stuff. Okay. And I'll tell you how I did it, because I'm sure if they're not already using it, this would be a great way to do it. So like I would start with a piece of styrofoam, which you can get it at essentially any size. So if I knew my 55-gallon tank was 48 inches by whatever it would be, 12 or 13 inches, whatever the dimensions would be.
You just go get an 4x8 foot sheet from Lowe's and cut it to size.
So what I used is Gap filler foam, okay?
Yep.
And I would spray the whole entire thing full of that foam, and I would do this on a big plastic tarp. Okay, so I spray that whole surface area, or most of it, as much as I could get with that Gap filler foam, and then I would dump. I like black diamond sand, which is for like powder coating on it, but natural sand looks good, white sand looks good, okay? So what it does is you just bury all of that Gap filler foam, okay? So you understand how that's working underneath the fucking sand. It's trying to expand, okay, but it's held down by the weight. So after you let that cure for 24 hours and you dump that off, all the loose sand's obviously going to all fall off. But what you're going to be left with is incredible, cavernous, rocky, fucking gritty. And like I said, you'll have these rising and falling pits and all of this stuff, to where like I was looking at it as a vertical 2-dimensional, so I would get all these amazing cliffs coming out of it and all of this stuff, and like you'd brush away the shit, and then I would stick fake plants in it and all kinds of different stuff to make it look right. You know, and I was doing this before, like, even, like, I had, like, cell phones to take pictures of everything I was doing. But I'm telling you, I could go in, you know, Walmart for $20 and get you enough to just show you a crash course on it. Because I'm telling you, if you wanted to have a horizontal plateau and we're thinking about the type of topography like that, it would give you a lot of that you would save from having to carve. And, you know, I don't know how they get that, because, like, that shit is very porous and looks very authentic rock. But look at all these cities. You want to talk about fucking lights. Like... I couldn't even imagine, you know, like I said, like all of these planes, like they depart, and like I'm sure you've seen airport simulators where they have the plane come up off the runway and then they go through the little backdrop thing. Have you ever seen them do that? No, there's one in this here, but it's funny because like all the flights, they all have a board. See here. So it's on stilts, you know, and it takes it up through and it just goes through a little thing. There you go. There's your airplanes flying away. Yeah, so that has all these departing flights and all these fucking shit. Like, this is all on just little tracks.
If this isn't today's episode of Grown Men Playing with Toys,
I'm telling you, and this is in some foreign country, but like, you take this and even, like I said, talk about on a smaller scale. I don't care if I'm looking at like finding just a table like this. I find a marketplace or a yard sale table and just build off of it. You know, and just start putting stuff together. You know, like you did. Like
I just built mine from Lowe's.
Well, see, I'm not a good enough carpenter like to frame stuff in.
Well, maybe I could help you.
I wish I was, because it's not that. It's all numbers and it's all math. That's the thing that fucks me.
Well, you need saws and shit too.
Well, I have some equipment. You know, like I need, you know, just stupid shit like some sawhorses and stuff. But like I have circular saws. We got drills. We got some stupid shit. Fumble. But yeah, so like having a starting ground, like I said, I would be happy just building it off of I don't care if it's a fucking 24 by 24 end table and just build a little thing up. Because I mean, how cool would that be?
Right.
You know, like just any of it.
Well, I think I actually started out, I was going to build that big, huge 4x8 foot layout that I bought all the shit for track to do. And then I started watching YouTube and I started really getting into what you got to do and how to build one and stuff. And I'm like, okay, there's 2 ways to do this. You can do it right and really get into it and really have fun, and it probably takes you years and years. Or you can go, I want to have this done fucking next week, and it's on Facebook Marketplace for sale for $100.
Listen, dude.
And it looks like a fucking 5-year-old made it.
It was the same thing with this, dude. Like, I've been doing this for a year, and I've only ever posted 6 episodes because I spent that whole year kind of spending the money in the wrong direction. I was thinking, I need mics and cameras and all that stuff, but really I didn't think about, like, ground level. You need the foundation.
Yes.
If you're not building off of something that's really going to sustain, then you're kind of just fucking off, you know, and that's where, like, quality over quantity to where, like, well, if you really want to do it right, you know, and have this last.
That's where you must have seen my post. I literally rebuilt my whole bench. And then because of the 2 like you said, because of buying 2 starter kits, wasting money.
Right.
Here I am with all this track. And I said to my buddy and my wife, I'm like, I think I'm going to put that small track together that I got, and I'm going to fuck stuff up.
Right.
I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn how to use Sculpt-A-Mold. I'm going to learn how to paint. I'm going to learn how to use foam. I'm going to learn how to use ballast.
Right.
And if I mess it up, then it's not on this big, huge thing that I'm like, man, I started on my big, huge 8-foot layout and I fucked it up and now I give up.
Right.
Which is what I wanted to say, like, people's shit ends up on Marketplace.
Well, right. You see so many people just not knowing what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, and it looks terrible, which, by the way, if your 5-year-old wants to get in model railroading, don't discourage them from that.
Well, you're at a different stage of your life as far as you're not just, you know, dicking around with toy trains. I mean, this is something, like I said, I mean, there's a lot of time and energy invested into it. Yeah. And even just knowing, like, understanding, like, if you're going to do it and do it right, you might as well, you know, not even, you know, try to do it, like, without having the right shit. Because, like, if you start building up and it's going right and your foundation isn't good, what if it didn't hold it?
That was the whole point.
Because the weight is something else, too,
I went to start doing a little modeling the one day, and I'm, like, leaning on it and stuff. I'm like, this piece of shit's going to fall over.
Right.
By the time I get all this modeling done on it, build all these buildings and everything, I don't want it tipping over.
Oh, and you just don't know if you're going to have to maybe use some real sand, or maybe you want some real dirt in there. You'd want it to be able to withhold the weight, you know, like, because I would imagine, like, if I was trying to do that, I would fucking have started with, like, an inset, fucking, they would, like, filled it with dirt,
right.
You know, and then, like, started building on that. But I don't know shit.
What I learned from YouTube, actually, because you said about foam and stuff, the very first thing you build with is foam. Because
so
foam gives you, like, I laid out a sheet of foam that I bought at Lowe's. It's like 1 inch thick.
Okay. And you like insulation foam.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's what you start and build on, because it gives you the ability to pin shit into it.
Right.
You can glue to it. You can paint it.
Right. You can dig it out and carve it if you needed to. Right. You can manipulate that quite a bit.
It. People dig water scenes and rivers and shit into it.
Well, and even like to lay wire and shit. You know, if you want something that's going to be hidden, you know what I mean? Like, you can grout that out, you know, and tuck your wires and everything in there to look real clean.
That's how these guys actually do those intersections with the working things. Because that's probably an afterthought for one. Right. And then they actually stick them in the foam, drill little holes, put the wire down through.
Right.
Add it in. There's sensors that got to get involved to know when the train's coming through. And
it's probably just a motion thing. It probably just, you know, has an eye on it, you know, and can just tell whenever it's coming close and knows the fucking...
Well, nowadays, too, the way, I don't even know. Because they say, like, the shit... So I was really daunted by what it might take to get them running. And it's basically like anything. The more money you want to spend, the easier shit gets.
Of course.
you can buy, you know, locomotives, have a decoder on them. You got a handheld thing, laptop, phone, whatever.
Really?
It knows it's there.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't have thought, like, you know, I haven't probably thought about model trains in a long time, if ever. You know,
right.
If you think about how that technology would leak into that, you know, right. I'm thinking the old fucking Lionel trains, you know, that have the little fucking switcher and the little brush metal, you know, like, even look at the RC cars that we used to have you know, when we were kids with the little brush metal and shit.
Slot track cars.
Yeah, right. It was slot track. You know, so I mean, even stuff like that, boy, it's probably gotten so much more advanced.
Well, one thing that I just seen online the other day, and it was an interesting point, the guy said, people who are into model railroading are sticklers to detail, some of you so much that the shit's so realistic, right?
Right.
He said, why is the electricity that runs them locomotives put through the tracks when that's not realistic? You know what I mean? Like, it's a diesel locomotive or a steam locomotive that runs. He's like, with all the technology and the way batteries have gotten, you'd think they'd actually be like RC powered. Like, you would sit and run that remotely, and it would be. And I was like, that's an interesting point. Somebody should capitalize on that market now.
It's a wonder it's not like that.
Yeah, which would be cool to see a change like that for us guys who necessarily don't want to do a ton of wiring.
Right.
Build your track. You buy a locomotive that man, this bad boy has this motor, runs this battery, it'll pull 60 cars.
Man.
You set it on the tracks, you're good to go.
Especially because that wiring part of it's probably the biggest deterrent. You know what I mean? I mean, like I said, if you want to do it seriously, like I said, I mean, you don't have to do, all of that. But
I mean, because of my damn job, I'm half-ass enough good at electricity that I think I can take it on. And with YouTube nowadays.
Well, and at least it's all very, very low wattage shit.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to kill yourself model railroading. It just
knowing capacity, and like essentially like knowing what you would need to run it. Like I wonder. Because I learned a little bit about, like, I lived in the van and I put solar panels on that van and I ran all of my components off that solar panel. You know what I mean? So, like, I got to understand a little bit about, like, how much load I'm carrying at one time, how much I'm getting in, and how much is getting put back into the reservoir battery. So, like, even something like that, like, fuck, you could have a little solar panel. Because I thought about this, too, like, for my exhaust fan on the van, I was going to have it wired direct to a solar panel. Because that way, anytime the sun's up, my fan kicks on.
All right.
That way, I don't have to put a switch in. I don't have to do nothing like that. You know what I mean? So, like, I even wonder, like, you could even almost, wire your fucking. Well, I guess the lights wouldn't work because you would want them to be. Of course, they would charge up during the day. You can almost have your fucking just all of your lights for your whole thing fucking solar powered. Yeah. Now,
yeah.
You can buy little solar panels at fucking Walmart now. You know what I mean? Like little in the RV section. Yeah, they have like little pop out ones that have USB ports and shit. Like it's kind of interesting. Yeah, like I used to even have a handheld one. It looked like a fucking cell phone, but it was just one little solar panel, and I could plug my phone into it when I was out hiking and shit. I set it on a fucking rock, and it just charges. I don't know why
I feel like I've been living on the moon for the last fucking 40
That's something
years.
that you should have in your back pocket, dude. Like, nowhere fucking near an outlet. It's like the best thing you could fucking ask for. Because especially like on the car, I would just throw it on my dash.
Right.
And 9 times out of 10, I don't need it. But as soon as I'm about to get out of my vehicle, my phone's at 1%. I just take that with me, and it's been charging up all week. Like it's pretty fucking slick.
Dude, people come up with the slickest shit nowadays. I seen this thing on TikTok where this dude had this tray that clips into your steering wheel, and like he clips it into the steering wheel, throws his monster down, and like a sandwich and everything. And I'm like, that's fucking dope.
Where has that been?
And and like then you go to the comments though. This shows you how stupid the people that we live with nowadays are too. People are like, you can't be like, I can't believe you do that. I'm like, tell me you've never ate lunch in your truck before because you've never been on a construction site, you dumbass. Like,
well, it's just like
you don't put it on there and drive. It's for us blue-collar assholes to have to eat lunch in our truck because it's 7 degrees outside. And that fucker has a heater in it. You know what I mean? So we're sitting in there at lunchtime.
People are fucking dense, man.
Dense, bro. Read the comments, or like Rogan says, don't read the comments. But
using it while you're driving, that'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, let me just snap this tray down and have a sandwich while I'm going 70.
Fucking drink, fucking slide.
Well, bro, like when my wife and our son was born, but we didn't get to go on our honeymoon yet. Like we were married before our son was born, but we didn't get to ever go on a honeymoon because the baby came and life happened and jobs and like, you know what I mean? It's crazy. And we go on our honeymoon. I can't remember who asked me, so I ain't going to throw them under the bus on your show. But they were like, what are you doing with the baby? I was going to put him in the fucking living room with a bottle and see how he did.
Right.
What the fuck do you think I'm doing with him, bro? He's going on our honeymoon with us. Which actually ended up not happening because my parents wanted to take him and shit.
But I like that you're the kind of person like, duh, I'm going to have the baby with us. Like, you wouldn't even expect somebody else to take the baby. It's like, that's our fucking child.
Yeah.
Because we're the same thing. Like when her parents first moved up here, they're like, well, what are you going to do with the baby while you're running the tattoo shop? Like, well, she's going to be with us, you dumbass. Like, what do you mean? We run a tattoo shop. We don't have to work for somebody else. They're going to be fucking right there.
Well, my dad, I mean, I grew up with a dad who was self-employed. He had a trucking company. You know what I mean?
You're probably with him all the time.
All the fucking time. In the summer, if that thing moved, I was with him.
Yeah, and back then, it's like, it would almost be like, well, why isn't he with you? You should be out there seeing how you fucking learn $100.
It would have been and the other thing was, I tell guys it's so strange now, but I still work in the sawmill industry and shit, and it's what I do to this day and, currently. And I've been around it my whole life. My family, actually like three generations into the shit.
Wow.
That's what my grandfathers did, both sides of the family, But like my dad, I was listening to your show. It's the shit our parents did, bro. It's hilarious.
It's unreal.
My dad would leave me with people. Leave me. We would be out, but we would go to. He'd be like, "I'm coming back to this same job. I'm gonna get 2 more loads off them. Do you want to stay with Martin and them boys?" And he'd fucking probably because he wanted rid of me because I was driving him fucking nuts. You know what I mean? But he'd leave me with them. He'd go get another load. He'd go take that load to the mill, come back empty, and he'd be, "Come on." And I could go back with him. And the same fucking thing would happen at the mill.
You think he was worried about you the whole time he was gone? He probably didn't think about you once. He'll be all right.
He'd be on a short haul where the mill was close. And it'd be a nice summer day, right? You know it'd be nice all day. He'd fucking leave me with the log scaler. Fucking guy'd be down there scaling logs, and Dad'd be like, "You don't mind if he's with you for..." "Oh, no!" He's like, he can, and that's how it fucking was growing up in the 90s, man. You could just do shit.
But, dude, if it wasn't for that, you might not be who you are, is what's weird. I mean, you might have fallen into it at some point, but, like, being around it that young, at least you got to see real shit.
What I see now with it, like, being a manager and shit where I work, basically, I'm working my way up into, like, a management position along with, like, beside Jordan and stuff, and we work under a guy named Bob and stuff, and there's a guy named Damon, but Jordan's worked himself up really high there, too. Like, we see guys coming into the industry that have never been allowed to touch a piece of equipment because of today's modern laws and shit. There's not the growing up with your dad, unless your dad happens to own the farm,
or
something, or somehow owns the whole mill or the whole company.
Would just be like, get this fucking kid out of here.
Yeah, you're not getting hands on it. Imagine me taking my son into the mill and being like, "I'm going to take him tonight and put him in the loader." What?
Let alone leaving him there.
Right. Oh my God, we'd be in fucking jail, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, you know. So it's just different. Like, are you trying to teach these guys? We get guys that come in, you know, they put in an application, they graduated high school, they've never been in trouble before. Hell yeah, you can come up. And dude, they either get hurt in a very short amount of time, fucking fingers and hands and shit amputated, or they just don't know anything. And you're like, bro, how fucking dumb do you... But you
well, there's a difference between being educated and having, like, real-world experience, and, like, especially in those situations, like, you better be fucking aware of what's going on at all fucking times.
Well, I think I'm one of them. It's almost the epitome of that. I mean, you know, fucking even finished school. They were like, "Bro, get the fuck out of here and don't come... You're too much trouble. Stay the fuck out of here." And then, like, here I am years later, and I'm like, for one, I remember this shit, guys. 4th grade. They told me, I remember the teacher, ain't going to put her out there. It's like, you don't want to end up in the sawmill. Apparently her son had done a summer like at Matson's. And she was
summer.
She told us, you don't want to be in the sawmill and this and that. And I'm thinking, man, you know, it's kind of a thing. Like in our area, it was a low-paying job that kind of...
Well, it's just like in Virginia, you're a coal miner. That's where you're going. You
just thought you were a dumbass that was in... And now that I do what I do, and dude... There's so much shit that goes into this stuff. For one, you got to know 15 species of tree, right? Like that alone, people don't know the difference between red oak and soft maple. What hard maple and soft maple and all that.
Yeah, it's a little bullshit that it kind of gets the grunt into the stick as far as like no respect. And I mean, it takes somebody that's, you know, not only fucking strong. I mean, because you're out there against the elements and you're fucking battling literally nature. Right. People get killed left and right, and like you said, shit happens all the time.
End of it too, and in the mill end. But it's a real dangerous job. And then like I make jokes with my supervisor about it all the time. And the thing I always say is, boy, I guess we wasn't as bunch of dumb rednecks as one would have thought. Because when you get into the technology that makes some of these machines run and shit, and some of the stuff, like, you're sitting in a saw cab, you push a button, this thing automatically knows that command is to make this board this thick, and they don't miss a beat. They saw thousands of feet an hour.
I can't imagine how much of it's changed.
You think, I'd challenge any of the teachers that told me I was stupid in school to walk in there and tell me what the fuck's going on.
Right. Or even be fucking willing enough to even learn or try, because that's the thing. They'd be too fucking scared to even fucking do it.
Right.
You know, like...
Oh, and or like you said, when you start out, I mean, at any position, right, it's never good.
I know, I was scared stacking lumber.
And it sucks. And it sucks stacking lumber. You got to work past that to get into something good, you know.
But see, I actually enjoyed, like, because I can get off on just physical fucking labor. Like, I feel good just, like, feeling like I'm fucking doing something fucking difficult, you know, and like if I'm just stacking lumber, dude, I'm gonna be the best fucking lumber stacker there is. Especially like I'm a stickler for the edges, you know what I mean? I'm paying attention. I like to do a good fucking job, dude.
Right.
And you know, and I looked up the fucking line all the time, and I'm like, man, it'd be cool to be up there grading lumber, you know, like there's a lot of fucking shit that like people don't realize, like man, that's a lot of fucking pride in that. Like you really got to know your shit, you know, and like walking up there on them boards and flipping shit over and grading lumber and sending it down to fucking be cut, like. I love the whole fucking process of it, dude. It's cool.
It's funny when you do talk to people that know about it, though, too. Like, I used to think, I always desired a seat somewhere, whether it was in a saw cab or running a loader or lift or something, right? And I said to my uncle one time, I'm like, yeah, but them have heat and stuff. I said, that lumber grader got to stand out there and freeze. He said, yeah, when that lumber grader gets home, he can afford to turn the thermostat up, buddy. Right. I'm like, yeah, you're not wrong about that.
True, dude. Know? Yeah, man, I don't, you know, really miss it too much. And honestly, I find myself, like, a lot of times, you know, missing that kind of work. Because I worked at the scrapyard for a while, too. And, like, same thing. Like, it was dirty, difficult fucking work. But, like, I enjoy that some days more than I do tattooing. Because tattooing, I got to be really, really, really at my best. But, like, going out there and using a torch. Dude, it was so fun. I'd be cutting up bulldozers and shit, dude. Like, it was so fun to take something, you know, that's bigger than me and thicker than me and bringing it down to a 3-foot fucking piece of fucking metal, you know, and getting to see the inner workings of shit. And oh my God, like, I seen people fucking set themselves on fire. And
that's
you know,
like construction, dude. I love the demolition part. I might not be the guy to finish your house. But like when they gotta rip stuff out to get stuff ready to go, like, and I did that one. We were talking about him before the show passed. Now Izzy, we did a job with his uncle one summer on a house in Hazen, and he was like, I gotta go to town and get stuff. Do you guys think he could get one side of this house possibly ripped off before I get back? You'd have to know Mike to know how he was, man. He was a mean cuss. But he was like, possibly, could you get one side of this house ripped off before I get back from fucking town? And dude, me and Izzy,
you fucking idiots can handle that?
Dude, we ripped all 4 sides of that house off before. Then he was mad at us for doing too much. You fucking assholes! I was only gonna put siding on 2 sides tonight. What if it rains tomorrow? Oh, you could never do nothing.
I love that. That's how my dad was too. It didn't matter if you fucking did a good job.
And I think that's why I'm sometimes, man, they got us in a class at work. I shouldn't say too much about that, but the managers and the upper people are in a class to learn how to deal with people in 2025 in the workforce. Okay? We'll just put it like that.
That's fucking weird, man.
And one of the things that comes up is that, like, you know, like, how can you say something? Dude, I used to bring my dad the wrong tools. You don't even know the kind of shit that was said to me.
Oh, you'd be lucky if he said anything, he'd be throwing them at you and shit. He'd be fucking hitting me with them and shit. Like, you fucking asshole, you don't know what a fucking socket is, you fucking asshole, you can't read. You know, like, I'm like, wait, 3/4 what? What?
Oh, and then the bad thing was for guys, dude, I didn't understand fractions and shit until I was in my 30s.
Well, and then you have anxiety. It's like almost like PTSD. It's like I got trauma coming back with the wrong thing. You know, like I don't dare even walk back unless I know what I got.
Dude, that's what I bet you I'm the same way. It's funny that you say that. Now I know why. Like when I work with the maintenance guys at the mill, because I'm pretty good, but there's a couple guys I work with that are gifted. They're the guy that, like, that's why they're on call.
Right.
Like, bro, we tried this. Mike tried this. Bob tried this. Fuck, we got to call Jay.
Right.
He's at home, but he'll come in. You know what I mean? But, like, there's guys like that are gifted that you're relying on them to know what to do.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's a tough position to be in, but thank God you have those fucking kind of people, because that's, I mean, like, I think I fucking know all kinds of stuff, but I remind myself all the time, I don't know shit, dude. You know what I mean? Like, there's people that can fucking, you know, tell me everything I'm doing is wrong, and I'd probably believe it. You know, like I said, I mean, like, I am humble enough to know that, like, I'm not the smartest one in the fucking room most of the time.
The internet will prove that to you. In good and in bad ways, though, man. Then there's people that say shit like we were talking about earlier in comments and shit. And it's like, do you ever do a lot of this? Like, I get mad when people start saying shit about, like, trees or the timber industry or this, like, oh, well, you know, you don't got to do that. And I'm like, oh, yeah? You ever done a lot of that?
Right. Well, I just said that to her the other day. I was like, listen, I stopped taking advice from people that don't know shit about it anyway. It's like, if you've never done it or been in that situation, like, your opinion essentially is valueless. I mean,
right.
I mean, like, and whether you're, against me or for me, I have to remind myself that, wow, if you're not doing it, I can't really take what you're saying fucking seriously. So it's like, I don't get too worked up, but she's in all these tattoo groups and sees all of these like horrendous fucking tattoos and these people defending them until they're blue in the face, and then also in the same lick, you'll see a tattoo that looks great and fucking asshole sucks and they're terrible and it's like,
man,
no matter what side of the spectrum you're on, if you're behind a fucking screen and telling somebody that's doing it how to do it, you should probably shut the fuck up, because unless you're in the industry and doing it, I don't want to hear your opinion. If you were in the industry, you probably wouldn't be wasting your time on comments. You'd be fucking working or something.
That's the thing too. I don't even want to get real deep into dunking on people because it's like I have things to do.
Sometimes just that one and leave it.
And I did it. And the funny thing is, like, sometimes you got to. Like, I had one happen recently with an online group with a speeding incident and stuff, and they took pictures of the person's car. And I come from a full family of truck drivers and loggers and shit, so I let that one go. But the one thing, I seen this video one day of a chipper, and it was like they had a dummy hooked up to it. It wasn't a real man, but it was like to show you what may happen, which we should all know what happens if you get a fucking wood chipper anyway. But it was like, something about it, I watched it and I was like, this looks CGI a little bit. Like, I know that was a fake person anyway, but that don't look real.
Right.
And I just made a comment that said it didn't look real. I don't think they fucking feed that fast. These fucking people come for me in the comments talking about how fucking stupid I am and how fast these chippers feed. And I'm like, listen, pal, I mess with a chipper at work at night that's fucking 4 times the size of that thing in the video, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I went down and fucking took a picture of the data plate standing right on the side of
like the feed rate.
Yeah. It don't run that fast, bro. Like, even like I told my boss, he started laughing because we talked about this dude said something like over 2,000 RPM, right?
Oh, my God.
And my supervisor's like, holy fuck, he said, you'd wind that up down the lower building. He said, that son of a bitch should take flight and be down in the bottom. What?
This is what's so great about talking to people that actually know what the fuck's going on and know the industry. Because it's like, you take that and like, listen to this motherfucker talking shit. It's like, oh my God, if that really was factual, imagine what we could do. You think we wouldn't know about something that could do that rate of, intake or whatever? It's like, I love that you did that, dude. It's like, literally, you have access to the data right here.
Yeah, you just take a picture, you put that in the comments, and bam.
And they showed up.
Then they don't even sit, dude, crickets.
Yeah.
Right, especially like I said, you're not just a master that you're just spouting off. I mean, you would have probably looked at the chipper and be like, man, that's a smaller, like I said, just a smaller one we have at work.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem right, I feed shit into that all the time and it doesn't do that. Like, what you need to do next is we'll get you a dummy. We'll myth bust it.
Right.
We've got a chipper that's 4 times the size as that one, and it's rated.
Well, and another one I seen that really made me mad is these guys were doing like tree service work, and this kid was cutting the little pieces off as he was working his way down. He's in the harness, the whole 9 yards, but he was pushing the stuff out, and it was falling down onto a street. Okay. And these people are in the comments just flipping out. And I'm like, what you guys are not seeing that none of us can see is what he's not. Because people were bitching that he was hitting the street. And I'm like, well, maybe he's not hitting, the homeowner's house or their fountain work or their fucking koi pond or their Ferraris or,
Right, maybe there's a fucking reason for it.
And if you ever tree cleanup, dude, if you're the dude on the ground, you're like loving that day. You're fucking smoking your vape pen, fucking sipping your monster.
Right, you're not on their property.
We're cleaning shit. It's not drove down. And if you ever cut anything off a tree from 100 fucking feet in the air, dude, when it will drive into the fucking ground.
It impales into the ground.
Yeah,
I guess physics, it's going to be heavier on the bottom, man.
Right. So, like, of the small limbs
so
and shit, them dudes got to rip them out of the ground. So any day that they can fucking get all done.
Right, it's landing on pavement.
Yeah. They get all done and sweep up with a fucking broom. It looks like it. Neighbors come home that night like, didn't fucking Bob have a tree in the yard? Where the fuck?
Well, and I know even just like, not even in in a fucking city, but like in nice parts of Ohio where you got like the nicest homes and shit, like they don't want you cutting that shit and dropping it in their yard and stuff like that. And most of that stuff they're trying to get
grass that they fucking paid for that's got
right,
sprinkler
Kentucky
systems in it that come
bluegrass
up at fucking 8 p.m. and all this shit.
Right,
like-
so it's like, you've seen a lot of that fucking discard stuff being thrown out into the streets because there's a guy that's coming to fucking pick it up. It's like, it's a fucking process. There's a whole team involved. Like, I can show you this much of it, and you can talk shit on everything that you fucking see, but like you said, you got to take into consideration what the fuck's actually happening.
Like, I don't know nothing about nothing. When my wife and I went to New Orleans on our honeymoon and shit, which was fucking awesome, by the way.
Oh, New Orleans, dude. What a good choice, man.
Oh, man. Fucking awesome.
We'll have to...
we can get into talking about that for sure. But when we went down there, like, shit's picked up with electric garbage trucks and shit nowadays. Like, this shit's got these operators.
Like it's a Roomba? Oh, wait, no, it's somebody driving it.
Yeah, it's one operator there. The days of the dude jumping out of the truck.
It has a fucking thing that comes and fucking gets it, right?
Because, all of it's honestly in the name of safety. Like, nowadays you get guys jumping out, throwing trash, girl texting and driving, kills the dude throwing fucking trash. Yep. It's just safer to keep that dude in the cab. He fucking watches a computer screen.
Right.
The thing dumps it and sets your can back on the curb. But they might say some weird shit like, hey, Wednesday you can't park on the fucking street. And people are just in the comments losing their fucking minds. And it's like,
nothing.
Well, you want them to leave the garbage for you? Like, what the fuck do you want? Like,
yeah, it's such an inconvenience. They're cleaning up all this shit for us and in the way while they're doing it. Like, what the fuck do you want? Like... No, it's unreal. I wonder though, is that technology coming into equipment like excavators and backhoes and shit? Are you getting cameras on shit? Like, can you see?
I have cameras now.
Because, dude, I get into watching. I don't know if you've ever seen it. I don't even know if it's in this country, but dude, I actually seen it the other day. They got these competitions. Like, are you talking about the excavators?
Yeah.
He's fucking popping a fucking can with a fucking. With a backhoe fucking arm.
Well, like around
with an
here,
excavator.
Right around here, Western Pennsylvania,
he turned on one of those Nokia cell phones, hit the power button. You know what I mean? And like they're testing their skill, you know what I mean, and their precision. And there's no camera on this fucking thing. I'm like, well,
oh, that's wild. Well, here in Western Pennsylvania, we have loader competitions. They have log loader competitions.
Oh, really?
Them have been going on for years.
That would be cool to fucking see.
If you remember the Kaczynski boys, their dad, Ed,
motherfucker almost killed me a couple times.
He used to win.
In that fucking Cobalt, that motherfucker, up and down Matson's Road at 160 mile an hour.
You're talking about
trucks
Billy.
on the berm. Yeah, that fucking no-neck motherfucker.
He's wild.
Fucking, he's nuts, dude.
His dad used to win the loader competitions and shit. Like, oh yeah, he was good with a log loader and shit. And they would do, like you were saying, there'd be just weird things.
Like precision tasks.
Yeah, like 5 logs and 3 pieces of stump. And they got to go from in these paint lines to inside of these paint lines.
Right, and you can't knock shit over.
How fast can you do it? And it's got to be done in a certain order.
I'm telling you, dude. Like I said, because people don't realize how much hand-eye coordination to know what's happening on the end of your fucking boom or the end of your fucking scoop. It's like,
that's
man,
what I do
crazy.
At work right now. Currently, is I run the big loader that puts the logs into the mill.
Oh, dude, that'd be so fun.
And one of the funny things is, like, me and the day shift operators sometimes, we razz each other about shit. But like for one, I got a guy. I've been in the loader for a year, maybe a year and a half. The guy who runs it during the day has been in it for 40.
Holy
you're
fuck.
Probably a little better.
You're not, there's a problem.
You're probably a little better than me anyway. But like some nights he'll say shit to me about, well, I do that all the time. And what I told him in the last meeting, they said, yeah, Eddie, in the daylight, I do that shit at 2 a.m. after I'm on my 7th fucking energy drink, backing out of there in the rain with diamonds all over the fucking windows. You can't see shit, like, because... And then, like, with the
weather... That's a huge difference.
With the weather we've been having, dude, that thing, if you even get a little bit hot or frustrated because you're in there having problems, then the fucker turns into a greenhouse because
it's fogging up, right?
Fogs up, and so then you can't see what you're doing. You get even more frustrated.
Dude, I couldn't imagine doing that at night because even if you've got lights on your rig and shit, that isn't giving you much light, as far as, like...
It don't give you light.
A lot of that's got to be on feel.
Yeah, some of it, and like then we've been going through it. We had a good winter here in Pennsylvania this year, so that's been fun. Everything's been fucking froze, dude. When you're on the ground, it's like driving it on a fucking washboard. Right. Oh man.
Is that easier to navigate than fucking squish and slop though? Like, would you rather? I mean, I guess this thing is designed to fucking work in the fucking.
The squish and slop's smoother on your body.
Yeah, right. I guess you're in there fucking doing this.
When the shit's froze, it beats the shit out of you. When it's dry, everything's... Here's how I'll put it, man. Heavy equipment operation sucks.
It's not built for comfort, man.
Yeah, it just is what it is. You're running heavy equipment, doing that kind of shit. It's a real job. And it's a tough job. Everybody's like, oh, I bet running that loader's sweet. I'm like...
Oh, everybody thinks the guy in the loader's got the cushy job.
Oh, yeah, tell me that and you get him, your guts are fucking bleeding inside. Right. Or at least that's how I feel at night sometimes.
Well, and I would argue that in a lot of cases, it's harder to sit all fucking day than it is to be moving around.
The old guy that runs the, like, forklifts on the lumber end out at the mill, he says to me about... Oh, yeah, you got to wrap an ace bandage around your stomach real tight. I'm like, bro, if I got to tape my fucking guts in to do this job, I don't know if that's acceptable or not. Like, I really fucking don't, bro. Maybe I, and so, maybe I need to.
Here's the keys and a corset.
I used to run the Barker, dude, which was great. Sat in the cab all the time, which we got a little off topic. You asked about some technology there. I have cameras. What I don't have yet, but I did even bring up to the safety lady, I just seen online the other day, Caterpillar has some shit going on with their new loaders that, like, I could sit where she is right now and have that fucking screen, and we could turnkey that fucker and go down through the wood yard and fucking put her to work.
Remotely?
Yes.
What?
And I don't have to fucking get slammed in that fucking, I'm like... Listen, it don't have to be at my house, even though that would be great, and I can feed my baby at the same time I'm in my fucking armchair loading the deck.
Dude, could you
imagine?
I
mean, you could even put that at the mill. I'll still come punch in every day.
I never thought in a million years they'd be able to remotely control a full-size piece of fucking machinery like that. What the fuck?
But they do that with a lot of shit. The way I understand them drilling rigs and shit nowadays... Them boys can run shit from their cell phone.
I mean, I guess if Musk is able to fucking, retrieve a fucking rocket, and they can catch a fucking rocket.
I didn't see that, but I heard like Rogan talks about it.
It's unbelievable. I mean, just the whole idea of being able to retrieve them is it's essentially just a big fucking drone. Is basically all that fucking thing is. I mean, like, it's just unbelievable.
Dude, talking to somebody the other day, and he said that Elon, I don't know if we have to be careful about what we say. I don't mean this. No. Oh, no. But, like, talking to somebody else the other day, and they said, they should shoot that motherfucker in the head.
Oh, my God, dude.
For what?
I know, dude. That's the thing. Like,
that's my only, like, why? Because, listen, I don't know nothing about nothing. I just know that I've been living in this same country my whole life. I know what I've seen my whole life. Nothing's gotten better. That's the argument. Like, the biggest things the points I bring up, I don't know if people would want to argue with me on. What have you seen get better?
Well, because
your whole 30, 40 years, have the fucking roads gotten real nice? Have your towns gotten real nice?
Because you're looking at real shit.
I've seen the schools. I've seen the churches, the towns, the roads, the sidewalks, the communities. Basically everything go to shit.
And that's a fucking point that most people, like I said, like, good luck finding a fucking argument to say that any of that stuff has gotten better or that anybody that's been in fucking office prior to this has done anything to do it.
You do see the occasional nice town. Well, don't get me wrong. There's nice cities and nice
when
towns
you got places
throughout
like
the whole...
fucking...
But if you go on a whole, like, I have a friend who lives in DuBois. And, like, I literally make the comment all the time. I'm like, bro, if I lived over here, I would tell I'd be at a meeting telling these motherfuckers, I'm not paying any more taxes until this street's fixed.
Listen, dude, I was in Ohio, dude, and it was worse than, like, what I would imagine, like, a third world country, dude. It was so bad.
We just went to Pittsburgh Mills, dude. Pittsburgh Mills the other day to go to fucking Sam's Club. And I said to my parents on the way in as we're going in the car, I'm like, this is a fucking third world country.
It's bad.
The fucking holes were that deep. People are going around them because you'll damage your fucking vehicle.
Well, that's what I said. Like, literally driving back and forth just on this one road to Menor, Ohio from fucking Newport. Like, literally just this one strip of fucking road about 6 miles. But it literally was like it felt like I was driving on a fucking obstacle course like they do for testing suspension. It was just the whole thing. I'm like my whole entire van, like, I lived in my van. So I had a whole house built inside of this. All my shit's just fucking rattling everywhere. Shit's falling off.
You see these people pulling campers and motorhomes down the road. You're like, man, them poor bastards. They probably get to wherever they're going, got to put their whole house back together.
This is a road that has so much. It's clearly a fucking main vein of people traveling to get back and forth to work. You can't tell me that there's not someone that says this needs to be fucking fixed. This is unacceptable. Like, where's the standard?
Well, here's another thing that bothers me. If you want to talk about the kind of shit like a standard or the shit with government when it comes to that, the same, and then in the same breath, because this is the kind of shit I'd like to bring up and why I love long format conversation. Right. I'm so done hearing the fucking argument about taxes going to my roads, but that's a whole nother thing. You got to go get your fucking car inspected every year. Excuse me? How about I go do a fucking road inspection every year?
I was going to say, where's that same
I'm going to go condemn about fucking 150 of your fucking roads I can think of right off the top of my head, and you fuckers can get to work. Yep. Don't worry about my truck I got to make payments on. I'm sure it's up to fucking code.
Well, and nonetheless, like, you want to fail my fucking car for the fucking bumper falling off or the fucking frame being fucking shot? It's like, well, half of that might be contributed to the fucking fact that the roads are fucking rattling my shit apart.
Right.
But at the same time, you're right. Like, where's that standard? Because, I mean, they have bridge inspections. I mean, like, and the amount of fucking people that I see out actually doing work on the roads is, like, half the time they're working on the fucking side of the road.
But there's another point that I get real fucking weird about, okay? We can prove, too, like, when it needs done, it can get done. And then other times, just
when push comes to
shove. From the 90s, I think from the mid-90s, the whole way through the, like, 2000s, just this fucking whole thing with government projects and just milking shit out for everything it's worth. Think about when the roads were built in the 1920s and 30s and shit. How did they get... I drove the whole way up here today. Fuck, it took over an hour. And I'm thinking, man, them boys back in the 50s and shit when they first paved this probably went, look at what the fuck we did today. Miles.
Right.
You know what I mean? Probably bragging about, man, we put down 9 or 10 mile, maybe double digits or something. I don't fucking know. I never paved roads in my life. I'm just saying, maybe they did double digits and that was a big day. Right. We did 12 mile of fucking road. Nowadays, it takes a fucking all summer for them to pave 12 fucking feet.
I was going to say, even just to fix some fucking patches and stuff like that.
Oh, they just come in and make it worse. Yeah, that was
put a hump in it.
Yeah, big fucking humps. Now, like, there's places going into Brookville where they had some fucking water main failures or something, so they had to go in and fix shit, and then when they fixed the water line, apparently just fucking fill her back into whatever was left on the road when you dug it up and fuck the rest, right? Because you're coming out of town, you're hitting these holes that's like, it'll fucking bounce you into the other side of the road.
It's like fucking Band-Aids and shit. You know, it's like, it ain't fixing nothing. You know what I mean? Like, you're literally just mitigating a fucking bigger problem. It's like literally contributing to the, you know, the problem getting worse.
And then my thing too, you got your fucking license, registration, inspection, insurance, all this shit that goes into a vehicle. And it's like, it costs you out the ass. One of the things with having a new baby, like for my wife and I financially, some weeks, it's fucking hard.
Right.
And like, I'm sitting there going, man, I paid this much for all this shit. Like, guess what that truck seems to not need? Any piece of paper in the fucking glove box or any license plate screwed to it, it would probably go back and forth to the mill just fine. Just the same fucking way it is. I wouldn't have to pay you government assholes for none of that overreach.
Well, and especially like whenever it went to shit and it wasn't safe anymore, you'd fucking get rid of it and buy a new vehicle. Yeah, like you would need someone to tell me to get it off the road. I mean, like for the most part, like I mean, you know when something's drastically fucking wrong,
right?
You know, you're not going to drive it and endanger yourself and your entire fucking family. You know,
you
like
I
don't need someone necessarily policing it. You know, and
I think there's a good, and that's the thing,
places like Ohio and shit do away with it, you know, so it's like, realistically, is it really that necessary if there's some states that don't have it, you know?
Well, and I think there could be something done reasonably. There's always a reasonable solution. Like, you know what I mean? If you talk to anybody, they'd be like, well, we do this every fucking year because it's a good money-making scheme.
Right.
But if they really sat back and looked at it, they could go, we could probably put this on a 3-year thing.
Right.
Or something, you know. Back when I used to be into diesel pickups and shit, when I was in my early 20s, pulled in to get fuel one day, and usually, like in a town like Brookville, there's only a couple diesel islands at a gas station. And I see this other Ford Power Stroke sitting there, I'm like, man, that fucking thing's been molested, you know what I mean? And I'm like, it's got this big ass exhaust hanging on it and shit, you know, and I'm like, wonder how the fuck you getting away with that? Like, I know how I do, but like, so I get out. I know he was standing there, and I said to the guy, like, how do you get that inspected? He turned, like, real strange accent. He's like, inspected?
I don't.
Yeah. He's like, it was inspected when it was fucking built. He was from Canada, is where the dude was from.
That's fucking awesome.
And he said up there, when they build a vehicle and they bring it out and you buy it, it is inspected. When it's sold through a dealership, secondhand, it's inspected. when it's whatever, well, anytime it's registered to a new owner, that's it. It doesn't fucking have to be every year. We got to see if you got your fucking same muffler on there, Rat.
Right.
No. It was fucking good when we built it.
Because when you get down to it, what is the wear and tear over a year's time anyway? I mean, like, you're looking at, like, tires and shit, you know what I mean? Like, you know, and especially, like, I have to fail you because your bulb's out. And it's like, well, fuck, man, I go get a new fucking bulb.
Right,
like, what the fuck?
Like, why don't we have checklists, or why don't we just be more proactive as a, you know, I just think there's so much that could be done to save the taxpayer money. The other thing
the problem is that was never the goal. That's the fucking problem.
If we even knew,
it's all a scheme. You know, and that's why it's just like now, it's like, thank God that in our lifetime, we're starting to understand a little bit about maybe where some of this fucking money was going.
Right.
Because it's all been speculation. Because as you see, like, I mean, I tell people all the time, I don't give a fuck what your politics are, but I'll tell you right now that I've been a business owner and I've been in business for myself for fucking 19 years. And I can tell you that in the last 19 years, so much has changed about how I get product or how I get my supply, the price of supply. Like, I'm now paying double what I was 10 years ago for half the amount of supply.
Oh, wow.
I used to pay $7 for a box of 50 needles. Now I pay fucking $20 for a box of 20. You know what I mean? It's like, so it's like, I see day to day how my shit is affected by policy or by, you know, I mean, all of this shit that's happening in government. It's like, man, and then also too, just like if people are struggling to make money, they're not going to have extra money to go get tattooed, you know. So like how the economy is doing is like I get a direct reflection on how well the economy is in the town based on how many people can afford to get tattooed.
Because you work on something too that, I mean, that's
it's like, well, my paycheck is determined by them having money to spend on a tattoo because it's not a necessity, it's a luxury. You know, it's one of those things. And if someone can't afford to get a tattoo, then I don't eat.
Yeah.
You know, and my family don't eat. So it's like it's one of those things. Like I have to keep my price high enough to be able to cover all of my overhead. You know, because like that's the one thing that I always never understood is like, okay, I pay for electric here, West Bend Power. It's a certain rate. I can look on my bill exactly what my rate is, my unit is. If I look at the exact same electric that I'm getting at the shop, it's 3 times more. It's the same fucking electricity. It's the same company. It's coming from the same fucking place. But because it's a business, it's a higher rate. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like my fucking,
especially for you, because you don't have like you're not running big 480 power like a fucking factory.
Dude, my fucking machines run at like 4 to fucking 8 volts.
right.
Like I'm fucking like I literally could do it out of the van on my solar. Right. Like, I know how much it uses.
Right.
My consumption's very low. But it does not matter. It has nothing to do with how much you're using.
It has to do with zone commercial.
It's a business, so it's a higher rate, you know, and that's across the board. Internet, fucking electricity, any utility, I mean everything, you know. And then obviously as a business, you're required to have business insurance, even just liability on your shit, you know, and then just the rent, you know. I mean, like, and even now, I mean, this is a pretty big house, pretty nice place, but just the cost of renting now is double. You used to be able to get a place for $600, $700, $800 a month.
So I mean, we have 2 talking points going on at the same time that I want to talk to you about because it's something that's so different. I am not a business owner, always worked for somebody else. Until last year, I lightly dabbled working in the woods with a guy on the weekends.
Like freelance.
Helping, doing like some, I wasn't even cutting nice logs like I process at the mill. We were actually doing like a pulpwood thing.
Okay.
Chipper food, you call it, but more for toilet paper and particle board and stuff.
Right. Stuff's gonna be compressed and shit.
Cool. But doing that, and like I learned some stuff about having a business when it come time to do my taxes. He just had me do like the 1099 where he paid me, and then at the end of the year I had to do 1099 where I'd have to pay my own taxes. And like I learned that like they asked me so many questions. They were like, "Do you have an office at your house?" I'm like, no, not like.
But like, well, how did you conducted a percentage of your business from your house? You technically could have.
I could have done. That's what I'm getting at. I learned that I could have done a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm like, listen, lady, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm a logger. That's what I was doing. I kept track of my business out of a fucking notebook that was in my center console of my pickup.
But at least you did that because so many people aren't even aware that, like, I got to know exactly how many hours I worked for this guy or how much I was paid, you know, because...
I fucked myself not keeping track of mileage. I could have wrote off a lot of mileage or gas. I did get to write off, like, I bought new chainsaw chaps and some shit. And I wrote that up because that's PPE.
Well, and that's
like, I'm not trying to cut my leg off working on a fucking weekend.
Common sense is direct to your industry. You're buying that for your job.
But it's common sense. Tell the government that, Rhett, because they literally, that was the one that I only tried to write off Fucking 3 things, bro.
Oh, wow.
And they got mad about that. She was like, "What? You need a thing showing these are necessary." And I'm thinking, I'm gonna bring a fucking chainsaw into your office, okay, running, and I'm gonna touch you on the fucking knee with that bitch. And you tell me if you think chaps are necessary. How about that? That's
Jesus
what we should
Christ.
do with these people who have no fucking common
That's
sense.
insane.
The kind of shit the government would say.
It's like if you just sit down for a second, stop talking, and just think. It's like, it would be so much easier.
Yeah, the only thing I bought
fuck.
myself was a fucking pair of chaps off Amazon. They were $99 fucking on the deal of the day.
Right.
And that's the only thing I'm trying to write off, and you want to give me shit about just that?
Well,
come the fuck on.
Well, because what I've learned is like, as a business owner and like specifically a tattoo artist, like say I could go and actually get tattooed by somebody and write that off my taxes because it could have been educational. Maybe I learned something.
No
maybe
shit.
maybe I networked with an artist that I might work with in the future. Same thing if I would go to like a tattoo convention, I could write that whole thing off. That's an education. It's like going to a seminar or something.
That's what I was telling my wife. You can go to shows, like you can go to certain stuff and pay for it.
Well, like if you went to a trade show or something like that to maybe look at maybe new equipment or new product, because that's the thing. Like you're talking to your safety people, you could say, "Hey, listen, I fucking seen that maybe Caterpillar's doing this thing in fucking Wisconsin. Yeah, I want to go check it out. Would you send me?" Yeah. And like I'll pay for my own food and shit. Send me out there to see what the new shit is. Yeah. Yeah. Then that's something like I said that. I mean, you wouldn't be able to because you're not the business, but they would write that off. Like, we sent our constituent out there to check out a new product.
Yeah, they write that off. Or like if you own your own business, like you were saying, that's how you can kind of get a little vacate. I think that's how a lot of guys do stuff. One of the things around this area, right, that I think a ton of people probably do in Western Pennsylvania, I might be throwing them under the bus a little bit, is having an LLC or a business, buying a fucking buggy for yourself, saying you use that to plow snow at your LLC or business. Everybody and their brother has a fucking side-by-side up here.
Well, it's the same thing, too. I mean, I did it because I needed one, but I learned, too. I was like, shit, all I would have to do is have a business name, and I can get a commercial-sized dumpster for way cheaper than I would pay someone to get me trash service every week and pick up a little trash can where they limit me to 3 bags a fucking week. Right. I could get a commercial-sized dumpster for the same price, if not cheaper, if I'm a business. Right.
That's something I don't take advantage of, but we've thought about it. I've brought that talking point up to my wife. Should I just take this shit to work and throw it away?
I'm telling you, because it's the same token. Like I said, I mean, I could say, well, because I had it at our house, but all I had to do is verify that I spend at least 20 to 30% of my time working from home. A lot of the designs that I draw for the job is done at home. So that's where essentially like they would say, well, is any space committed to like a home office? Yeah. Do you spend, a percentage of your time working on designs, even if it's just like scheduling appointments. I might be just talking to people, doing consultations and stuff like that. That's working from home. Yeah. To where a percentage of that then is able to be wrote off.
That's what they were explaining.
But they want you to like log your time. They want you to say, oh well, you know what? I sat down at my desk at 4 o'clock.
That's the other thing. If you ever get audited, boy, you better have at least some kind of stuff in line.
I'm aware of the vast advantages that I could take, but I don't take,
Well, that was the thing. That was why I tried to just keep it honest with them. Right. We're too goddamn simple to be crooks like they are. Right. Well, I just tried to write off the few things that I actually had receipts for that I could prove I bought that were for the
well, especially because someone says, hey, you idiot, like you're buying that for the job. You might as well get something back for it. Oh, yeah. So you're a fool if you don't do it.
Me and Erica did that, too, one night. Like, we went to Tractor Supply, and I grabbed a bunch of shit for logging. Right. And then she grabbed dog food and all this shit, and then we just paid for it, and we walked out of there. I'm like, that was fucking dumb. Right. Like, for real. I said, all we needed was 2 transactions. I said, I just fucked us on being able to use that receipt or whatever. And maybe we could have. It's an itemized thing. I don't know. You still can.
Like, so, like, I know when we go to the store, like, say we go and get stuff for the baby and we get stuff for the house. Like, if I buy paper towels, I'm highlighting that on that receipt because that paper towel I'm going to write off for the shop. You know what I mean? Like, any cleaning supply, who's going to say, well, you bought those Bounty paper towels and didn't, use them at the shop? You know what I mean? Like, really, it would be, Yeah. It would take a lot for them to really, like, raise a hair about that. But, like,
well, you can't do that when you fuckers have been sending $6 billion to Uganda for sex changes. Get the fuck out of here anyhow. You can't audit us out of citizens. That's one thing I tell the wife. I'm like, after finding out some of this shit, if even fucking 50% of it's true, it makes you just want to thumb your nose at the rule of law and everything else has been going on. And I have no problem with our local police and local law enforcement shit.
It's much bigger than them, right?
I really don't. Like, them are good fucking guys. But when it comes down to this shit, it just you find out about billions of dollars being funneled. You're like, and yet I struggle to fucking eat. And you guys throw around billions with a B, right. Well, and I work 65 fucking hours a week?
Well, and you could fucking jerk off on that tax return they give you back. It's like, I mean, how is that really helping
you? Did you see my post that got me put back on the list this year about fucking tax returns? No. I just put up something simple that said, when the fuck does just going on welfare and not working become more affordable for the American person?
Right.
And it raised a lot of stink with people, but it's like, listen, I see... I'm no fucking super genius, but I see gross income and I see net income that I'm allowed to keep. I see taxes, retirement, benefits, 401k. It's all broke down for me in this point. You fuckers made the mistake of giving us dumb bastards, even rednecks like me, this.
Right.
So it breaks it all down for me where every fucking penny went. And I go, fuck, that amount of money you guys took this week for nothing.
Right, for what?
For what? And you know what I mean? I don't want to hear the argument that it goes to fix my fucking roads. It doesn't.
We know better.
We know better. Like, and people say, oh, you might like the idea of the military, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, listen, we spend more on military spending than any fucking 17 countries combined, and I think fucking 16 of them are allies.
We're good
Shut the fuck up and lie down. Don't tell me this shit.
Well, and there's just so many other places you would take it from. You wouldn't take it from necessity.
I think we're indoctrinated to believe it, though, right? Aren't we? I mean, as kids, you're taught, when you go to school, pay your taxes.
You pay it on everything.
Citizens pay their taxes. You pay your taxes. It helps That's what they tell you. It goes to fix your roads, right? Yeah. It pays for your police. It pays for your fire department. It pays for everything. And then you get this shit coming out like, I don't know enough, but I know they're saying like, man, we found they were sending all this billions with a B to other fucking countries.
Pull it up, USAID, fucking money.
USAID shit.
I'm telling you, dude, especially because like they're like with all this stuff coming out, they're like that whole USAID thing. I don't remember exactly what it stands for, but if you break down the acronym, it even kind of shows that it's really not what most people think. Most people think it's humanitarian efforts and shit. It's like, oh my god, they're using this to sway political fucking motions in other countries and shit. It's
not to quote Rogan and them too much, but they do talk about that. That's what they say. They'll pepper it in under a real nice name that makes the American citizen go, well, that's US aid.
Right,
that's
can't be bad.
USAID. That's aid for our American citizens. Hell, rat, we have to fund that.
Yep.
Then when they break it down into black and white, you find out all they sent. And here's the thing. If you listen to any of these podcasts, like guys talk about, do you really think that they
I would go to Google. Bing's fucking...
I don't know how I keep getting on Bing.
It's by default on there. But...
they'll bring up about...
Well, they can't even defend it as the
what they use this money on, transgender parades and shit, and it's like...
Well, and like a Sesame Street style show in Iraq, and like all of this weird shit, and like obviously the transgender surgeries and all this shit, like especially even just like some of that stuff that was happening here, like they were, fucking pushing for free surgeries for inmates and shit, like what the fuck?
Do you think that they even did that, though? Do you think that fucking any money was really spent on that?
I don't fucking know, dude. Like, that's the thing that I don't understand either is, like...
I think they didn't. I think that's how these politicians and shit are rich. I think they funneled the money back to themselves. Like, listen, they know... Just like any government in any world, if you're the government and you're the so-and-so of some other country, and I reach out to you and I say, hey, I'm going to send you $6 billion, okay, Rat? You're going to keep 3, and you're going to give me back 3, and you're going to shut the fuck up and lay down. You're going to say, yeah, I am.
I'm telling you.
I like $3 billion just as much as the next guy. Go ahead and send her on over, buddy. Well, and that's how fucking people like Nancy Pelosi, you make $140,000 a year, and yet you're worth $33 fucking million.
Right, like, and how do you explain it? Like, all these speaking fucking fees, like same thing with the Clintons. It's like, oh my god, dude, charging fucking $5 million to fucking speak at a conference. Bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Well, then how about the American citizens start putting working fees and shit on you motherfuckers? You know what I mean? When we were considered essential during COVID to keep your fucking asses in toilet paper, how about that? How about I put an extra fucking $100 surcharge on everything that goes through the chipper? You're like, fuck out of here,
Fucking royalty. Yeah. Yeah, you're on fucking New York Times. That's gonna be fucking anti-fucking Trump shit. USA saves
I just
lives.
want to know how
Yeah,
much money
but
they.
right.
But neither here nor there, really.
Yeah, because I mean, realistically, I mean, it's been fucking touted out, at this point. But it's just like now, at least we have an idea of like we were right this whole time, because we knew, like I said, I mean, you look around and said you're a working class person, you've known that like even in your dad's lifetime. Because I remember listening to my dad bitch about the same shit. It's like, man, nothing has changed. Like
That's the
the
thing.
working class citizen has been pushed down.
Well, and hear
It's
me
like,
out, bro. Until anything really changes this time. I mean, they're saying that they're saving us a lot of money and stuff, but until I see some stuff change this time, I'm gonna assume it's just business as usual.
right.
Like nothing's really changed yet. I still like last night. I told my wife she was really worried about finances this week. Like our mortgage payment was due. We had some unseen repair bills on the vehicle,
Right.
as you probably know. I was texting
Right.
you before I came up. Have to do some repairs on my truck. Money gets tight quick, and I'm like, man, this taxes is exactly what holds us down. They're still taking out, you know what I mean? Until I stop seeing the huge amount of my check every week go
Right.
into taxes, I'm going to assume this is still just,
Right.
and I know it takes time. Everybody says, well, it takes time, but yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, I mean, you can't just buy into it because then you're no different than the fucking idiots that buy into all the bullshit that they're fucking shooting on the left. Because that's the thing. It's not a left or right issue either. It's about what's making an actual difference in my day to day life. And, like, do I feel like I'm struggling less today than I did yesterday?
That's where I get mad. And for anybody listening should know that. I think on the end of the day, what do we want as Americans?
We want to be able to afford to live, man.
We want to be able to afford to live, take care of our families. You know what I mean? I want to buy groceries and see that my baby has everything he needs. And it's fucked up what we don't qualify for, bro. Me and my wife, you'd think with this newborn, we would, bro, nothing.
Oh, yeah, we're the same thing.
We don't get shit.
They look at my shit. I'm like, I make $150 an hour. They're like, ain't looking at you. I mean, but they don't even take into consideration that, like, my fucking rent is $2,000. My other rent is $1,000.
Bro.
You know what I mean? It's like the overhead. I might make a lot of money on fucking paper, but by the end of the day, why can't I afford to fucking buy groceries and shit? It's
I know
like,
all about
you tell me I make too much money, well, come over and show me where it's all at, because I don't have any.
I grew up with my dad having them log trucks, dude, and he made big money. And he explained that to me. He's like, Brian, yeah, every 2 weeks I get an $8,000 paycheck. And a lot of guys get an $800 paycheck every 2 weeks. He said, and the truck payment on my truck alone is $2,500 a month.
That's
the insurance on that truck is $2,200 a month. He said, I pump $700 to $800 worth of diesel into it every fucking day.
Right.
He said, when I go to get the oil changed in it, it costs $300 fucking dollars. He said, I pump 40 tubes of grease into it in a month that go $8 a fucking tube. He said, at the end of it all, I put the same $40 in my billfold as the common dude that works at fucking Brockway Glass.
Right. Yeah, and that's the part that nobody sees. It's all that overhead that everybody's like, oh wow, they must fucking live good.
Oh man, they're making money. Or if you're like my cousin, you have a bunch of log trucks and shit. I don't know his finances, so I shouldn't say, but I'm sure he owes somebody something.
Well, and that's the thing, like, bank. I mean, I'm happy if I just break even most weeks, as far as like with the business and the overhead and what we can make and what we can afford. And that's where, like, if you've ever watched like an episode of Shark Tank or anything like that, where you see these entrepreneurs on there, it's like, listen, people should be more aware that, like, I've been in business for fucking 20 years and I don't know if I've paid myself once. You know what I mean? Because everything is reinvested back into the business. Everything's reinvested even into the family to survive. And it's like, I don't even get a fucking paycheck, motherfucker. Yeah. I have not been paid ever.
I watched a podcast about a dude that talks about
every
that
bit
shit.
of that money goes right back into doing it, because if I don't do that and I start taking the money for myself, then I'm not in business anymore.
No.
I mean, like, every fucking time I do a tattoo, I got to replace that needle, I got to replace that ink, I got to replace that paper towel I just used to wipe your ass. It's like every fucking time I use something, it has to be replaced, because I don't have somebody that's running the job that's going to do the inventory and do the ordering and all that shit. It's like I've been on both sides of it. And that's where I allow myself to have so much respect for the dollar that's earned, that's being given to me for a tattoo. Like, I can tell you all day, my work's the best and I can charge you this much. But, like, if you can't afford to eat, you're not going to be able to afford to come get a tattoo. So it's like I have to humble myself to allow myself to be able to do work affordably and do it well enough to where, like, again, everybody's happy. Because, like I said, at the end of the day, I can't be like, wow, I'm going to make $1 million today. Fuck that. By the time I pay everything else and pay everybody else and get ordered, supplies ordered and all that, like, I'll be lucky if I have anything left to go through the drive-thru and get a fucking $1 menu sandwich, and like, I accepted that a long time ago. I knew getting into this, like, starving artist has been a term for a long time, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't get into this to get rich or, be well fed, like, I do it because I love it, and it's like, I would do it even if it didn't make me any money. So, like, thankfully, I'm in the right position. Because I don't do it for the money, like, and again, if you are in business and you're looking to just get rich, then, I mean, like, you're going to have a hard struggle because for the first,
20 years.
I was going to say, at first 5-10 years, at best, you'll be lucky if you're really making it because it's a fucking struggle,
And then when you do make it, right, no one's seen you for 20 years because you've been grinding. And then when you do make it, people be like, holy fuck, must be nice. Like it was fucking overnight
I love
success.
that, dude, that whole must be nice. Yeah, like I just woke up and had it all.
Yeah.
It's like, motherfucker.
You know I haven't seen me in 20 years, right? Because I've been fucking grinding 60 hours a week for 20 fucking years.
So I got no fucking hair left.
Remember when I had a full head of hair when we went to fucking school together?
It's like, I'm like, God damn it, I'm about to dye my fucking hair, dude. I got gray fucking hair in my beard and shit. It's like, because they never stop, and thankfully, like, stuff like this, I mean, we're able to do the things that we enjoy to do, and we've got the baby. It's like, it's all fucking worth all of the stress and the struggle, but it's like, no matter who you are, we all go through that same thing. It's like 10 days before the first, we're like, fuck, man, like, are we going to make it? You know what I mean? Like, we live in the real world.
My wife that I don't like is you're always that. Nothing can go wrong. And that's what I'm not okay with. I told my wife all the time, like, if we have any kind of, like, yeah, we pay our bills and we can afford our baby's formula and we can buy our food and shit. But, like, fucking hot water tank better not quit. I shouldn't even say none of this
I know,
shit. You know
dude.
what I mean? You feel like but, like, certain shit, yeah. You're just like, man, that fucking better not happen, or I don't know how we fucking pull that off.
Yeah, if it was any major, emergency, catastrophic, because that's what I mean. Like, do people fucking really have, like, that emergency fund? Like, how do people fucking manage that?
Well, they say, no.
You're going to have $5,000 in the bank?
You might want to do a quick Google search and see how many a percentage of Americans cannot afford $1,000 emergency. I bet it's a pretty high percentage.
Oh, I guarantee it, because most people at this point are living day to fucking day. It's not even week to week. It's not even week to week at this point, or month to month.
I was just watching or listening to a show the other day, and this guy said about when he had left for work, he's seen a guy getting gas in a work truck, a carpenter. And he said he fucking rolled by the pump and looked to see what he had bought, dude. $9 fucking. You got a guy going to fucking work, bro, and you're cutting in $9 worth of gas to go to fucking. You're a skilled laborer, fucking going to fix people's houses and shit, bro. That's fucking sad. That makes me want to cry.
Yeah, by the skin of your teeth, just making it, and
that man probably has fucking 3 little ones at home.
Probably.
You know what I mean? When they're fucking when he walks in the door, man, they're fucking dead. Like, and you know what I mean? He's fucking.
Well, that's
in
the
his
thing,
head, like how in the fuck
the weight that you're carrying, that's what I mean. Like, you look at every mouth you got to feed. You got to look at every fucking pair of pants you got to fucking
2
put on
and
everybody.
5. So
yeah, less than half.
Nearly half of women don't have an emergency fund.
No, I would guarantee, like I said, I mean, like, even just people with a fucking savings, man, because, like, I see memes on it, it's like a joke. It's like, why do you move that into the savings when you're just going to move it out tomorrow to fucking eat?
Bro, we've been fighting that battle.
Back and forth every day.
Deposited into 2 accounts, and we've been fighting that battle where I'm like, everything goes into that savings, just comes back out to pay fucking bills.
We have it set up, like, with our banking system for the shop, like, every single sale, every single transaction, we have it predetermined. Like, we have probably 5 different savings folders or whatever you want to call them, and like say we get a sale for $50, well, 2% goes into this one, 6% goes into this one, so it breaks them all down, which is sick, because some days I'm like, well, you know what, that savings for the birthday and Christmas has $2 in it, and I'm gonna use that to get a drink. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you have to, like, because sometimes, like, you're on your way to fucking work and you don't got shit until you've done the job. And like I said, that was, no different 20 years ago when I was doing my first tattoos to now. It's like, man, some days, like, I'm just barely making it to where, like, man, if this person cancels on me, we're all fucked. Because that's the thing, like I said, I mean, like, fuck, I have people, maybe sometimes, like I said, if they had a financial emergency, well, I can't afford a tattoo. The tattoo's the first thing you're writing off, because you got to eat, sleep, drink, have gas.
Yeah.
Fuck a tattoo right now. So it's like, whether they rescheduled because of, they're sick or they can't afford it or whatever, something came up, work schedule changed. I could be fucking sitting here planning my whole fucking, my week or my month, my finances, my bills. And like I'm telling you, we're down sometimes to the fucking dollar. Listen, I got to make 400 on this one. I got to make 300 on this one. Which is a hard enough fucking thing to navigate anyway. Because again, my fucking paycheck depends on how fucking much pain they can tolerate, how much they can afford. There's a lot of different factors, or how
time,
or how fast or how slow I end up, work for the piece, because every person's different.
Well, yeah, and time and their schedule and stuff, because you might get somebody that wants something huge. But damn well, like, bro, we can't sit down. We're not going to sit down and run all that ink in fucking one sitting.
And I'm telling you, like, I can sit there and say, okay, well, Thursday I got this tattoo, we're going to pay the electric bill. Friday I got this tattoo, we're going to pay the car insurance. Well, if one of those motherfuckers cancels, then everything's up in the air. And then everything's fucked. Where now we're back at almost zero sometimes. Like, because some of them tattoos are $400, $500, $600, $700, especially during income tax time where people are getting larger pieces and sleeves. Yep. So it's like sometimes, man, like one fucking appointment changes, our whole fucking thing's fucked up. And you think the electric bill gives a fuck? Hey, I had a client cancel. Can you keep my electric on?
No, yeah, we all know that. That's the other thing I tell everybody. Like, bro, no one bills don't stop coming because we didn't. And it can be down to dumb shit. Like you said that. I'll tell you how I can relate. Here with the fucking storms, bro. A week or so ago, the power went out. We had a bad storm, knocked the power out, dude. You ain't milling lumber with no fucking electricity, bro. They sent the whole mill home. And I told the old lady, I'm like, when something like this happens, like, we're fucked now this week. And it makes you think about, and then people wonder why, like, government wonders why people do illegal shit. Well, then you never, bro, like, honestly, and that's like, I don't want to go dark on y'all, but like, when you have little kids and shit at home, dude, I've been in prison with guys like that. You get talking to them and you're like, what'd you do? You seem like a fucking really normal
fucking dude.
Yeah, like a really good dude, like a really good person. Like, you should not fucking be in this prison. Probably just like maybe your guy here a few times. And they're like, man, fucking went in the bank and told him to fucking run that in. Like,
didn't have a choice.
I walked in and handed the fucking teller a note. Said, it's fucking hand me this or I hand you this in the fucking head. And like, they end up in prison for fucking 10 to 20. Like, people fucking jump out on armored trucks with fucking assault rifles and shit. Like, maybe you guys in fucking Washington, D.C. never been pushed that far. I bet you haven't.
Yeah.
I bet you never thought about, man, I'm going to fucking rob this bank or my kids don't eat.
Right. I'm telling you, dude, people don't really take the time.
Or even something hey, man, I can make a little money if I fucking sold this dude these drugs.
Well, even
I got some prescription pills that are in the fucking cabinet. Maybe I can, and then people end up with fucking charges. Well, maybe if we weren't so fucking oppressed by taxes.
So to say, even people that are just fed up with the way that fucking the system's structured, because there's plenty of people who fucking followed every step, every right way, every fucking thing.
That's what I mean. I'm in no way promoting fucking drug sales and all that shit. Just let's put that out there.
And there's people who have done it all the right way and still get tossed out. Dude,
that's where I'm talking
like, you know what? Like, I did it the right way and it didn't fucking work. I'm still fucking struggling. I still can't pay for anything. I can't support my family. So it's like, fuck the system. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people, I'm sure, that just, got fed up with the way that things fucking are. Because, if you're not resilient, dude, like, there's plenty of times that if I wasn't, as determined as I was, I'd have been chewed up and spit out a long time ago,
well,
dude.
I'm not saying nothing against people who do good things, but it shouldn't take somebody, bro, we've all heard the story about somebody saying, like, man, I'm just, and somebody that, they went to church with, or they grew up with, or some, knew was friends of them, or, oh man, well, I'll give you $1,000 or something, or I'll do something. Oh, that happened to you. Well, my son's cousin, he'll take care of it, or something. You do hear about them stories, and that's fantastic. But maybe it shouldn't be every fucking person relying on a fucking miracle,
right? No,
right around the corner, like.
It's a false fucking sense of dependency, because that's a fucking miracle, dude. Someone's willing to even help you with anything.
Like, and that's the other thing too. I think, like, bro, I'm not gonna say who, but I seen a post recently when all that shit happened with the food stamp cards, which I had a whole theory about. They were deporting all these motherfuckers like every day that all had a food stamp card, so they were probably like, hey, hold up. Cut these off so they don't work for a day or two till we get all these motherfuckers shipped out of here, and then we'll turn them back on. Because one of my local friends who I know put up a post that her food stamp card had been fucking shut off, and she was really worried about food. And I was like, I don't think they're doing that to our, like, are they? Like, and I honestly never followed up to see if her shit got turned back on. That's probably on me to do that. But I'm thinking in my head, like, they're not doing that to, like, our people, are they? Like, that, there had to be a fucking reason behind that. And the other thing is, like, I know your boyfriend, too. He has a fucking job. Like, can he buy any food? Like, so, I don't know. You know what I mean?
At least he should be. But no, I mean, I think that the way that worked, and like I said, I try to look at things from my perspective and things that I understand. Because again, we're not geniuses, but I'm also not a fucking idiot. I can put two and two together, and I can understand things. So it's like as a business, if you're looking and trying to find waste, and you're trying to find fucking discrepancies in where money's going and stuff, the easiest way to fucking control it is to freeze everything from the board. You know what I mean? Like you stop the flow of money going out first, and then you analyze everything, and then you can say, okay, well that makes sense.
That's what I mean. I figured when they looked at it and they were like, oh, this is so and so who's,
because they were flipping out about Medicaid was gonna get fucking defunded and all this. And
no, like, they were trying to make sure that the fucking shit was still there. That's what people aren't understanding.
And all
if
this
we
stuff,
keep sending billions to fucking Uganda, you ain't gonna have no Medicaid. You ain't gonna have no Social Security. You ain't gonna have no education system.
Or even just look at how many fucking people that now, again, this was speculated for decades. I've even fucking known somebody that collected Social Security disability checks long after somebody had died. I knew somebody that had done that. And it's like one of those things, it's like now all this shit's coming out. It's like there's such a large percentage of people receiving disability and Social Security checks over the age of 100. Well over the age of 100.
That's fucked
There was even one case they had found someone that was 300 years old collecting and cashing fucking disability checks. So you mean to tell me that, like,
what I mean, bro.
We don't need to look into what the fuck's actually going on? Because if you really care about getting the money that's owed to you as a taxpayer or as a recipient,
that's what I mean.
Don't you want to make sure? Imagine how much more you'd be getting.
A couple of these guys that were screaming about this shit at work that are all, I mean, not say nothing to put too fine a point on it, but you guys are nearing the age of retirement. You're screaming about fucking shooting this dude.
Right.
He might be the only reason you have something left to fucking retire on.
Right, because...
And all I know is, like, we got to try something else. No, when was the last time they tried tariffs? Fucking 1911? So, not you, me, my dad, my grandfather, nobody knows how that shit works because they're either fucking dead or they weren't born when they started it. Right. So...
Well, and from what I understand, I mean, we've always had tariffs. I mean, there's always been, like, a duty that is paid, stuff that comes overseas. Yeah. I mean, that's been in place for a long time.
People are getting all bent out of shape about Canada, and my dad's like, Brian, fucking Canada has 100% import tariff on everything they sell us.
Right. We get raped.
That's when I look at it, and I'm like, well, then what's the fucking problem?
Right.
So you mean what's good for the goose isn't good for the fucking gander?
And that's what people are uneducated. People just don't know that this stuff has actually been in place. And realistically, we've actually been the more moderate fucking country as far as tariffs and charging people in and out.
Yeah,
you know, like a lot of these other countries are make it nearly impossible.
Well, my thing is, if you want to tax the fuck out of everybody, because essentially a tariff is a tax.
Right.
And you motherfuckers love your taxes so much, it's unbelievable. You fucking go home at night and fondle yourself to the thought of them.
It's a wonder they're so opposed to it. You know, like,
why would you be so opposed to it when it's your way of, like, in a way, taxing the trade or whatever from you're taxing other countries.
I love that Trump was like, fuck Canada, we don't need anything that they give us. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what we get from Canada.
They were, like, waving this stick about electricity and shit, and, like, I don't know enough about nothing, but I'm like, why are we buying 1 fucking kilowatt of power from Canada then? Why? I just seen fucking the Homer City power plant get fucking leveled a fucking week ago on YouTube and on Facebook Live, and we're fucking buying electricity from fucking Canada. Somebody better start telling me something that makes my fucking 8th grade education make sense.
Somebody actually had, well, maybe it wasn't somebody, maybe it was an article or something I was reading, but yeah, I think the whole state of California is powered by Canada.
Yeah, what the fuck?
You know, like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, you mean to tell me that they're not providing any fucking electricity, that it's all been fucking funneled in from a different country? Like, who had the bright idea to do that?
Yeah, whose fucking idea was that?
Like, you know, it would be better.
What? We voted for you? Let me guess.
Canadian electricity is much better. 100% tariff. Hear me out.
Right.
What the fuck?
Right. Well, it'll just cost us. Well, and here was the idea. No, that's why they did that. Hear me out, though. Yeah, that was a great idea, because then they said, we're gonna make the taxpayer absorb all this, and we're going to funnel a fucking 15% kickback from it. And everybody wins except the fucking common American tax slave.
That's the part that people don't want to admit, that like all of this stuff in place, you wanted.
Bro, it's hard to admit you've been bamboozled.
And it's hard to act like
one of the most freeing feelings is admit it, bro. I thought that we sailed over here on a big sailboat, and then we got off, and then we had turkey with the fucking Indians. They told me that.
They did. They taught us that.
For real. And then I read some books when I was sitting in prison, and I was like,
well, especially you read it and you're like, well, this can't be true.
We fucking slaughtered these poor people, their livestock, their fucking land, their homestead, and every fucking thing about their culture. Every fucking thing.
Well, and even Columbus, like when Columbus came over.
Yeah, he was a fucking winner.
They were fucking serial killers, dude. Like, these motherfuckers coming over there, they were literally fucking serial killers. That dude
should have been. Any statue of him should be him strung the fuck up.
Right, you see anybody fucking throwing a fit about Columbus Day? Nothing, but like, there's an ancient wood carving that depicts this happening. This is actually facts. But when he came over, they had knowledge of the solar system and space and things of that nature.
Okay.
Obviously, these fucking indigenous people over here didn't know fucking anything. So he had knowledge that there was going to be a solar eclipse. So he had told them, he had come over there and he said, listen, I need all of your supplies. I need all of your food. He wanted everything of theirs. And they said, of course we can't do that. We'll fucking starve. Our people will die. He said, well, if you don't, my God, who is much stronger than your God, will block out the sun, knowing that this solar eclipse was coming. So all he did, he just sat there and fucking waited.
True, for
fucking
sure.
100%. 100%. There's actually, like I said, there's all kinds of stories and wood carvings and stuff that depict this. So I mean, and of course, the eclipse is starting, and they fucking start panicking, and they give him all his food.
They thought he was a fucking prophet. Yeah.
And then the sun moves past, and he says, "See, I am the whole." And so that's where like just having more intelligence and more know-how of how things work. I mean, he fucking killed all of those people and laughed about it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, oh my God.
I mean, if any of the things really true that he wrote in his diary or whatever, that I just know from watching TV.
Just putting like Columbus eclipse, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, actually, Neil deGrasse Tyson fucking put a big thing out about that. Like it's unbelievable. Like I said, just the fact that like they were just far more advanced as far as understanding the solar system.
I watch a lot of Tyler Sheridan's.
There's the wood carving. You can go to the images. But
I watch like Tyler Sheridan's 1923, 1883 Yellowstone shit like that. Okay. Dude, and if he's depicting any of that shit accurately, bro, the shit that, like, the Catholic Church and shit did to the fucking Native Americans and shit, too, is wild.
Well, and that's why a lot of people are like, we live in such a terrible time. Like, bro, you realize they used to
they used to scrub these Indians with fucking barbed wire and shit, right, to get the evil spirits out of them, they thought.
Yeah, so there's the ancient wood carving there of him depicting the fucking... It's like, could you imagine, man? Like I said, I mean, they just... Smarter than them, I mean, they just had the fucking knowledge of they had the education.
Shit.
And every fucking one of them motherfuckers, they probably let them fucking starve. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Let's say medieval times, forecasting the eclipse, inevitable fucking phenomenon was regarded as sacred science. So I mean, like at that point, if you didn't have any idea of the celestial bodies of the solar, you'd be like, oh my God. Oh yeah,
you'd have thought that dude was straight prophet. You'd have thought that was straight God himself standing there. This dude's going to tell me that I've been looking at that sun my whole life.
Right.
And now this fucking man is going to tell me that he knows that's going to happen. I mean, you got to think this is, and that's what I mean. I don't know if people understand what it was like in the 1400s, but you didn't fucking jump on your smartphone and fact check shit.
Well, and like you said, like, the biggest mistake they fucking ever did was giving us all of this technology and all this data, because it's a fact that, like, we have more fucking information in our hand now.
If all of it's even true, though, bro. And, like, that's like when I read comments and shit sometimes. I wonder if the shit's not fake or bots or whatever, just to skew people's...
Dude, I found out...
You'll see the dumbest shit on, like... I'll see shit where people will pull out in front of a loaded semi-truck in their car, get fucking run over, and then people will be like, that was the fucking truck driver's fault. Why didn't he stop?
Listen.
What do you mean? Like, what the fuck? You can't be that dumb, right? I think it's just an AI bot creating...
Well, what you're speculating is true. Because I used to, like, I know that there's bots that obviously, share things around and get things, stirred up. But it's actually been confirmed now that there's actually complete bot accounts that are just putting comments that are controversial or putting shit out there that's...
And I was going to say, let's define what a bot might be, right? A bot might be you who has a YouTube channel and you got fucking 6 friends sitting in here on a couch, and they, because me and you are sitting here having a controversial podcast, some moron makes a comment, they can sit there and fucking chime in to fucking spice that up because we're getting paid from fucking comments.
Right.
Like that dude, I actually heard you talk to a guy on your show about Whistling Diesel. He brought him. The dude fucking takes out beautiful pickups and just... I know exactly what that kid was talking about because I fucking hate that dude.
Really?
Because he takes... Dude, he'll take like a 1980 square body that's perfect condition and run it down a fucking row of fence posts and just destroy it. But he makes... Dude, the fucking kid... He's done that with Ferraris. So if that tells you how much money he's got, he don't care. He fucking bought a Model T at an auction, took it home, and fucking smacked it with a backhoe and shit.
That's a weird fucking...
Like he was playing putt-putt golf with a fucking excavator, just smacking trucks around his fucking backyard. Like, I mean...
It's hard for me to get, like, understand why anybody would even want to watch that shit. You know, like... Because to me, maybe we're just old. I'm like, that's just a... complete disrespect.
Someday you're going to wish you had that fucking square body, dumbass. That's what I think.
Well, it's just like you just have no respect. Just because you don't see any value in it or just because, you don't want it or need it. It's like, motherfucker, that's a piece of history. That's a fucking, a piece of metal that somebody fucking designed that. Somebody manufactured that. Somebody took care of it. Somebody loved it.
Right.
And you're going to shit on it?
Yeah. And
for what, a laugh?
Right. And the thing is, bro, we know that can be destroyed. Like, you want to destroy something, bro? Take a fucking Louisville Slugger to a bulldozer.
Right.
Do something to really impress me, motherfucker. Right. You know what I mean? Because you fucking busting up. Dude, I know damn everybody knows if you crash a fucking truck into a brick building, it will destroy the truck.
Right.
You're not doing anything impressive. You want to impress me, take a fucking aluminum ball bat and knock a house down, pussy.
Right.
And then I'll think you're something. But until then, dude, you're just a fucking...
And it's like... I mean, I can get behind watching something be destroyed, but like you said, like I would rather watch something being demoed for a purpose. Right. You know what I mean? There's a reason fucking for it. Like it's just not just blatant disrespect for anything
to be destroyed. Right. Oh, yeah. Watching guys come into a house and like, they take the sledgehammers to the walls or whatever.
I love watching them take a layout of a house and completely change it by knocking out walls or creating openings.
That's fucking great, bro. There's nothing wrong with that.
Or even look at the sheer perfection of the precision in the demolition of the World Trade Centers. How perfectly. How perfectly those fell.
That was perfect controlled demolition. We agree. You didn't have to twist my arm. Holy fuck! If you and this just happened. They tried to knock down some smokestacks, some fucking cooling tower stacks down at the Homer City power plant.
Just some basic fucking
smokestack, right? Get on fucking line and watch that happen. It just happened a couple weeks ago. Fucking went down, dude. It was like botched. Like I thought, really? I'm like, oh my fuck. Like, they did a way nicer job at the trade centers. Yeah. Fuck, them coming right down on...
Well, it's like, all jokes aside, it's like, I mean, I was interested in construction and all that kind of stupid shit. I used to watch, all these videos whenever I was a kid, like on VHS of like, construction guys and guys building roads and shit like that. Like,
right.
So like, I seen them doing controlled demos on buildings and fucking structures and stuff. So, I mean, you lay in a bunch of charges.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yep,
and then it fucking falls down. Level. All stays in a pile. So it's like, when I seen that, I was like, boy, that's fucking weird that it felt like that. Because, I mean, like...
Date ourselves a little bit. You might remember I watched Three River Stadium down in Pittsburgh
get
blown up on fucking TV.
Yep, same thing.
Before we had Heinz Field and PNC Park.
I mean, it's almost an identical fucking process as far as like how you seen that thing fucking blow up and fall. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, just level. It was fucking wild.
Yeah, I mean, like I try not to fucking get too deep into it, but like I think that there's just too much stuff that's fucking
Dude, I maybe should give you, if you want to go really deep into the 9/11 stuff. I was into a book. I'm into a book probably 50% of the way called America's War, and it was written by a guy. I believe he was in some branch of the military, or whether it was Navy SEALs or Marine Corps. I'm not 100% sure now. Like, it's been years since I've had this book open. A lot of my reading came when I was incarcerated. And then when
that's the best. Home, you get no distractions.
You get home, you don't read like you should, as much as you should and stuff. But some of the best books I've ever written, somewhere I feel that I've got some of my I call it my higher education, where I did learn shit that I know. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I read books about it. You know what I mean?
Well, it
came when I was in there.
Right.
And I was into this book, and this guy was really explaining how 9/11, dude, all that shit was to get. Here's the long and the short fucking cliff notes of the breakdown of the dude's book, and I only read half of it. The government got us into that war through fucking 9/11. I don't know if there ever was any fucking terrorist attack. That was the part. That's maybe why I should finish the book. Basically, he said we needed to get the American people behind a fucking war with Afghanistan for oil.
Right. Which,
and
again,
getting some fucking terrorist attack like that. How many guys that we were in school, bro, when that happened? I'll never forget the day, and neither will you. I was in 8th grade. We went from one class to the other. I walked into the room. They had the TV on. I came from a class that didn't have the TV on.
And
the fucking shit was on fire and smoking. And I'm like, what the fuck?
That's so funny. I have literally photographic memory of I was literally walking down the hallway and into the class. The same thing. It just happened to be on. And that's how I found out about it. It was
what the fuck? And bro, I was in 8th grade. Every fucking boy on the fucking wrestling team and football team was a fucking junior, and a senior was, I'm fucking joining the fucking army, motherfucker. I'll go over there. You can send me the fuck over there tomorrow. I'll kill every fucking single one of them motherfuckers. I'm taking my dad's rifle.
They didn't go anywhere, I bet.
I don't know. I know a lot of guys did join the military.
Yeah, it definitely motivated and inspired a lot of people. But like I said, it's now to know that was all in vain. It's motherfucker, that was all just a ploy. That's exactly what they wanted everybody to do.
Yep.
Get everybody fucking gung-ho and,
Bro, if you watch these videos, bro, you can't tell me they flew no plane into the Pentagon. What in the fuck was that? And then, what happened in Pennsylvania, let's call that what it was. They said that the people were on the phone, which I believe, and they said you call her, babe. They fucking hijacked your plane. They already flew fucking 2 of them into the World Trade Center. It's you guys got to fucking try to do something.
Right.
Really, good. I think a couple fucking F-16s come out of some Air Force base and smoked that motherfucker right over an open field in Pennsylvania.
Was shot down.
But either way, you send them people out with some fucking dignity and say they did what they.
There's no hero story in fucking the military shooting it down.
Right.
But
I mean, let's be honest. Jesus Christ, that's what had to happen if that was really true.
Yep.
How the fuck, bro? And here's the other thing, dude. I was 13. So what the fuck? You know what I mean? We were kids when that.
But yeah, my Uncle Buddy is actually in the Air Force, and he confirmed that the Air Force did fucking shoot that plane down. 100%.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I kind of heard something similar from a friend. Well, you know him too. You remember Bo Lockwood?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. His mom worked for U.S. Air, and she, not in so many words, basically said that had to be controlled.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you can't. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I get why they keep the stuff hush, but it's that's just creating more and more distrust, between the people and the government. It's I would rather just us know the truth about shit.
Isn't it supposed to be that we know? Come on, man. I think the American people all would do a lot better if we knew what the fuck was going on. Not this
and some people might not be okay with it. There's gonna be a lot of people that can't handle the truth. But I mean, at the same time, you're better off informed and scared than you are fucking dumb and scared, or dumb and on the boat, But the problem is, like I said, the people that are in power, they don't want anybody informed, and that's where it's now this, where it used to, it still is. I can weed through the bullshit, but now it's they can use this because they know everybody's got that thing glued to their fucking face. Everybody's got it glued to their ass. So it's they can feed so much false narrative, so much false information through that anymore, it's you're going to find more and more people, I think, just we talk about all the time, we're going back to fucking flip phones. You know what I mean? I'm about to go back to a motherfucking flip phone, burner phone, whatever, and just use it for calling and fucking T9 texting, because realistically, I don't even need all that shit in my pocket all day following me around knowing what I'm doing.
Bro, I was just the only thing that I like about this is listening to podcasts. I'm hoping people will listen to yours. We want to grow your show and all that, right? The only thing I like about mine is listening to fucking podcasts while I'm at work. When I'm running loader, it plays. I listen to a fucking ton of, bro. I've listened to almost every episode of fucking Joe Rogan going back for 2 years now. I listen to this other podcast called Real AF. That dude Andy Frisella.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I listened to that. And then we actually have a podcast now with the company I work for that talks about hardwood and shit. It's
no
on
shit.
Spotify. Yeah.
That's pretty fucking cool.
When I turn this back on, maybe we'll plug
that. Make a note of that.
Maybe
we'll
plug that later too, since it's
so
for
it's
my
actually
company.
your company.
Yeah.
Dude, that's fucking
They're
sick.
talking about how good hardwoods actually are for the environment using wood products.
So basically just educating people in
people think that cutting trees down is such a bad thing, bro, and it's really, really fucking good for the environment.
Right.
Like,
well, it breeds growth. It's no different than you got to get a haircut every once in a while to get the dead ends off and so new hair can
not
grow.
to put it, if you wanted to relate it to human beings, let's not relate it to human beings. That would be weird. How the fuck should I relate this? All right, let's relate it to fucking beef cattle. If you have a beef cattle and you kill it when it's way too young, it will yield no, I mean, maybe there's such thing as veal. Maybe even this is a bad example. It will yield no meat. If you harvest that beef cattle at just the correct time, you're going to get the maximum amount of beef off of it for sale, correct?
Right.
The same thing applies with trees. If you fucking cut one down when it's a sapling, what good is it? If you cut it down when it's immature, yeah, I guess it'll make chipper food and we could make particle board or plywood out of it. But if you harvest it when it's perfect, it's sequestered a shitload of carbon out of the atmosphere. It's stored all that carbon. Now you can cut it down and make beautiful veneer fucking tabletop, beautiful cabinetry, any kind of shit. Build your fucking house out of it, you know. You've captured all that carbon and you've taken it out right at its prime time. You've really done it well. You didn't let it, because the other thing is if you drive up through fucking
well, look at all the dead and the bullshit.
Yeah, they get so fucking mammoth and then they die, literally, just like an old human being. We fucking die, we fall down on the ground and we rot.
Well, and then,
you wasted the whole fucker. I'd rather be harvested in my fucking prime
and
become something else and then go, oh yeah, that fucking table, that belonged to your fucking grandfather's grandfather. Fuck, that table's been in our family for fucking 3 generations. Didn't you? What? Yeah, that was your grandmother that bought that.
And we don't have to worry about it so much here, but look at the problem like in California. If they were doing constant maintenance on them trees and picking up the dead shit, you wouldn't have such a problem.
If you fucking take care of your woods, it don't have no...
It's like anything. You got to have constant maintenance, you know, or else you're essentially contributing to the problem. You know, now, like, I am big on, like, mushrooms and fungus, not just psychedelic mushrooms, but also just the education through like mycelium.
Well, a lot of mushrooms are good for you for medical purposes besides just tripping your balls off,
well,
right?
even psilocybin, that's the active chemical in psychedelic mushrooms, it actually causes neurogenesis. It causes new pathways of...
Well, a couple guys I work with were talking about learning about if you microdose these mushrooms, it's fucking incredible for the human body.
It's incredible for your brain. This is the thing. For cognition, like I said, so like anybody that's got PTSD, anybody that's got depression, anxiety, anything like that.
Oh, just, fucking 99% of Americans.
Everybody could benefit from, whether it be one trial with psilocybin, because some people only need one trial, and they would call that a macro dose, as opposed to a micro dose, which is the daily thing, or a 5-day on, 2-day off, because you got to wash your receptors clean of that, or else you're building up a tolerance. Like anything.
Right.
So like with microdosing, you're not getting any of the psychedelic effects, you're just getting the benefits from the chemical itself, So like I said, that's where, like, if you were looking to deal with your depression, your anxiety, any of those things, it's great for that. But it's also great, like, say you want to fucking start learning how to play guitar tomorrow. You start microdosing and you start, just start 10 minutes a day doing a little bit of this and create a routine. Like, it actually causes you to be able to learn things faster. And with the PTSD side of it, it's like, so if your brain is a neural network, you're thinking of roads to connecting all your neural networks. Well, PTSD and trauma like that obviously causes you to find a coping mechanism or something to where it reroutes that natural pathway to something else. So like then that's where, like, what a trigger is. Oh, I'm feeling this way. I'm triggered. I'm going to go smoke. So with psilocybin, it creates a new pathway of knowledge, and you can completely eliminate something that was unnecessary. So like at Johns Hopkins Medical fucking College, they have an 87% success rate with people quitting smoking from one psilocybin trial. 87% success rate on smoking? That's unheard of. It's impossible. You know what I mean? Like, so, and then they had these people come back afterwards and like, well, what made you decide to quit? Like, well, it's gross. It's like the most fucking juvenile reason. You know what I mean? It's like, it gives me bad.
Just change your mind.
It gives me bad breath. I'm not going to do that. It's disgusting. You know what I mean?
Well,
like
people,
complete reset.
That's how I did it. Listen, I was going to say, I encourage you two to think about it. If it ain't money, But here's what mine is. You want to talk about juvenile shit? You know how I told Jordan, I got Jordan to quit. I quit.
No shit.
I've been not smoking now for about 2 or 3 years.
Jordan
was a fucking smoker.
Yeah.
Well, and menthol too.
2-3 packs of fucking Newport 100s a day. He told me he was spending at the end of it. His fucking Red Bull and Newport habit was well up into triple digit fucking dollars.
Might as well be a drug habit. You know what I mean? Like the money you're spending on that.
Yeah.
It's like,
and he gave it all up, dude. He's been fucking non-smoker now for like a year. And you know how I got now. I might have put fucking 25 or 30 pounds on him. But I was like, bro, wait till your fucking food tastes better. You'll love it.
Oh, right.
Oh, dude, he fucking is a foodaholic now. Every fucking night when we go off work, he's going to get Sheetz, Wendy's, Arby's. Where the fuck we going? Like,
hell yeah. But I mean, like, might not be the best substitute, but like, it's, you know, it's better than smoking.
Oh,
you know?
man. It's way cheaper. It's way better for your health. Like,
yeah.
And I got on him hard, dude. He bought another one of his fucking beautiful, badass fucking sports cars that he's into. Fucking 2023 fucking Hyundai Veloster.
Oh, really?
Something. Yeah. Fucking with track mode and launch mode and all. Yeah.
See, I get more excited about the technology anymore.
Bro, I was like, so cool. Dude, he can change his fucking suspension and all his shit.
Wow.
Dude, it's fucking sick. That's when I told him, like, bro, you really gonna smoke Newport 100s in a fucking $32,000 coupe? Like, are we really smoking cigarettes in this motherfucking whip, dude? This thing's sick, bro. Dude. You're not smoking in it. And yeah, dude, that might have been what got him, because he's such a fucking car guy, you know.
Well, and that's the thing. Sometimes it's like I always thought about like my brain's like a Rubik's cube. You know, I mean, some things just it ain't fitting right, it ain't clicking right, but sometimes it just takes the right person or the right sentence. Sometimes like, oh shit. You're right. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna fucking do that. It's stupid. It's counterproductive. You know, like, so it's like sometimes you just need the right person.
That's one thing, dude. I'm glad for real, dude. When I smoked cigarettes, I smoked in every fucking vehicle I ever had. And it ruins them.
Well, and just the upholstery, the fucking, I mean, we're not even just talking about the smell.
Them, dude. It burns. You know? Like you can't help but ash the fucking thing out the window. So it burns the fucking whole weather stripping. Eventually, you're going to drop a fucking thing in there. Yeah. You're going to burn your seats or your fucking headliner or your fucking carpet.
As soon as you go to ash, that thing, the wind blows it on the back seat.
They're all over the back seat.
You know, and I mean, I've been a smoker my whole life, but I'm also an appreciator of what I've got. So, like, I always want my shit to look pristine and clean and fucking fresh. So it's like, fuck, man, I got fucking shit everywhere.
Bro, nowadays, too, dude, we'll shift gears a little bit if you want to start talking about motorcycles and power sports. But, bro, I don't like getting hit with the goddamn thing when I'm riding my motorcycle.
That would be terrible.
Them fuckers out the window, dude, and I'll fucking get in the face with your lit cigarette.
Oh, no. Fuck. I never even considered that possibility.
Yeah, if you don't even know. I mean, in their defense, dude, anybody that ever flung their cigarette out, do you think I ever thought about it for one fucking second before I ever
Only one time I consciously thought about that, and I was an asshole at that point. I was in college. I was walking between my dorm and the school. And I guess I didn't do it on purpose. It just happened, and then I enjoyed it. I was fucking smoking at the intersection, and I flicked my cigarette, and just as I flicked my cigarette, this nice fucking BMW fucking came by, and it went in his back window that was down.
Oh, man.
Onto his back seat, and I just played out every possible scenario from that guy driving away. I'm like, his wife's going to find that Newport in the back seat.
Oh, man.
His fucking seat's burned up. He's got fucking smoking.
Oh, man.
Like, fuck, I'm such an asshole. But that was hilarious. Like, just perfect timing, dude. Like, it wasn't on purpose, but it happened, and I didn't feel bad about it.
Oh, well. I mean, when we're young, bro.
But the motorcycle, dude,
me and my buddy were like fucking 10 years old one time throwing fucking rocks at a campground, dude. And I'm not even going to say no more, dude. If you're listening to this somehow and you own that Dodge pickup, I'm fucking sorry, bro. Fucking sorry, man. I did not mean, no one meant for that to happen.
Across the board, just apologize for all the bullshit. I mean, oh my God. Because it took a long time to learn, you know, the respect for other people's shit. Like we're talking about, like, because I mean, we grew up wanting to trash shit and like trash our own shit and like.
Bro, remember when it was so good in the '90s? You could toilet paper somebody's house.
Yeah, you could.
You had eggs. You could throw eggs at cars. Now people are like, fucking eggs cost $17. I'm like, bro, we used to fucking whip them shits at cars. Fuck.
I remember waiting for the bus and just throwing snowballs at fucking traffic on Route 66. I had a tractor trailer fucking jack on the fucking brakes and chase me and Dan and Jake Ross down through the fucking woods.
Really?
Luckily, our parents all worked fucking in Beverage Air. They were long gone by the time we were getting on the bus. They were already at work. And you didn't have cell phones back then. They weren't calling nobody. We literally fucking hid, missed the bus, fucking skipped school.
Man.
Like, dude, we never expected anybody to like stop.
Dude, I was with a group of kids. I ain't gonna name who it is. Oh man, if he ever listens, this will be funny, dude. This dude's a preacher now. Bro, he whipped the biggest snowball I ever seen off my life off the fucking bridge at Sauger Road, right on a fucking I-80 one day in a truck. Bro. We were like fucking 14, 13. We rode out there on quads and shit, bro, in the middle of winter. And like, I thought they said, dude, I'm like innocent by nature. Yeah, I might come off as a real fucking rough guy. When you tell me we're going to throw snowballs at cars off of a bridge, I'm thinking like
a snowball.
I didn't know we were going to roll up something that weighed fucking 50 pounds like the base of fucking Frosty and heave that bitch up off the edge of the fucking... Bro, I'm looking at these guys. I'm like, no, we can't do that. Bro, I'm fucking running. I'm getting on my four-wheeler. Like, I'm the fuck out of here. You guys are going to jail. And like, dude, they fucking hit this tractor trailer, dude, and took the mirror off the fender.
Oh,
like, you know how they have the spot mirror?
Right.
Just thank God it didn't kill that fucking driver, dude. I don't mind talking about this because it was 25 fucking years ago or something, but Jesus,
it's like
dude.
Now hindsight, you think about like, you know,
it
caused an
bro,
accident. You know?
We were fucking retarded.
Yeah.
You like, dude, yeah.
It's so funny to think about the shit that could have happened.
Well, I listened to the one show you had when you were talking about, dude, you wanted to be pro wrestlers and shit growing up, and you and your buddies are out in the backyard at your mom's house beating each other up with fucking metal chairs and shit. Like,
my mom bought
you
me
were
a
saying, dude, our
fucking...
parents would have been in fucking jail, dude.
My mom was literally like taking me to Walmart to pick out a ladder. What are you doing for Christmas? Steel chair or a ladder?
That's
like, you know what? I'd like both, actually.
Dude, I had a pedal bike that had fucking 55,000 miles on it or something.
I'm serious, dude.
I had a pedal bike with a fucking 100,000 on it, and then when I had my first four-wheeler, holy... You know how bad that was around our area, dude. Them fucking four-wheelers, we grew up in Hazen, dude. We knew how to ride them to the high school.
Yeah, you get everywhere,
No shit. People knew how to get them. Kids figured it the fuck out. We were actually geniuses. Like, I rode with kids that were like, oh, yeah, all you got to do is get to here, and then to here, and then to here, and if you get to here, and you got to watch for the fucking cops right here, and
this is somebody's property.
We were in other fucking towns.
Right,
like,
a completely different county you got to cross through. It's like, man, I realized that, like I said later on, like, fuck, man, like, that's private property, that's posted. Like, man, we ripped all that shit up, dude. We never even thought about whose fucking land
the other thing was, I don't know if kids were as bad back then as people thought. Looking back on it, dude, yeah, them four-wheelers, they might have ripped up the ground, like, at the end of the farmer's field where you made the turn.
Right.
Or whatever, and shit. But, dude, I pay money now every year to be in a fucking lease where we ride our side-by-side out of our camp. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, bro, I pay money for you assholes to come back in here and rip this all to shit like this. We never did shit like this when I was growing up. No wonder everybody's got a side-by-side with fucking lift kit and 40-inch tires on it because you fucking guys take them out through the woods and rip everything to fuck.
Right.
Like, that was why this year, like, when I work in the woods now, I do shit with a log skidder. I'm like, here's your fucking assholes can have fun with this.
Hell yeah.
You know what I mean? You fucking dickheads, this will destroy your side-by-side for you.
Well, it's like, again, we've been on both sides of it, but, like, for a while, I was opening up a skate park, and I had actually worked, like, very intensely with, like, the local community and, like, the people that do, like, the rails, the trails, and all that stuff.
All right.
And it was a constant fucking battle with the people in the four-wheelers and the side-by-sides and thinking that they have a right to it because before it was a protected trail, they fucking used that as an avenue to get to and from. And it's like, it would be different if, like, you had respect for the people that were walking.
If everybody could work together, right, but we can't do that.
If you can figure out some way to make it work and coexist.
Don't hear me out. If you were, and that's the thing.
Because they don't want people walking
We don't want to govern shit like that.
Right.
Like, if you have rails to trails, how close to the town or, like, major village area would folks be walking? Excuse me.
Right.
And then in that area, because let's be honest, you're not going to walk out the rails or trails 25 fucking miles.
Right.
So let's have some fucking shit where, hey, this is real close to the town. If you're on a buggy, you got to be fucking coming through here 10 mile an hour, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Fuck. Then you could even police it and racketeer some money off of it if you wanted to. You guys love it so much. But you don't think about things like that and make it, hey, once you got out of town, the pedestrian traffic probably really mitigates after you get to X. Then you can kind of cut them loose.
Especially because you're only going to get those, tight, short, fucking cross-country riding motherfuckers out there anyway. Like you said, nobody's trekking 20 miles. Most people are walking 5 miles this way and walking back.
Yeah.
Because
riding a bicycle or whatever.
Those trails fucking connect. I mean, like you can take that trail all the way to fucking Erie and everything. Like you can go down through like the GAP, the Great American Passage, goes all the way to Pittsburgh and then all the way up to fucking Erie. So it's like you really need all of that for walking and biking. I mean, a lot of that could intersect, and like you said, you get so far out to where it's not so populous.
Yeah,
you can have it open to
hand in hand. I think.
And like you said, there's
out
some revenue.
In my area, dude, they ripped all the railroad. I have mixed feelings about the railroad being ripped out because now getting into model railroading as a fucking old guy, I'm like, why did they rip all the fucking railroad out in Pennsylvania?
Tell you what, man, what a big fucking shot in the foot, dude. That they could be using that because we've actually seen that they've actually reignited the railroad up here and they're using it for some shipping.
I've seen one goods. Coming out of Lady Jane hauling coal.
It's like, hey, with the price of gas,
and it was refreshing to see that.
You figure the price of gas going up, dude, and like, I mean, we live in Pennsylvania. All the coal.
My dad said, think about all the fucking trucks on the interstate that should all be off the interstate over on a fucking railroad grade somewhere, not even interfering with traffic, with a fucking 2-mile fucking freight train behind it. That would be all them trucks gone. And this is coming from a fucking family that's into the transportation of freight. Right.
But we're talking about efficiency, safety. There's so many better ways.
Let's use our fucking heads. And let's be honest. Fucking what is it? 30-some% of the guys out there hauling your fucking freight don't need to be in our country. Can't even speak English. They're out there fucking magic carpet riding a fucking Swift truck down the fucking road, killing your family.
And we actually seen this fucking gringo. Not that we're not against anybody, but it's just the same thing. I guarantee this guy was undocumented. Probably didn't even have a fucking license or nothing because there's a roundabout in our town. And this motherfucker came into the roundabout the wrong way in a fucking Swift truck. Probably. I think it was a Swift truck. Literally coming through and into the roundabout the wrong way, and then clipped every fucking sign as he's trying to exit it the wrong way. And then did he stop? Did he fucking get out?
No.
He just kept on going.
They just hit and run.
Path of destruction. I'm like, oh my god,
dude. I worked at the Hurricane Truck Wash down there in Brookville, dude. And like I said, all them guys in my family that they haul logs. My uncle hauls logs, my cousin hauls logs, and my dad hauled logs. My grandfather's cut logs. I work in the sawmill. Everybody in my family, and my grandfather on my mom's side also worked in the woods.
Oh, wow.
So my grandpa worked in the woods on dad's side. My grandfather on mom's side both worked in the woods.
Oh, shit.
Then they spawned my
that's
dad's
in your
side
blood, man.
of all those log truck drivers,
Wow.
Then my cousin Mark followed right in his father's footsteps. He has fucking, I think 4 or 5 trucks on for the same mill that I work for. I literally see my cousin and all his.
That's pretty cool.
I unload his trucks with my loader some days.
That's pretty sick, dude.
And then,
that's got to be fun to be like.
So that's been our whole thing, right? My whole family's into the transportation of freight, but when you see this stupid shit, like you said, unsafe shit, wasting fuel, it holds up traffic. Like, how many trucks are on fucking I-80? Well, you guys don't. I travel I-80 almost every day.
Yeah, we're not on it as much anymore, but like it hasn't changed much in the last 10, 20 years.
No, it's got way worse.
Just more congestion shit.
It's it's not like you'd even like when you were growing up in Brookville, dude. Like now if there's a fucking accident, it backs up so quickly.
Really?
Like it'll get bumper to bumper from Brookville to fucking DuBois in an hour.
See, and that
like how it used to take forever. Like
nobody's looking at that bottleneck and saying, "Hey, there's got to be a fucking better way, a more efficient way." Like
you think, like I said, dude, running trains. They used to run trains all the way across the fucking country. You got 4 or 5 locomotives hooked together, pulling a fucking 2-mile train. I get they hold up traffic in certain places when they come through towns.
Oh, but it can't be nearly as much as if you start factoring, like I said, just congestion of traffic and gasoline accidents, and like you said, how many people are driving, that are probably not, skilled enough to fucking do it. You know,
the other thing is, if you think about the government waste and all the fucking money, dude, we could have high-speed rail systems the whole way across this fucking country if we didn't send it all to fucking Ukraine.
For real.
Like...
Well, and I think about resources, too. You talk about oil and oil and oil. It's like, well, you know, what about coal? I mean, like, if you start utilizing trains, I mean, like, is coal a more abundant resource than oil, you know, locally? I mean, like, is that something like...
Well, trains nowadays run off diesel fuel.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Your days of your steam engines are basically phased out. But the thing is, now that I got into model railroading, but being a fucking nerd, I seen, too, where they had one of them old school fucking steam locomotives called a big boy. And they had it pulling a fucking train. It pulled it like the whole way from fucking Texas to Missouri or some shit somewhere. And they had a couple modern day diesel locomotives hooked up behind it to provide braking. But other than that, dude, them fucking, if the thing about steam, Google fucking steam tractors sometimes. You know, we've all been to a tractor pull, right? Yeah. You watch a fucking diesel tractor pull, dude, and it'll pull a sled down there until it can't pull it no more, and then it'll spin out, and then it'll stop. A fucking steam tractor, the old steam tractors that they used to use, like with the metal wheels on them and shit, takes fucking 4 hours to get it ready for and they quit using them because they burned the fucking fields down. But if you get the fucking fire and everything lit in that boiler and shit and get that thing built up to pressure and ready to pull, it can pull that fucking weight sled down to the end of that track until the fucking weight comes clean to the end, bottoms the fuck out, and then you just pour the fucking valves to it even more, and it'll pull it off the fucking track, through the fucking live shots, out of the fucking county fair. Wow. You can't stop one of them fuckers. So, like, they were showing that. That's what they were kind of, like, they were trying to say is, like, look how efficient this thing is. You hook a couple modern-day diesels to it, you don't even hardly have to run them because as far as going down the track.
You said for braking. Like, yeah, so essentially it's like a counter pull to get it to slow down.
Yep. Wow. Like when you come to towns, turns, and things like that.
Because obviously that thing's fucking barreling. You know what I mean? There's got to be something to, you know.
And I think a steam locomotive, not knowing much about them, I think that steam power is a lot harder to control. And I imagine the brakes on those old locomotives aren't for shit.
Right.
You know.
Man. Yeah, just think about fucking shoveling the fucking furnace and them motherfuckers, dude. Like, that's like
unstoppable fucking power. It's like when you watch the old movie Titanic.
I was just gonna say, dude, oh my god, like
that old fucking steamer, bro. The fucking connecting rods that were 40 foot.
I could have existed in it, right? You see them fucking things, fucking. Oh my god.
Everybody else watched that movie for the love story, and all the fucking redneck boys are like, bro, did you see the side of that steamer? They're fucking crazy.
I'm telling you, dude. Like, that's what I mean. Like, could you just imagine shoveling them fucking fires? Like, that's your fucking gig all day, man. Like, that would be so crazy.
That's when men were
fucking
men and
pouring fucking sweat. Oh my god, I have all these pictures saved of this, how they used to build skyscrapers. You know, and all these assholes sitting on the fucking I-beam fucking
eating a sandwich with no fucking harness on, feet kicked back.
It's like, God, now we're like afraid to make a phone call. Fucking men can't even fucking work up the nerve to fucking call.
I see a meme that says, which at least you guys do still smoke traditional cigarettes. By the way, that's weed. I don't smoke.
Yeah, that's mine, huh?
This?
Is it?
No, but
that is yours.
You can definitely.
I have one just like it.
You can definitely partake.
I have one just like it. I have flour too. I didn't know if you smoked.
I absolutely have a card.
Yeah. Oh, nice, dude. All right.
Totally legal.
I was actually holding off. But
no, fuck. What's dude? We might get into aliens and everything else.
You've been making fun. Did you see fucking Rico making fun of my joints? He's like, I thought you had a toothpick in your mouth over there. That's a joint.
I know some guys that are fucking. I got the luxury.
He's used to smoking pre-rolls. They come all big fat like a fucking hog leg.
Well, I got the luxury of growing up with people. I could never roll one of them fucking things. Dude, I never could roll shit until I went to jail.
I can't.
And then I used to use the machine when I was in prison even.
To roll cigarettes?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I could never really, but dude.
Interesting.
My cousin Josh could roll fucking hog legs with one hand while driving a fucking car.
My mom taught me how to
Jordan,
fucking roll.
Bro, fucking looks like a Marlboro Red when he hands it to you. You're like, what the dude, when I roll these, they're fucking all crooked and fucked up looking. And
that's awesome.
Dude, he hands you something, you're like, what the?
Well, especially because, like, you know, like, she doesn't smoke, but like I can fucking spit them out real quick. You know what I mean? Like I can fucking
All right.
You know, and then most of the time I'm smoking by myself, which is why I smoke such a skinny one. I don't need a big.
You don't need
a
hog leg for your own face.
Like even whenever like he'll give me like pre-rolls and shit just because I fucking am there every other day. So he'll give me stuff to try and stuff, and even them, like, I'll smoke on that pre-roll all day if it's one of them fucking stupid raw things. You know what I mean? Like,
you gotta dye them out. We can get them up at Salamanca. Yeah. You gotta dye them out fucking 10 times.
When we hit 1,000 subscribers, we're gonna light this bitch up.
Oh, I want to be around for that.
Look at this motherfucker, dude. They just gave this to me today.
Is this packed?
No, but I'd love to figure out how much it would fucking hold.
What QP would pack it? A quarter pound.
No, I wanted to wait till you got here to fucking open it.
That's fucking wild. Yeah, we're not opening that. No. I'll just put it back up.
Good luck getting it sitting there.
It took me
fucking perfection. That's how I had it tucked between the cord and shit.
He probably hasn't touched
it. Now you took it down, you'll be fucked.
No, I got it. Oh shit.
Yeah, when you get it. I'm hoping that I'm just controversial enough, just funny enough, just fucking annoying enough for people to be like, have that idiot back, that dude you know from school.
For real.
I don't have no channel, no nothing, dude. I don't, I didn't like start out like a Rogan episode where we introduced ourselves or nothing.
I know. See, I usually do an
intro. You
guys
both know me. You guys both know me. We grew up.
But see, I could do it right now and just cut it in.
That's what I was thinking.
Post-production, you know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. Oh, and I see what you do. I can't wait to see where our what my couple takes will be like when you click on your show. There's always a couple guys, like the one that sticks out in my mind is when you were talking to the big dude. I don't want to call him heavy set, but he's a big boy. Mm-hmm. And you said, dude, they're going to play that song at your fucking funeral. Yeah. And you cut that in, and I'm like, that's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious.
I always look for, like, one moment, out of the whole thing to, like, really, like...
What's his book, forward. By the way? Bro, dude, was interesting as shit for everybody who thinks I'm fucking shallow. I seen his book and everything.
Yeah, I don't have a copy of it here. I meant to bring one for the
fuck you mean he gave you 2 of them? Where'd they go already?
They're at the shop.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just seen your video.
Did you?
Yeah, right. I seen the video. I know he had 2 copies of Chris's book and shit.
I killed him.
But yeah, dude. He's,
all right, what's that book about? I seen it had the pentagram, the star that people think gets so mad about. That star has been used for fucking ever. For
people used to bitch at me for nautical stars, telling me they're pentagrams. I'm like, you uneducated fuck.
What's a nautical star?
Well, a nautical star is just like what you would know, like a compass rose. Yeah, like that. Where every other fucking...
Yeah, but you were saying even something on a podcast about a bunch of people getting nautical stars tattooed on them. Doesn't mean you're gay or something? Or no?
Oh, probably. I don't fucking know.
Oh,
I don't... 2 of them. Maybe I'm gay.
Well, no, I mean...
They cancel each other out. You're straight.
Yeah,
But yeah, he's a real interesting cat, man. He actually is starting to do some music. He's writing a book. He's trying to get into like doing voice acting. He's got a bunch of stuff, and he's actually apprenticing to be a tattoo artist under me. So like he's got a lot of cool stuff going on. I've known him for about a year or so now, and yeah, like whenever he came up to me and said about this book, like it was even after the podcast. So like when we did his episode, I didn't even know he was writing a book. I'm like, how the fuck did you leave that out? But again, self-conscious, I mean, like sometimes you're just like, well, am I ready to fucking put it out there yet? Do I want that, out in the public airwaves yet? So like, yeah, I mean, he had told me about it after the fact, and I said, well, I'll cut together a little promo.
Book and shit,
dude, it's just cool to see people doing cool shit.
Yeah.
Like, just like I would tell you, man. Like, I mean, you would probably have enough in your own head that you could fucking write a book about something.
The only thing I'll put it out here for what I do want to do. If you ever want to see anything from Brian Lundgren in the future, I might do a podcast about the timber industry, the sawmill industry and shit. Not to copy too much. I think what my company's doing, them guys, owners of my company and shit, they're doing a thing to educate people. What I want to do is talk to people.
Okay.
If you've been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years,
industry.
I want to hear that story.
Right.
More like a Joe Rogan type of thing.
Especially
I want to hear, how did, tell me about the first time you crashed a head saw. Right. Tell me about the first time that something really went bad working in the woods when somebody got hurt. Right. Tell me about your fucking 40 years of experience. I don't really want to talk about carbon and sequestering carbon.
Right. The science behind it is kind of their thing.
I mean, that's their thing.
I like that you're interested in more the personal story.
I'm interested in the person, bro.
And especially, just see how the industry has changed. You figure if you talk to somebody that started 50 years ago to now, it's like, I mean, there's a lot of similarities and some stuff that will never change because lumber is lumber, but there's a lot of stuff
There's
in
a lot
the
of shit
industry.
different, bro. We used to saw them with a big circle. Oh, shit.
Nah, you're good.
We used to saw them with a big circle saw that sat stationary and shit. Now we cut them with band saws that can cut going forward and backward off the same log, so you don't have to use that. You know, imagine if you just had
every pass it's cutting.
Imagine if you just had a circle wheel sitting stationary and you pass the log, and then you got to come back, make a decision.
And we're cutting long ways,
right? Yeah. Now you have a saw like the one we have at work. Now this saw even sits on a fucking angle. So when all the boards drop, they drop the correct way for the guy down the line.
Oh my God,
you know what I mean?
Think almost.
This thing sits at a little angle. They used to sit straight up and down, and then somebody's like, if it sits straight up and down, you have a 50-50 chance of the way the board falls.
Right.
If I angle this motherfucker, I make the board fall the way I want it every time.
Right.
Maybe we ain't as dumb a fucking rednecks as everybody thought, like I said before.
Well, and whenever I seen that, I don't know what kind of saw it is, but like a tabletop saw, I don't know if it's like a miter saw or what, but like just for cutting, you know, whatever, you know, normal shit.
Absolutely.
Just the fact that now, like, I see that they can tilt to where you can put that fucking blade on an angle.
Oh, dude, you can lay it this way,
it's
that
like, holy
way.
shit.
I
mean, I'm not a
compound miter
carpenter.
saw. You can fucking do anything with it.
I'm not a carpenter, but knowing, like, I'm like, holy shit, to me, like, if I had to butt two pieces together to make a corner, now I know I can take that fucker and slice it that way, as opposed to before I had to figure out how to get that board out cockeyed and fucking cut it with the straight stationary blade.
That's what I tell everybody almost about anything with any trade, whether it's fixing your car, fixing your house, fixing whatever. 90% of it is having the fucking correct tools. Right. The other 10% is the knowledge and the time and the just take
confidence.
Yeah,
like I've something new.
Yep, I had people ask me, one thing I've done in my home is I refinished the original hardwood floors. 115-year-old house has hardwood floors just like this.
Like the original fucking
motherfucking tongue and groove. I completely refinished them bitches.
Wow.
Completely.
So like resurface them, so like you're bringing that back to new.
So, it looks beautiful. Dude, you can walk around on it barefoot.
How the fuck does that happen? Like, is it just time?
It just took me, dude. What it took was going and renting fucking $900 worth of fucking tools.
Really?
And then getting on YouTube and then calling up your buddies and being like, "You fucking idiots want to smoke weed and eat pizza?"
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's what I miss, having the homies to get motivated to do something.
I had a fucking, like, we'll plug him again, because hopefully I can get him to be on the show. Fucking Jordan comes over. He's like, "Bro, we'll sand this shit. Open the windows up."
Hell yeah. That's what I miss, man. Dude. That, like I said, just like people that are like, let's fucking do it, man. We might not know how, but we'll figure it out.
And that's what I mean. If you get more, that's the beautiful thing. I think that's what, okay, COVID, and me and my wife were talking about this. I'm hoping that society on a whole shifts back into, I'm going to help you, you help me, we're fucking neighbors, we're a community, we're this or that, we will. COVID-19 fucked a lot of that shit up, man, with curbside pickup, and I don't want to talk to you, put your fucking mask on.
Well, and the work from home fucking agenda, like, what?
It fucks shit up, bro. Me and my wife talk about it all the time, like, you get 2 or 3 people together, man, and shit happens. Well, you get like, 3 or 4 boys, I'm cool on that.
Yeah, it's just like this, though. It's like, you know, how many times in a day do people fucking put their phones down and sit down face to face and have an eye-to-eye conversation? Right. Boy, I'll tell you what, I learn a lot about you. I learn a lot about me. I learn a lot about a lot of shit when I'm just talking to somebody and I'm not distracted with that bullshit.
Dude, I was just listening. That's what we were talking about earlier, and one of the only things I like about my phone is listening to the podcast. Listening to Rogan the other night. The guy that he had on said something about, they were talking about deathbed regrets. I don't even know what the big ones were. I try not to plug myself too much into that, but I know which one hit me, and it'll be the one I'm guilty of. I probably already fucking have it. Maybe that's saying something. Maybe Brian should already adjust his lifestyle.
Might be a fucking eye-opener right now. This is what I'm saying. You say it out loud, and you're like,
I work too much. I put in 60 fucking hours a week to make ends meet, dude. And I fucking open that phone up and look at that fucking 5-month-old, and I'm like, fuck, man, I'd rather be hanging out with your goofy little ass right now. You know what I mean? Yep. Going there, going, shit he does when he.
Isn't it fucking weird, dude? How,
dude.
Like,
I don't want to fucking be doing this shit. So, but I'm telling you what that guy said, and this will happen 15 years from now. Well, it'll probably take longer than that for the kids to die. What will happen within 15 to 20 to 30 years from now, when people are on their fucking deathbed and they say, what's one of your regrets? Spent too much time on my phone. And that's going to be a fucking thing. And that's scary to think
fucking
about.
weird, because like
I spent the average motherfucking American, they said, or some shit on there, it uses it fucking more than they sleep. You use it 8 hours a day and you sleep 6 on average, or some shit to real close to that effect. The average American uses that fucking smartphone 8 hours a day. And I told my parents, I don't know if mine would come up that because I put a podcast on and then I listen to it for a fucking whole 9-hour shift.
Right.
So I don't know if my number would be skewed. And that would be
there's definitely some different variables, because
people use Spotify, they use YouTube. You know, right.
You know, like, and again,
and let's be honest, how many people are really using their smartphone for some shit that's productive? Don't get me wrong.
That's my biggest
fucking
problem.
Guys at work, they use it for, like, you could send pictures and photos. Dude, I got some badass pictures of wolves on here that are animated that I could be like, bro, I want this wolf tattooed right here on my fucking chest. I could send it to you. You could be like, all right, I can draw that up or trace it, or, you know.
It's inevitably like, and that's just like, I mean, you're just talking about like even surface level. I mean, like, I use this thing, especially now because the technology has gotten so good. I mean, I've been someone that has done photography. I've made films and videos and rode BMX and all this stuff my whole life.
Yeah.
Now, I don't need a computer. Now I don't even need a camera. Now I don't need a fucking editing software. I don't need any of that shit, because I got a phone that has all of that in it. So my phone, I can shoot the photo or the video. I can edit it. I can produce this whole podcast on the phone if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Like, there's literally so much technology in my pocket that I have no choice but to use it for every bit of my business, between, you know, running the numbers, between the finances, between, I mean, fuck, all of our payments. All you got to do is do this. You paid me. You know what I mean? It's like, how the fuck do I get away from it? Because everything that I do is integrated. I would have to literally, you know, go into like a recluse life, you know, because
I don't think that's it, Red.
But see, I think there's different uses. I'm not using it to mindlessly numb myself.
I think scrolling. The scrolling, you know, the fucking hours. Now, I don't even have the TikTok app.
See, I have, like,
now I get on Facebook Reels, which is fucking equally as bad. But
they're trying to tailor it to that same addictive fucking algorithm. They
watching
want you,
a fucking,
you know, and
watching it. You're creating fucking ADD in real time.
What? Oh, I was just gonna say, look it up and see what percentage do people spend. Like, how many hours a day on average do people spend on their phones? But I actually had seen a fucking article in this video, okay, because you don't even think about this thing having to be invented, because it just exists.
You're not a mind reader. Tell them that. Just so you know, because I'm mind reading. I'm mind reading for you a little bit right now.
So the guy who
That's a special talent I have.
The guy who actually invented the endless scroll, because if you remember, that wasn't always a thing.
No, it wasn't. You can get to the fucking bottom of the page, my guy.
Anymore. That's what I mean. You used to get to the header, the footer, or whatever. You'd see the little shit. You know, you'd tap out.
I'm having that light bulb moment where I remember.
It's like, I know when I seen this, I'm like, oh my god, I remember.
On average, U.S. spends 4 hours and 37 minutes per day on their phone,
and that's the average person. I mean, like, you know, normal.
Well, like I said, mine's on Spotify in the fucking cup holder for 9 hours a day, listening to you. Listening to Rogan, listening to Andy Frisella, listening to YouTube.
I'm gonna say that it's different because you're not physically on your phone. You know what I mean? Because I'm talking about this fucking thing is glued to your fucking hand, and it's preventing you from doing other shit. You know, because what can I do while I'm doing this?
But I will say this: you ever notice? Like, I noticed from working.
Gen Z spends 6 hours.
Oh, well, they were right from the beginning.
Yeah, they needed it right from the beginning.
They're like addicted out of the womb.
And I like this, that the average American checks their phone up to 58 times a day, you know, because
it's
like,
say,
I don't have that phone where I'm
like
checking it all the time.
You're constantly checking it. I've even wanted to check mine since you and I've been sitting here talking, just because I can't see what time it is or nothing like that. But that's actually healthy for me. That's what I mean. And that's what I told my wife. My wife really wanted to come up here and be here with you guys.
Oh, that would have been cool.
But hear me out. I said for the first one, I haven't seen you guys in forever.
Right.
She wants to talk about her tattoo and the creative design and all that with you. And I was like, babe, for the betterment of you, I want that to be an off-camera, private topic. Yeah. You need to do. I don't even want to be involved. right now, this is basically about me and you.
Right, we're just hanging out.
Yeah.
Basically. I mean, we're
yeah, I didn't want her to feel rushed. I mean, we got a 5-month-old and all that.
Right.
Like, when I come up and we do the tattoo thing, I want that to just be...
Oh, and dude, I respect that so much because I try so hard to remind people because, like, I mean, not so much anymore. I don't have as many people fucking hanging out and I don't have as many friends, but it used to be like, okay, like, hey, dude, you want to chill tonight? Yeah, and then 10 minutes into chilling, like, hey, man, you want to do a tattoo? I'm like, no! Forget that I'm a tattoo artist for 10 fucking minutes and let me hang out.
Right, all right.
So it's like, if that would have been the situation, it would have definitely thrown a little bug in it because at the same time, when I'm in tattoo mode, I'm in tattoo mode. You know what I mean? Like here, we're doing a different thing.
Yep.
So it's like, out of respect for her and her design, to give her full attention for the tattoo.
Exactly.
I want to be in the tattoo shop, not in the podcast studio.
It's about her father. It's a memorial tattoo and all that.
When I'm in here talking about tattoos, I'm telling everybody that I fucking hate tattoos. I'm like, nah, fuck that shit.
I love
fucking consumes all my life.
And listening to the shit people talk about because, listen, for one, it reminds people that there's just regular people, and you can learn a lot from listening to other regular people. Like,
well, and I think that that's one thing that I think slowly people will start to realize because everybody's first reaction is, well, I don't even know what I would talk about. It's like, listen, you don't realize everybody's interesting in some fashion. Whether it's, we'll talk about whatever you're interested in, whatever you want to talk about.
Most people, it's their career field or whatever they want to, because, like, if you watch Rogan and you read the descriptions in all the episodes, it usually has something about the person. Mm. And usually it's what they're an expert in their field. But even like me, I'm like, man, Rogan would never have me on. But if you wanted to have me on, well, what do you say about me? Well, I'm just a blue-collar guy from Western Pennsylvania. But I guess you could almost call me an expert in the lumber industry.
Right.
It's what I've been doing since I was fucking 18 years old. And I come from 3 generations of people that have been doing it.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I also love fucking motorsports and fucking hunting and outdoors. And I got a kid and,
Well, that's what I mean. People just need to realize that, just life experiences. Whether you think it's something beneficial or not, somebody listening to this might gain something from it. Somebody might find it interesting.
Or just interesting.
And you just never know.
Like we never even got into talking about New Orleans. Fucking most interesting place I've ever been in my life.
Through this, like I said, you might have somebody reach out to you, and say, hey, man, I heard you talking about something that I think that, maybe I can help you do it. Whether it be the train thing or maybe it's, your podcast with the logging thing, you just never know what's going to open up. By just opening up.
Well, my thing is the podcast thing is I just want to use your studio and just do it here.
Dude, that would be...
You already invested in all that.
That's so funny,
I get a guest to come up to interview me and him come up. I interview him, you, and... you guys fucking help run it.
I'm telling you, dude, I told Christian the same thing, the one who does the music in the book. I'm like, listen, dude, and even somebody that I had just met, a young and aspiring photographer, even so, like, anybody that has an interest in maybe doing something like this, I've already, like you said, invested in all the equipment and have the studio. We could do whatever we would need to do. If you want me to change this
one backdrop or something, right? Who
takes
don't
2
love
seconds.
American flag? Right, if you don't want the American flag hanging in it, then you probably shouldn't watch our show to begin with.
Well, I'm just saying, I could change very easily without disrupting any of my shit into a different studio, different backdrop.
Yeah. I was even thinking we'll bring up the company flag, because one of the guys that I already said would be my first guest, literally my boss.
Ah, dude.
My fucking my boss. You know what I mean? A guy who's been doing his whole life, worked at multiple sawmills, and now he's my manager.
Well, when someone that knows you and your work ethic and knows that you're going to speak about stuff that at least, like you said, you're not just bullshitting people, like you actually have a passion for what you know and what you do.
Right.
And that goes a long way with people.
One thing I was going to ask you, do you ever have any interest in having the podcast where you have fucking 2 or 3 of us idiots sitting around? Like, how Rogan will do a fight thing where he has a bunch of buddies in?
Yeah, I was just telling her I would like to do our version of like a Protect Our Parks. Because those ones where they just get fucked up.
Yeah.
Just fuck around, dude. It's just a hangout session, dude.
Yeah.
Because that's what I said, like,
go down rabbit holes and talk about interesting things.
Because I'm gonna, I'm if you've seen like the early ones that we used to be in a basement, like we've upgraded and evolved a lot.
Oh, so your studio's nice. Now I feel mad for I'm gonna donate a couple different things. For one,
cool. I got something I'm gonna send you home with. I can't wait to fucking give it to you. I'm gonna give them that air freshener.
I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something.
If you go get it at some point, they're in the duffel bag.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna do something in here for you guys. One thing, dude, we keep getting off of it, not talking about it, dude, is motorcycles. I need a 360 stick on the back of my motorcycle, dude.
Okay.
So I can record all my fucking riding content, because you never know how cool. Dude, I've had awesome encounters with people. I've had bad encounters with people. I've almost been in accidents. I've seen, bro, one thing that I'll talk about this story. This is fucking great. I want to buy a Honda Goldwing to have for me and the old lady to ride. Right. Because if you're going to go out on two wheels with your old lady with you, you might as well have a big old fucking, that way she can go, well, where do I put my drink?
Right, in my purse, in my shot.
Yeah, right here. Drinks, purse. Yeah, listen, turn on your radio and fucking leave me alone. But anyway, this dude I work with tells me about where there's a nice Goldwing for sale last summer. I'm like, I'm going to ride out and fucking look at that, because even if you're not going to buy it or you don't have no money, because I had no money at the time.
That's exciting.
Fucking why not take a spin out and ride to, kill two birds with one stone. Yep. I'm going for a ride, so now I know where I'm going, and I got to go to work in fucking 4 hours, so let's get it. Yeah. And I'm riding out there, dude, and I'm coming up to where I know the bike's sitting, dude. And I'm fucking kind of slowing down, thank God. And this is on 322, dude, before you get to Corsica.
Nah.
So, like, fucking Jamie Davis's garage, bro, is where the bike was sitting for sale. So fucking get going up there, dude, and all at once I see something move, like fast movement, which, because your fucking senses are keen when you're on two wheels, because you're that close to, you're this close to death at any point. You're only touching the road two pieces by that much. Right. So I see this cat, dude, fucking darts off the bank, crosses the road in front of me, dude. I'm like, that wasn't fucking smart. There's a van coming the other way, dude. Hits this fucking cat. The cat fucking rolls down the road, dude, in front of the van about fucking 10 times. Gets up, fucking jumps, shoots off the fucking road, and I'm like, whoa.
Holy fuck, dude.
Brain process. What the fuck just happened? No one's gonna fucking believe that story. If this fucking thing had a camera hanging off the fucking handlebars right now, I can show everybody the wild shit that just...
That's
and then fucking the funny thing is, dude, I see Jamie Davis at a fucking, I think I'm not calling him the right name. I don't think Jamie Bosley, I think is his name. Lives right there before you get to course. Right, it is Bosley. Repairs cars and shit. Yeah. Seen him at a fucking car show a couple weeks later, dude. I'm like, bro, he's like, that fucking cat was acting weird. He looked right at his wife, bro, and he was like, that fucking cat was acting weird. I'm like, bro, I got hit by a fucking minivan.
Holy fuck, dude. I can't believe it didn't fucking die.
Man, dude, it just got up and fucking ran off.
Holy fuck.
Dude, cats are fucking wild, though. When they say they got 9 lives, dude, a fucking cat, when you look at the way, like, I've watched shit in jail on TV about cats, and they're incredible.
Oh, their bone structure, like their flexibility and their ability to twist and shit. Dude, I watched a whole documentary about cats. Like, they can actually parachute. Like, if they fall from a high distance, they can actually spread out and slow themselves down. And then there's just the ability to twist their spine. Like, if they fall upside down, can twist front leg and then back leg.
That way they don't hurt them, dude. It's they're like, fucking nuts.
Different fucking animal. But as far as the camera, dude, like, that stuff now, dude, is getting so much more affordable than it ever would have been before. Like, GoPro makes a fucking incredible 360 camera.
I want you to help me outfit
so easy.
My nice motorcycle with my equipment. If you take one look at my bike, in fact, now that you know, and we're talking about it, if you would look into what I need to mount on my motorcycle, you set me up and fucking throw me a number, what it costs. Yeah. You even put a little fucking gratitude on that number for yourself. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, anything that's gonna help you fucking do
and that way,
cool
if you
shit,
can set that up, dude.
I'm telling you, dude, on rides, like I said, you just have no idea what you
never know what, bro. I went out to see a good friend of mine. In fact, dude, you ever want to go deep with somebody? We'll plug my boy David Agins right now on your show. If you would sit down with him, dude, you and him would probably go deep for hours, just like me and you were going after a couple fucking joints. The kid's fucking great. I'm on my way out to see him one day, bro. I don't even want to name what town I was in, because I don't remember, bro.
Don't matter.
But this lady pulled out in front of me on a fucking car, dude, and I hadn't been riding motorcycles for even a year at the fucking time. But I knew just enough to not crash. I knew how to emergency brake.
Right, and keep yourself balanced, because that's where most people dump.
And not fucking kill myself, dude. And, like, all I did was fucking flip her off politely. And, you know what I mean? Dude, she fucking got out of her car and shit.
Oh, my God.
And come back and started screaming at me. And I was like, I wear a modular helmet that you can open up, right? So I opened it up so she could see my fucking face. I was like, listen, lady, you almost fucking killed me. So for you to come back here screaming at me is fucking crazy. So please go get in your fucking car before you do something you're going to regret. And that was the end of our conversation, dude. I just sat there fucking stone faced, like, because I was so shook up.
Dude,
yeah, dude. I was so close to fucking dying anyway. Like, I opened up this helmet, like, listen, you almost fucking killed me, lady. Like, just go.
People don't have any respect to think of the other person in the situation. Like, you're in a car, lady. You would have been fine.
Fine.
You would have crashed into fucking me. You would have been on the fucking pavement in fucking 3 pieces. She would have been fine. She wouldn't have hurt her at all. Bumper scratched. Like, right. And people don't take into consideration how much weight that bike is, too. Like, to have to stop it and keep it balanced, and keep yourself upright, without sliding and dumping.
And the other thing is like, dude, I'm not in your way. I promise when we go up the road, I'm not going to hold you up. I'm not going to be in your way.
Right, you don't got to dart out in front of me to fucking... Where are you going?
That's like I see all the videos about people. Dude, you want to talk about a controversial fucking topic? You want to get comments in your fucking feed right now if people have watched it this far? Let's bring up the conversation of fucking lane splitting when you're on a motorcycle. God. Holy fuck, do people get
Is
mad.
It illegal?
I don't even know the law in Pennsylvania.
I don't know if it is.
Now, here's my concept on it for me, and this is what I would argue to any cop, whether it's legal or illegal. If you're going up the fucking road on an R6 on the fucking back tire at 110 in between cars, you're an asshole.
Right.
And you're breaking multiple fucking laws. You should probably be in jail for that shit. If there's a fucking big crash and traffic is dead stopped on 80 and I'm fucking idling in between you guys fucking going 10 to get up to the front to see what's going on, guess what? I'm fucking, for one, I don't want my bike to overheat and blow up. You know what I mean? Second premise, I'm fucking trained in CPR, first aid, and all that shit. Know a lot about heavy equipment.
You might be helpful.
Oh, it might be fucking helpful when I get a blue-collar guy on fucking scene of an automobile accident, and they're like, dude, there's a fucking 5-month-old trapped in this car, and everybody's too bitch-made to know how to get the door ripped the fuck off. So, there's a lot of things. Maybe just leave me alone. That's all I'm saying.
Right, mind your own business.
Right.
You're in traffic, shut the fuck up.
Right, I'm just putting through. You see people putting through traffic, dude, and I'll read comments from people like, if you do that to me, I'm opening my fucking door. And I'm like, bro, I carry a fucking gun that holds 14 rounds, right?
In that situation, people were just fucking jealous that you're getting ahead in the line.
Yeah, dude, that's all it can be is jealousy.
But where I see it is like if I'm driving... And again, I'm so good at being able to see both sides. I mean, there's multiple times where I'm annoyed, where I'm driving and I didn't see a motorcycle coming up on me, and he comes up and cuts me off. I mean, even if it's not close. I mean, if it's enough to get me going, oh shit, somebody came out of my blind spot or something. I'm a little bit annoyed. But if there's traffic and you're on a bike and you're trying to slow down and you're running out of fucking road, I would want you to go around or between or on the berm even. It's as opposed to fucking slamming in the back of somebody,
dude,
or
when I split fucking guys on the boulevard in Brookville at the stoplight, I pulled up to 2 or 3 old heads now and looked over at them, and I'm like, listen, the only reason I'm doing this, because in the summer when you're hounding motorcycles, a lot of people have their fucking windows down in their cars. And I'll be like, the only reason I'm doing this is so the 17-year-old girl that's text messaging doesn't put me in a fucking coffin in the bed of your truck.
Right, because they'll slam into the back of you.
Exactly. That's the only reason I'm sitting here beside you right now. If you don't care, if you can listen, you can go first. But this motorcycle makes 103 horse, dude, and it weighs fucking 500 pounds. I'm gonna leave you when we
Well, I think it goes back to you're not in anybody's fucking way,
Not on that green one. That one I showed you. No, dude.
But
I don't even ride that bike in sport mode because it's fucking scary.
But you're absolutely right. With all the people that fucking complain are the same fucking people that are only got one eye on the fucking road and the other eye on their fucking radio and their phone.
That's what I mean, bro. You guys are on the phone eating a fucking cheeseburger while you're riding in your cage. I'm fucking this far away from death at all times.
And I'll say this right now. I've never seen anybody ride a motorcycle and texting and driving. I've never seen that in my life.
Listen, okay, well,
going down the interstate.
Fuck, I hate to ruin your day.
Oh no, he's a texting and motorcycler.
There's guys nowadays on sport bikes, on fucking Instagram, on YouTube, all that shit, that can fucking sit upright, dude, and fucking get. But dude, mine's got cruise control.
Oh my god!
You can set, yeah, which is nice. It is. Listen, hear me out. The cruise control works good because, dude.
But what's the difference? Because it's not like
you don't got to twist the throttle. You can take your right hand off the fucking throttle and take a break. Like, because I rode,
because it's not like you can fucking relax at all, you know.
No, I mean? But like, I rode mine to Ohio, and there is on 80, and there is times when you just want to take that fucking right hand off that goddamn throttle, and just hold her. If you set your cruise, you can hold her with your dude. You can fucking let go of both. I can set like this at fucking 70 mile an hour on the interstate, and she'll set like a.
That's how you know your shit's true. That's the same thing with me on a bicycle. It's like I could bomb the fucking steepest hill ride, no hands down, because I know the balance. But
you know that, all right? You know, now, like that.
And same thing. I'm weaving in and out of fucking cars. It's like, listen, motherfucker, as long as you don't do anything stupid or don't move, I'm good. Right. You know, like it's really like I'm not in anybody's way. I'm more focused and more fucking aware of what's going on than most people in their car.
I love that you still ride bikes like that.
As much as I can. I ride BMX as much as I fucking can.
That was like, okay, so we'll talk.
I need to piss for sure.
I want to take a break?
Yeah, let's just take a piss real quick. But so that actually makes a lot of sense, dude, because I believe that every fucking day we're on this earth, we just get dumber and fucking dumber, dude. Like
the theory behind it is that you're smartest you are the day you're born. You know, your brain's full of neurons, and it's totally brand new.
You drinking that shit straight?
No. It's totally brand new. We
actually have some Coke. I'll fucking.
There's a kitty. Your brain's essentially brand new the day you're born, right? Okay. And then from there on, neurons die and fall off every single day from there on. And the things that you learn, practice, and obviously, like, they don't fall off at such a rapid rate that, like, oh my God, if you don't start teaching your baby another language when they're 3 days old, they're going to be, no, that's probably not how it works. But the things we learn and we really get, that's where you get core values and all that different stuff from, you know, is how long you continue to learn the same thing.
It's definitely the most important part of the developmental stage. You know, like, I mean, I've always heard it described like you figure like in those first, I mean, I would say probably first year is probably the most crucial or so, but the first couple years, like, the brain is like a sponge. I mean, you're just picking up data from fucking everywhere. It's probably very similar to like being on a psilocybin or something like that, to where like, you know, like if you've, you know, done like an ecstasy or something like that, to where like you're seeing the world for the first time. You know what I mean? Like you're seeing trees and appreciating them in a way that you just never have before. I feel like that's kind of like how a baby and how an infant probably sees the world all the time. Like everything is brand new and exciting. So you're absorbing every bit of that. And you're, you know what I mean? You're trying to just take it all in, especially like, you figure everything that you look at, every single thing that you look at is new.
You've never seen it before.
So it's like, wow, how is he doing that? How is he picking that up? Like, how's, you know what I mean? Just everything. And even like, you know, drinking from this end as opposed to drinking from this end. Because like, I'll hand it to her and she'll go, I'm like, here, take a sip. You know, she thinks she's getting a drink.
Because bottles always get handed to him the other way.
So it's like, you know, just these little things and these little fucking nuances. It's like, man, like, you know, this is where this is where you should, not need, but should like throw everything. You know, and that's where, like, I mean, I've always aspired to learn music, but my parents, they knew I was good. I was drawing. I was going to be a tattoo artist. I've known that since I was fucking 5-6 years old.
Dude, I remember going to school with you when you were so into art and drawing. You and your brother both would sit and draw for hours in class.
They never had a thought to, like, maybe we should teach them how to play an instrument or something, you know, because like I said, I had something. So, like, with her, it's like, man, I want to just, you know, I've been acquired. I'll show you the basement, because you think this is fucking Rogan-esque. You wait, because in the basement, I've got a sauna, got a drum set, 2 guitars, a keyboard, you know, a whole setup to, like, we could go down there and jam, dude.
What do you know how to play?
Nothing. I mean, I play a little bit of acoustic guitar, but again, my hands have been busy drawing and doing tattoos pretty much my whole life, or shooting photos or films, so, like, I never
that's why I told you when we were off air there a little bit, taking a break there, I told you about my boy Mitch. Mitch can play the guitar, like they say in that song, like a motherfucking riot. Like, really good.
Well, and this is why I want to surround myself with people that are, musically inclined, or at least want to be, because again, like you said, sometimes the hardest thing is just having the right equipment, so like I've been acquiring as much as I can through,
awesome.
Through wherever
I messed
with
a and I know I don't have anything left now, not even out at my parents' house, but I played with a bass guitar when we were in high school.
Oh, cool. And see, that's something I never knew.
Well, no, you would have never knew because I didn't become Tommy Nair and Joel Masters and them guys that we went to school with that went on to have bands. And, dude, Tommy Nair can shred a guitar. Like, some of them dudes are really good at guitar. But I know Mitch is the same way, dude. You can look at Mitch's videos online. He's really good. But, dude, like you were saying, like, wanting to learn. Like, dude, I would try now that I'm older and I don't have a 14-year-old mindset and 14-year-old ADD, I could probably, like, bro, I actually want to learn how to play guitar a little bit and jam, like at least play 1 or 2 songs.
Yeah, just to fucking amuse yourself.
I'm fucking smart enough, I could probably learn that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, and
here's the funny thing about me, dude. When we were in school, when I was in fucking 7th, 8th grade, dude, I played a saxophone.
No shit.
That I do know how to fucking play.
See, and this is where, like, I mean, if I told you where my music interests are now, I mean, I grew up listening to heavy metal and fucking punk rock and all this stuff, but now I find myself listening to more, like, folk style and more country bumpkin. I listen to a lot of banjo shit, but what's interesting is that these bands that I've discovered have mixed folk music with, like, very punk rock and kind of, like, heavy metal roots to where, like, you're getting what they call, like, black grass. It's like a punk rock bluegrass. And they've got fucking banjos. One of these bands that I listen to, they play like the washboard. Oh, I mean, I'm telling you, dude. And one guy's got like an old wash tub with a fucking broomstick and a string. Boom, boom,
That's crazy.
Boom. It's fucking nuts, dude. And the music is just so unique.
Dude,
and
I've seen some of these dudes playing electric violins and shit. Dude,
they're hollow, dude. Isn't that nuts?
Sick.
Isn't that nuts? Sick. I'm looking at fucking. I'm on this whole tangent too. I looked up electric cellos are a thing too, and they're the same way. They're hollow like that because it's electric. It doesn't need the fucking body.
All right.
Oh, it's so nuts, and they're expensive. Like
everything's expensive.
Yeah, everything's expensive.
But I seen a meme about that the other day that said everything I'm expensive or everything I like is either expensive or has attitude problems. I'm like, fucking right, everything. Yeah, dude, because I like my wife. She has attitude problems. I like my mother. She has attitude problems. I like my father. He has attitude problems. My fucking baby's the only thing, but I'm sure they'll develop. We'll just give it time.
Listen, I can't believe how much attitude that little fucking baby has. It's so funny.
Babies are so cool.
And like, she had this fucking thing, like, and just one thing that would trigger, like, I'd like turn on the light, and she'd go, like making this fucking grimace.
Yeah,
face.
that grimace.
Like, what the fuck are you thinking right now? You fucking nut. Like, oh my god, it's so great. Funny. Just like me sitting here trying to analyze what the fuck she's thinking is hilarious.
Well, dude, we got off topic a little bit, not really. Now we're right back on it. Dude, I have a good friend, and she has a daughter who's probably, well, now she's, shit. Yeah, I'm good on that. She's probably 4 or 5.
Oh, okay.
Something like that now. But, dude, when they get to be that age, which you and I have no experience yet.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, they say dude, she used to come up to her mom and be like, do you remember when we were with, like, so-and-so, like, the old lady at this, like, just, they say shit that you're like,
oh, no,
what?
Dude. Is this going to turn into fucking kids remembering past lives or some shit, dude? Because
exactly.
I just watched this other video.
Exactly what it's gonna fucking turn into, right? Is kids with past lives and shit. Well, they say the closest you are to death is when you're fucking born.
She was just talking
made
about
the transition from the other side into the new
creepy, dude.
Into the new realm. These fucking kids spout out shit out of their mouth that you're like, what?
From like the 1400s.
How the
I remember
fuck?
Being
I remember when we sailed across this. What?
What would you even do?
Here's the bad thing, dude. I'm in the fucking hole in a lovely Pennsylvania Correctional Facility. We won't name the name of that particular one. But, if you ever want to dive down that rabbit hole or know any history, I've been to fucking 6, 7, we'll name them all sometime. Yeah. If you want to know all the state prisons I've been to, some of them are even closed.
Part 2.
Yeah, fucking, stay tuned for SCI Pittsburgh. Western fucking closed now, the wall.
What do they do with them places after they close?
I have no fucking idea, and I don't care. I'm never going back in that motherfucker, never.
Crazy.
A lot of history in them, though. Even that shit's interesting, dude. I did time out at SCI Rockview where they have fucking, if you would actually die, that is where you will be sent to be executed.
Oh,
the only thing is Pennsylvania has not executed anybody since like 76.
But that's the facility that's prepared to do it.
It'll happen at fucking
Did you see this motherfucker that just fucking died by firing squad?
No.
Yeah, first time somebody's been killed by firing squad in decades.
I did see some of that. Actually, I've seen some about that, actually.
It's like, hey, bring it back, stoning and all that shit, man. That'd be a cheap form of capital punishment.
My thing is, bro, for certain things, all right, like, dude. Maybe, I don't know if we can say shit like this.
No, we can say fucking anything.
If you can edit it.
Blame it on the Morgan.
Listen, dude, there's a thing on Facebook going around that's our local thing that hunts predators. And they set these assholes up. I'm not knocking them for what they do. Okay, not at all.
Every time they're live, she shows it to me.
It's a good thing.
We're like, do we know who it is?
It's a good thing. But. Hear me out. The only reason that these people are doing this is because they go to jail, and then later on, my poor wife has to go through their paperwork, because my wife works at the fucking courthouse.
Oh.
So my wife gets the fucking PTSD of reading about your fucking 47 fucking counts of indecent sexual fucking assault.
You're seeing the worst of the people.
Yeah, like I said, in case we have to go over that again, I'll even say it again. My wife gets to read about your fucking 47 counts of indecent sexual fucking assault against a fucking person under the age of 10, and that sticks with her. And then she brings that shit home with her. You know, when we have a little fucking tiny baby.
I was going to say, especially, like, even if you don't have kids, that fucking rocks people. Yeah. But if you come home and see your child and you're starting to associate that shit.
Feed them. Yeah. Anyhow, like, yeah, dude, so when we hear about that shit, anyways, what they're doing is a good thing. But the problem is what they should do. This is what's going to get us on the list. I'm about to get us on the list right now. What they should do is when they bust these people at Sheets, okay, and they say he came here to meet a 14-year-old, they should call me on my phone. And I'll be like, yo, oh fuck, man, listen, yo, I'm right across town. I'm close. I'm gonna be right there, and I'm gonna pull in, and I'm gonna get out of my truck, and I'm gonna club you over the fucking head with a big piece of steel for about a half an hour, right there in the fucking parking lot in front of God and everybody else. And then I'll pick your fucking limp, dead fucking body up, and I'll throw it in the bed of my truck, and I'll say, if you come to fucking our town, expect to fuck a 14-year-old, this is what will happen to you. And I guarantee that dude's fucking channel will kind of end. Because they'll be like, bro, I'm not doing that. Did you see when that dude pulled in and beat that dude over the head with a golf club for an hour and a half? I'll be playing putt golf with your fucking testicles, motherfucker.
Oh, the thing that's crazy is, like, I don't know, like, where they find these people, like, you know, if they're just, like, monitoring, you know what I mean, like,
yeah,
I was trying to read, like, because they, like, you know, find
what
it, like,
I think
in, like,
they
a forum,
do is they get online and they post a pic or something. Here's how I would do it. This is why I should have been a cop and not a fucking criminal.
Right.
Here's what I would do. I would get online, I'd find a stock photo, or I'd have a girl volunteer, fucking probably be my daughter. That way people couldn't say, oh, have some kind of fucking opinion. I'd say, honey, I'm going to take a couple cute photos of you, okay, and we're going to put them online. And the first fucking predator that comments on your shit, because you know one will arise, always, then you can fucking bite. Bam, right then. Bam. Hey, what's up? But it ain't going to be you.
Well, that's how I assume.
The whole charade ends with your photograph.
Right.
It's going to be a female police officer in her fucking early 20s sitting there going, yeah, I got you, motherfucker, hook on, so I'm going to fucking reel you right in. And she's going to tell him everything that he wants to hear, how his past relationship with his wife just didn't work out because he was a fucking deadbeat and blah, 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 you know. And when he, like I said, when he comes to meet this fucking girl who he thinks is 14 at Sheetz, we can just fucking
literally just fucking
shit.
right there. There's no paperwork needed. There's no fucking processing.
Save the taxpayer a lot of fucking money, bro.
And you'd probably do it for a very small salary.
I would, fuck. I'd do it for free. I'd do it for fucking clout, bro. Listen, hear me out. For fucking up the Sheetz parking lot, I'd probably come and pressure wash it free of charge later.
I know a guy.
On off hours, I'd do it myself for fucking up y'all's parking lot. Like, sorry I brained that dude. I'd clean that mess up. You wouldn't even have to deal with that. And then, the only thing I'd ask is like, you guys have motorcycle gas, right?
Yeah, right. Just give me a Sheetz gas card. I'll be good.
It's fucking 93 octane for me and my boys when we put a ride on to raise some money for some fucking cancer kids. Is that too much to ask? Quit giving us fucking motorcycle guys a bad name. You want to know something else? We'll put this on your podcast. We'll normalize this. When your kid is at the county fair or other kind of fucking function and they happen to become lost, tell them that it's okay to find the first guy fucking wearing leather. It's all fucking clapped out and tatted to fuck up. Looks like you. Looks like a fucking biker.
That's probably a safe bet.
You tell your fucking kid he can go to them. You tell them they can go to somebody in uniform. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
Train your kid that they can go to a police officer because they can. Let's not get too far off of fuck. You know what I mean? Your kid can run. Now, the one thing I don't like is cop cars that are so fucking camouflaged that a kid wouldn't even know.
You wouldn't know, right? No fucking kid's gonna pick that
Pennsylvania, though, shout out to PA. Y'all brought back the fucking plain black and white. I like it.
They did, yeah.
I like it because I can see it and I can tell my son, hey, you see them guys?
Right.
They're good guys.
Right.
They got big fucking guns. If you guys got, if someone's chasing you, you run to him.
But see, this
is
the big point.
I promise you, he's gonna let that dog out of the back of the car, and he's gonna tell you to get in the car, and then he's gonna shoot that dude the fuck down.
Right.
But on the other hand, I think the citizens should also possess that right.
I think that everybody
you know
should.
What I mean? If you tell your kid like. Because there's not a fucking clapped out fucking biker, dude. You could be the hardest fucking.
You're never going to not respond to a kid and help a fucking kid.
Yeah, dude. You could be fucking patched up fucking. Yeah. You could have the bat. I'm not going to actually say anything because I know just enough to be dangerous. But let's just say this. You could have certain fucking patches on your vest.
Right, you could be part of a club and still fucking help a kid. They would expect you to help a kid.
Not only be part of a club, you could have certain you could have fucking filthy few patches on your vest. And if you know, you know. And if you fucking have filthy few patches on your vest, you can still send your 5-year-old up to that person. He's going to fucking pick that girl the fuck up and say, where's your mom?
Him. Right.
Where's your mom? We'll find your mom, right? And there ain't nobody in the fucking world going to... What are you going to do?
Right.
Are you going to take this little girl from me? Right. Yeah, you have a better chance of meeting your fucking maker today.
Yeah, I would say that's probably.
I'm gonna work with that on mine. That if you're at the fucking fair and you lost your friends or you lost your mom, or even your friends, you were in a, say they're 14, 15 years old, and you guys got separated from your fucking other friend. You roll up to a fucking bunch of guys standing around their motorcycles in fucking leather, and you say, hey, I got separated from my mom and dad, and I really need a phone or something.
Right. Even just to help you fucking look.
Oh, yeah, they're going to be like, dude, they're going to give the one biker's giving the kid a phone and saying, here, call your mom. The other dude's going to be like, who is it? He's fucking pulling her up on social media so he can send her a fucking message. Dude, they don't got nothing to do. Yeah. For real, dude. We live for this shit. We're like, all right, we'll help you. Like, dude, I seen guys break down along the road my first year ride. Okay? It started out with me and my buddy pulled over. And he's fucking, next thing, dude, first thing, saddlebags come open. Next thing, fucking seat comes off, dude. His fucking bike has air ride.
Oh, wow.
So it's fucking giving him problems, dude. We come into Reynoldsville, dude, and the fucking backpack just deflates, and he's like,
What is that for? Why would you need to be able to... Is it comfort?
No.
Why would you need to be able to fucking bag it?
Because it looks cool.
I guess. I mean, that's the same reason anybody has bags on anything.
Same reason we used to slam them S10s on the fucking ground and drag them. Because
why do you do that shit, you dumbass? That's the same thing my dad would say. The fucking dragging everywhere.
Because why not? Because did your fucking street glide have air ride, motherfucker?
It's just unbelievable. I would never thought about bags on a fucking
bike
like that.
But anyways, it was fucking bagged and it was giving him problems. Kept deflating. So we pull over. Next thing, dude, there's some other fucking Harley dude on a fucking 883 iron fucking comes wheeling in. Like, bro, you guys having problems. It's like he's standing there, dude. Here comes some other dude out of Reynoldsville on an adventure bike, dude. He fucking wheels in, dude. He's like...
This starting to look like gang activity already.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's so the stereotype.
What a community.
You can look up any fucking YouTube videos online, bro, and this is true of the motorcycle community. So the fucking ADV dude with his adventure bike fucking pulls in, and I shit you not, with his bright orange fucking vest on, is like, do you guys need any tools?
I got a AAA card.
No, fuck, dude, not if you're riding an ADV bike. If you're riding an ADV bike, what you have is a fucking socket set, wrench set, fucking air compressor, battery charger, small welder. You fucking spare tire. You're ready to fucking...
What is this?
You ever see the bikes out on the road that look like they have two fucking Coleman coolers on the side?
Okay.
That's an adventure bike. You can take it on the pavement. You can take it on the mud. You can take it off-road, on-road, in the fucking water. Look up KTM ADV.
Fucking igloo, fucking cooler.
Adventure 390.
Right there's one.
Yeah, but no, them aren't all dressed up.
I just remember my dad being like, bags are gay. He had a fucking like a shovel head.
You got every type of rider, bro. You got the old school Harley dude on the shovel head who literally the only thing he has on him is a fucking pack of Marlboros and $100 fucking bill.
Roll it up in
dude, these dudes. But like,
where's the whole package?
Even
we need
those,
the whole kit.
Even those ones aren't all kitted out.
Right.
I'm telling you, like, you can see it with big saddlebags and shit.
Maybe put saddlebags.
Well, go back up a little bit. Sorry.
Adventure.
Oh, right there.
Oh, yeah.
That was the dude we seen.
What's that fuck with you?
Right there. That's him. Right there.
Oh, shit. Now that one.
Right here. Boom.
I got the whole kit.
Dude, he had a small welder. He had a fucking air compressor. He had fucking... No, I mean... I like extreme.
Yeah.
I heard you even say about listening to Kill Tony and doing stand-up comedy.
Dude, I love
Bro,
it.
I like extremes. That would be part of my stand-up.
Right.
You got the dude that comes in on a fucking motorcycle, bro, and he's got a tire machine. How in the fuck do you have... He's like, oh, listen, I'm going to pull out my generator. We have 110 power, my guy, on tap.
How the fuck?
What?
I'm telling you what, though. I mean, like,
Listen, my bike don't have nowhere to keep the registration card.
Right, you don't have a glove box or nothing. You don't have a fucking
If I get pulled over by the cops and they're like, where's your registration proof of insurance? I'm like, you show me a place to fucking keep it.
Yeah, but
I don't know. I'm probably at home where it fits.
That's how my dad would have been on his motorcycles. He doesn't none of the dressings. He wants everything raw. But I'm the same way, like on my BMX bike. I don't even have brakes or nothing. I don't want nothing. You know what I mean? I want absolutely the bare minimum maintenance. Minimum.
That's why. Okay, so we'll talk about these bikes.
I like a rough cut, like a rat rod even too. I'd ride something fucking
chopper.
Yeah,
chopper guy. Listen, listen.
But I could nerd out.
Yeah, but
I'm
no,
a photographer and shit too. I would have the whole gear up.
Next one. I need you to Google Kawasaki Vulcan 500. Bring up images of a Kawasaki Vulcan 500. This is going to be what you're going to be riding with me. Okay. It's my stable bike. Because
do you think this is a good, like, did you make a conscious choice, like a beginner bike? Because I mean, I rode dirt bikes and shit way back in the day.
We're going to talk about both.
Okay.
This is why this is my stable bike.
My problem is shifting. I'm always unsure what gear I'm in.
Yeah, 500. Not a 900, a 500. The reason that I originally wanted to get this bike for my wife, but right here's what it is.
Well, if you thought she could handle it.
But hear me out. Hear me out. I originally wanted to get this bike for my wife The reason I won't let my wife ride this is because you need to know how to ride just a little bit.
Okay.
My buddies like you, my buddies like Cody, my buddies like Steve that have grew up riding, they could ride this. Okay. It's only 500 cc's. It's not real powerful, but it's got fucking manual brakes. It doesn't have ABS. It doesn't have traction control. It doesn't have cruise control. It's very, very fucking analog.
Right.
You need to know how to ride. I'd rather put my wife on my brand new fucking Rebel.
Well, it's got a little bit of an assist.
Turn it into fucking rain mode. Right. Put it in ABS mode. And she don't have no... If she starts to spin out, it'll fucking cut the power to the fucking ECU and shut off.
That's unbelievable.
If that fucking thing starts to spin out, guess what happens? You wreck it. Yeah, you're on your own.
But that's where that would be more tailored to what I'd be more used to.
You could ride this. I could take you out with me, and what we would do is we'd go 25, 30 mile up the road, and I'd say, hey, stop. We got to piss. We got to smoke. And then I go, give me that. You take that one.
Okay.
I'd put you on my fucking Rebel, and then you'd go up the road and go, holy fuck, this goddamn thing has 100 fucking horse. Because when you ride 100 horsepower motorcycle, buddy.
Well, that's what's crazy about it.
That one right there makes 23. Look up 2023 Honda Rebel 1100.
Ooh. See, that seems like a lot of CC, man. Like,
no, that's not even, dude.
I mean, like, I'm used to, like, riding fucking, CR 125s and shit.
This is 100 horsepower.
Right.
Well, 90 some.
Rebel, what DCT?
1100.
I had, like, I started out on, like, a fucking PW90 dirt bike, and then went to a fucking YZ 125. Then my brother told me that Yamaha was gay.
Right there is my exact bike, same color and everything.
I'd have no respect if I didn't fucking mess
The only difference with mine is, see that big-ass muffler that makes it quiet? Yeah, we got rid of that.
It looks a little fucking obtuse. I don't know why they would put something so fat and luggish on that. Like, that thing has a sleek-looking bike with that fucking exhaust on. It looks like shit.
That exhaust only bolts on right there.
No shit.
And then right there. And then
so do you just have it's just out? You don't have any? You didn't replace it?
Yeah, I just took this part and threw it in the fucking garbage, and then my pipe hangs right there. Who the fuck needs all that, Bob? Right. We don't do government
I'll tell you what,
controls.
dude, it's fucking clean looking though, dude. Like, is it all matte black, like, or is it glossy?
Mine's green.
Oh, okay.
Mine's green.
I'm a black motherfucker, but that's cool.
But mine's so close to
that's a Honda.
Mine's so
like that dark green.
Mine's so dark green that you can't tell it's black. I'll put it to you this way.
Oh, so in certain lighting it does look black and shit, like it's deep.
In certain, I'll put it to you this way. Here's the best story I have about how fucking dark this green is. I'm sitting at the fucking construction zone the one day, and I'm talking to the flag girl, and she's like, that thing's fucking green. Like, yeah. She's like, that looks black. She's like, that's
see, the light just
sharp.
hits it right and it shifts.
Yeah,
on you.
She's like that. She's like,
that's
when
awesome.
you rolled up here, she's like, I just thought another black motorcycle.
Right. That's cool, because I mean, I don't know if you know this, but before I ever started tattooing, I used to spray cars and fucking motorcycles and gas tanks and helmets, and I used to airbrush and drill.
Are you
shit.
sure?
Yeah, dude. Like, actually,
because dude, you've been doing that so long. I actually heard you talk about that on your show, and then I'm like,
yeah.
I wonder if Rhett remembers how old he is.
Yeah,
because,
dude, it's
dude,
unreal.
You were fucking around trying to tattoo when you were like really young.
Oh, it might have been before I, even realized it. Like I said, I pegged myself at like 14, 15, actually, like knowing what I'm doing, but I might have had my hands on it before then.
I think you were fucking poking yourself when you were younger.
I had homemade. I made some shit. Yeah, I done some
I
shit
think
myself.
You were poking yourself when you were younger.
But see, this tattoo, this fucking star right here, I've had this since I was fucking 12 or 13, but I didn't do that. My fucking dad.
Your parents were cool enough.
My dad did that because, like I said, he knew. I've known I wanted to do tattoos since I was about 6 years old or 7 years old, whatever.
Maybe that's why I'm thinking that. But you were the one
People
that
thought I used to draw that on every day. I'm like, you
had
fucking
a
think
fucking
I'm that
tattoo when we were in school.
Yeah, I was the only one. That's hilarious. Yeah, I was like, probably 13, 14.
I might have thought you poked that in.
Well, it's
or
a
maybe
stick and
when
poke.
we were in fucking 8th grade, you might have said.
It's a stick and poke. Yeah, my dad did it. It took about 2 weeks to fucking do it because, see, my mom and dad. You can only do a
little bit of them. I used to do them in jail.
My dad had one that he did on himself. I mean, he had tattooed himself a bunch, and back in the day, that's how you did it: Indian ink and fucking poking yourself with a sewing needle with a string wrapped around it.
Yeah.
But so he had it, and then he gave it to my mom when they got married. And whenever I turned 14, I'm like, listen, man, like, come on, give me a motherfucking star. He's like, well, I know that you're gonna be a tattoo artist. It's not like you're gonna work a regular job. Because again, I always note too that in our lifetime,
dude, I can go hard.
You know,
I'm
back
to the point
then,
in my career where I've made it. I can get.
Well, and again, we grew up in a time where like you were denied constantly for work if you had tattoos. So
why
a lot of people held off.
Why do you think I'm all fucking tattooed up, but I'm sitting here like this in front of you?
You know what I mean? So it's like one of those things.
That and I got them all in fucking Rockview, and they're less than desirable.
You know, so like I was lucky enough to start early, but yeah, I was airbrushing and doing all that stuff even when I was like, I mean, I was probably, I wouldn't say 9 or 10, but like I met Charlie Hawk when I was probably 11 or 12, and he worked at Brookville Chevy.
Yeah.
And he was the paint guy. And he was so fucking amusing to me because he was always so looped out from being in the paint booth all the time.
Yes, before respirators and shit were a thing.
When he
were
fucking came into the game, dude, he didn't know what a respirator.
Nobody knew. That's the thing, America.
He was fucking lit.
They were lit. They were fucking lit.
All that paint thinner. Like he literally could tell like what octane.
And then people were like, "Oh my god, you know how good that dude is at that?" Yeah, because he's fucking blasted.
I'm telling you, dude. And now they get all these OSHA regulations and all this.
Why do you think nobody's any good at their craft no more?
It's like holy fuck, man.
He's been doing nothing against what I do, but dude, if I don't smoke marijuana, bro, listen. If I'm ever having problems at work, people are like, "Oh, what are you high?" Like I love hearing people like, "Oh, what are you high?"
No, I'm not. I
didn't get the fucking chance to go to the fucking store before work today. Now I'm fucking everything up.
Yeah.
Because that shit is quite literally my fucking medication.
It is.
The only reason I'm good, you want to know why I'm so goddamn good at what I do? Shut the fuck up and lay down. You people don't know nothing about what... Dude, I was only smoking weed for fucking 20 years before it became legal.
Right.
Before you could have a car. Like, they're like, that's, dude, me and my doctor that I talk to every year for my card have such a good relationship. Like, when he calls me, because I've never met him in person. We only do it virtually.
No shit.
Yeah, I just do it virtually. But I even said to him, I'm like, bro, I'm not going to bullshit you. I can't. I'm not a fucking liar by nature.
Right.
I said, I've been smoking marijuana since I'm fucking 12 years old, man. I said, it was the only way I did any good at school. It was the only way I did any good when I helped my dad with anything. Mm-hmm. It was the only way I did any good when I went and volunteered at the fucking fire department.
Right.
It was the way I did every fucking thing. And he's like, and if you want this little tidbit for your trail mix, I haven't done meth in like, I don't know, 4 or 5 fucking years now since I've been allowed to smoke
be
this
able
shit.
To legally and not have to fucking hide.
I don't have to hide it no more.
Right.
It's just legal, and you don't look for something else.
I used to say that all the time, and I'm like, listen, dude, probation's the gateway drug. Because
probation is the fucking gateway drug.
As soon as they take away my right to smoke marijuana, then I have to start doing other shit.
The very first thing I thought was I could do pills because these are in and out of my system in a few days.
You create
and I started doing fucking pills. And then I was like, man, pills kind of suck because they make me want to go to sleep and I can't work and be productive. And then my buddy was like, you ever hear about this beautiful little thing called cocaine? And I was fucking full-blown fucking cocaine addiction, dude, for fucking years. And then it was the best thing ever came out in the world, dude. Fucking methamphetamine. Yep. Fuck. You mean I could work for fucking 2 weeks and never even have to fucking take a nap?
Tell me about fucking learning about amphetamines of any kind. Because even, being young and discovered like Adderall and stuff like that, I'm like, listen, I could draw for 12 hours and not even have to get up and take a piss. You know what I mean? Like I could do 4 or 5 hours maybe on my own inspiration and motivation, but you give me something that's going to allow me to stay awake and not sleep. Like, dude, I'm smart enough to not allow myself to get addicted to something, because I know that I have, a career that I'm working towards, and that's the ultimate goal.
Kids don't know that.
But it's like, fuck, man, that is the key. You know what I mean? Like to be able to unlock, no sleep is my goal. Like, if you just keep me awake forever, dude, so that I can continue
to just live this awesome life.
Because my biggest problem is that I don't have enough fucking time, or I need more hands.
That was I think the biggest thing that led me into even doing drugs too, like when it came to downers, dude, is people like, why would I pay money to go to sleep when I can pay money to stay awake?
Yep.
So
well, and you're naturally, you lean into work. You're the same way that I am. That like, dude, I get excited about being productive, and I get excited about getting shit.
Oh
done,
yeah, me and you've been talking for fucking 4 hours. And if you told me right now we had to go fix a car, I'd be like, fuck, let's go dive into it.
I know. I'm like, yo, do you think we could insulate this fucking attic real quick?
Fuck yeah, real fast, dude. Get the shit. Like,
dude, I just fucking had my buddy that I tattoo my client, my buddy, Jason, you're a buddy of mine, I guess. But like, see, I'm real innovative. I'm like, listen, dude, I could tattoo all day, dude. We'll do a podcast tonight, dude. Then after we're done here, maybe I'll go down in the attic, like I said, or down in the basement. I have the sauna. Well, I just started like hiding all of the ugly basement wall with pallets. I'm doing a false pallet
I've seen
wall,
that, I think.
and I'm like, dude, this is gonna be
bro,
so
I
good.
can help you out.
I'm gonna make a little fucking spa, dude.
Let me help you out with that.
It's gonna be so sick, dude. It's like a little chill area, dude. I got an in-home gym down there. We got a place to play music.
We're gonna look at that where you want to put up this quote-unquote pallet. We're gonna look at that, and maybe we're gonna do something. We're gonna do something a little nicer than pallet.
I'm telling you, it's like I'm just motivated to just make everything better every day, dude. And like I get motivated on my own, and like that's why, like, you know, luckily again, like I'm like naturally producing amphetamines all the time. You know, and just because I'm constantly motivated, but like, fucking what the fuck we were talking about. I lost my train of thought.
Well, I think it goes back to how, like, I was listening to Jordan Peterson say how
I love him, dude.
Little boys should be played to the point of exhaustion, bro. Like, nowadays, dude, we just medicate and give kids shit. And like you said about, like, what we were talking about was probation being the gateway drug.
Oh, yeah.
Like, dude, we fuck these.
Well,
dude,
that would be the moral of that real quick before we get sidetracked. That's the thing. If you would have been allowed to just smoke weed, you would have probably not have done a lot of that other shit. And a lot of people that were busted on minor weed charges fucked up.
I'll go as far as to say this, bro. If I would have just been allowed to smoke weed, I don't think I'd have fucking 2 different prison numbers.
Right.
And I've been, dude, I told you we'd try to name it off, bro. I bet you I've been in 6 different state correctional facilities. I spent fucking months after months after months in the fucking county jail down it. And all the time, bro, like all I needed was help for fucking treatment.
Right.
I needed to get the fuck off of drugs. I needed somebody to be like, bro, drugs aren't the way to do it. But when you're in there.
And also being demonized for the one thing that might have just helped.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're literally being told, well, you know what? Like, meth and weed, that's the same thing, bro.
Same fucking thing, bro.
Wait, what?
Methamphetamine and marijuana are 100% the same fucking thing. Who's going to comment on that?
You know, it's like, it just doesn't add up. Because if they would have said, you know what, man? Like, if you could just fucking, you know what, smoke weed all fucking day long if you need to. If it's going to keep you from doing meth, if it's going to keep you from fucking doing this, that, it's like, why wouldn't you just allow someone to just do something that's so harmless and literally, it literally doesn't fucking hurt you. It doesn't hurt anybody around you.
Bro, if it's going to keep you from doing meth, why aren't you doing it? Would be the first thing I would say. Dude.
Well, I fucking learned about this being in California, dude. Like, I was like, wait a minute. They're prescribing marijuana for cocaine dependency?
Yes.
I was like, okay. That makes fucking perfect sense because, again, like I said, back to this whole thing, like, okay, I got to put on probation. I can't smoke weed now because I'm going to get a piss test while I'm fucking hanging out. I'm young. I want to have a good time. I gotta try some cocaine. It's only in the system for 3 days.
Yep. It's only in the system
you know what?
3 days.
I really just want to hang out and smoke weed, but I can't. So
you can't.
You know what I mean? So it's like, if I would have just literally been allowed to smoke weed, I probably would have never
done that other shit. I know I wouldn't have.
Because I didn't need any amphetamines. Like I said, I'm constantly self-motivated. I didn't need any of that. I was essentially not forced, but I was redirected, you know, from something that naturally was, you know, coming to me anyway. I'm still smoking weed now. They're not going to fucking change my mind.
One of the best things I ever heard to this, dude, and because people that don't smoke weed or have never tried marijuana, dude, I encourage you to try it. It's a very small amount, at least once. Take the fucking plunge or whatever you want to call it to, you know, and so, dude.
Well, CBD opened up a lot of doors for people,
CBD is really good for people, dude. I've even introduced my mother to CBD, and
that's what I mean. Like my grandma, before she passed, I was like, "Listen, man, like I know that it's scary because you've been told all this."
Well, you know how I introduced my mother to it? With a cream. Let me rub this on your knee.
See, that's the nice thing.
If you don't think this will help rubbing this on your knee, and the next thing it was I actually slept through the night because my fucking knee didn't hurt all night long, and I was like, really? That was all it took was that little bit of cream on your knee.
Well, and I didn't know.
For me, dude, it's the anxiety and the fucking, dude, the rage and the anger. If you don't want me, like, one of the funniest memes I seen was someone said about, if you have a marijuana card, you have to give up your, like, gun card. Right. Which I didn't even really know about because I already got in so much trouble that I knew guns were.
Right.
Yeah. So.
That wasn't in your future anyway.
It wasn't in my future anyway. So. my thing that I seen on this meme that was funny was, you guys want me toting a bag instead of a pistol anyways. Because, dude, if I have a fucking gun on me, I'd shoot half of you stupid motherfuckers.
Right. Well,
anyhow, that weed is what keeps me just calm enough to not kill half of you stupid fucking individuals that are out there in the world.
Well, even just reacting in a way that is out of character, because at the same time, like, once I've taken a couple hits of weed, I'm like,
cool.
I'm like, you know what,
bro?
I honestly don't feel that way. I mean, I might still be a little bit upset, a little bit salty, but like, I'm able to see things clearly to the point where, like, okay, I'm going to analyze things, and now I can communicate in a way that says, this is what's bothering me, and this is how we can fix it, as opposed to me fucking raging.
Bro, it's so funny you brought that up. So we've never talked about it yet. I went to New Orleans on my honeymoon. It was fucking awesome. Went on ghost tours, all kinds of shit. That's gotta be great. But on the way down, we drove. We drove the whole way from Pennsylvania.
Only way to do it, man. See the fucking
why not?
Earth.
See everything
See the
too.
Earth, man. It's fucking great.
But we drove from
over.
Pennsylvania. Hi, kitty. This kitty likes me. We
He's
drove.
Not usually a lot up here. He's like, fuck the
dude, he loves me. He's been over rubbing on me forever. We drove from Pennsylvania to fucking New Orleans, dude. And some of the times on the way down there, dude, for one thing, we'll just put this out on the podcast. The fucking left lane is for passing. It's not for driving 20 fucking mile an hour under the speed limit, all right? But we drove the way down there, dude, and there was times where I was like straight like fucking mad, dude. And my wife, who is straight as a fucking arrow.
Right.
She, believe me, and my wife can tote the pistol. That's why I don't worry about it, because she got a fucking big hammer. My wife is fucking law enforcement. If you think you're fucking around, she goes shoot you.
Was that her? All her? Did you encourage that at all? I mean, like, because you always like guns and shooting.
I might add minor influence on the fact that you're literally in law enforcement and I'm a criminal.
Because the thing is like, well, I guess you might as well live vicariously through her. Because I'm telling you, like, we talked about it before. She would get off on fucking going out and shooting and stuff. Like, guns are cool.
Fun.
I mean, good, like, people that are afraid of guns are just afraid because they don't understand them.
They don't understand them, right.
But, okay, so she's a gun-toting motherfucker.
So, anyhow, when we're on our way to New Orleans, dude, there's times where I'm straight road raging because I drive the whole way. And I'm straight road raging like a motherfucker. Dude, I come from a whole family of truck drivers. Right. You don't know how to fucking drive and use your turn signals and fucking just all of it. And my wife would look right at me and she'd be like, baby, in the sweetest voice ever, do you need to smoke?
Oh, God.
That's why I married you. She's like, good, because I have to pee.
we just fucking
take a pit stop, dude. She watched me one day, dude, and listen, I used to straight keep a fucking dab rig with me. And I pull out a blowtorch in my truck. And I'm like,
fucking crazy.
This isn't when we went on our honeymoon. This is a different story. Mm-hmm. But we were on our first, like, vacation. We went to fucking Indiana, state of Indiana. Mm-hmm. Dude, I'm fucking road raging, dude. And I pull over in my truck at a fucking gas station, dude, of Love's. And I fucking, I got a blowtorch out, dude.
Like the old days.
And I fucking ripped this fucking dab, dude. I'm like, perfect fucking melt. You watch it roll off the thing, you're like. And I look at her and I'm like, I got the biggest smile on my face in the world. She's like, you ready to go? I don't care. You want something to drink? Dude, I went from wanting to fucking
reset.
Dude, 30 fucking 6 seconds ago, I was gonna pull this dude out of his car and beat him to a fucking bloody dead pulp along the fucking side of I-80. And fucking be like, how do you feel now? I'm fucking fucked around and found out, right? And now I'm like,
and that's why people need weed.
You can't. Why can't you?
I don't give a fuck what you believe. I don't care if you believe God put it here or it's a simulation and somebody else put it here, but people need weed. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason it's fucking here.
Here's my other thing, dude. This is fucking true. Roll a joint and light it. It's the only fucking drug in the world. And if you've fucking never done methamphetamine, then fuck you. You don't know what I'm talking about or never shot fucking dope. You don't know what I'm talking about. If you fucking smoke weed, this is the only drug in the world that you're like, here.
Right, that you're sharing it. You're fucking probably right.
You know, instinctively, as soon as you take it, you're like, this is here.
Right.
This is fucking better for me. This is the same as fucking taking a drink of water. Bro, if me and you've been hiking on the fucking Appalachian Trail for 6 hours and I crack a fresh fucking bottle of water, I'm like,
yep, you're gonna fucking do the same thing.
Here.
Yep.
And you're like, dude, it's the only fucking thing in the world that you instinctively, as soon as you inhale it, I don't care if it's a vape, because I do it to guys I work with, dude. If you're taking a break with me and we're at work, I'm like, as soon as you fucking
it's communal,
do it,
dude. It's like that's the thing. Like as a species.
As soon as you're sitting, I'm like, here.
I'm telling you, like that's kind of I don't think I've ever thought of that before, dude. Like, cause you're right. With any other fucking drug or even
you're gonna hoard that shit.
Even with
Get
food.
the fuck away from the. Oh, bro.
Even with food.
Dude,
I mean, you don't fucking share your fucking food.
If you want to talk about food,
after you.
If you want to talk about food, go to jail.
Yeah, people fucking.
You'll see dudes
fighting over fucking biscuits.
Fight. Motherfucker, you owe me 3 trays, bitch. If you don't run that shit the fuck in, I'll stab you the fuck up.
There's nothing more petty than being in jail.
I'll fucking bang you the fuck out in the first yard, bro. All over your fucking neck. I'll fucking stab you and leave you left laying limp over.
I've literally seen motherfuckers get fucking lumped up in the bathroom over a brownie. It's like,
and if that don't tell you all you need to know about corrections,
primal.
But if that don't tell you all you need to know, dude, when I was in the county jail being fucking starved to death, and then I went to the state penitentiary and they were like, here, keep some more shit on their tray. If they're fucking full, they're not fighting.
That's true, right? Because obviously you deprive them already of nicotine and shit already, and then you start fucking limiting their food, and then they're fucking.
I want to see boys fight quick, fucking starve them, bro. And that's why I think it was so violent in there. Every time I
fist fights over card games and stupid. I mean, like the most elementary schoolyard shit, dude.
Yeah, because dudes are fucking hungry, and that's a sad fucking scenario in this world of abundance that we live in the form of corrections. So if you're fucking listening right now to this podcast, you guys need to know, instead of sending money to fucking Ukraine, you need to change your tune, and we could probably get a whole shitload of these people out of corrections back into society, and guess what? Paying fucking taxes like y'all love so much.
Yeah, and then maybe that money will go to something that actually fucking benefits the people that are paying into it.
Some of the best dudes I ever met in my fucking life are locked up behind bars. For real. Some of the best people I ever met. And that's what I mean. I was like, many of the guys you ask, like, why are you in here? Bro, just trying to survive,
make a
dude.
Living. Seriously, dude. And that's what I mean.
What do you mean?
Like, because, especially, like, once you get caught up, then they make it impossible for you to get hired somewhere because you got a fucking record. So it's like, okay, so not only did you make a mistake, but now I'm going to make it impossible for you to make money in a legitimate way.
Yeah.
What do you think people are going to do? I mean, you're going to fucking have to survive. You got to eat. Good chance you popped out a kid or two and you got to feed them. And it's like, you got to have clothes. You got to have a fucking car. It's like, you fucking literally put so much pressure on somebody by, labeling them or giving them a fucking hard leg up from the gate. As soon as you're, I mean, like even from, before 18, if you get a record and a rap sheet, you get into the system, dude.
Can't do a good job. That's why I'm so proud of where I work and what they've done for me and given me a chance, dude. And that's why I work so diligently to prove that somebody who fucked up when they were young can really turn their shit around.
What pisses
and really
me off
fucking become somebody.
Is that I might have made a mistake, but that doesn't mean that I'm stupid. That doesn't mean that I'm lazy. And that doesn't mean that I can't be fucking of value to somebody, because I'm telling you what, I could look at somebody, if someone was a drug dealer and someone was a fucking, okay, I can say, okay, you can keep track of inventory, you can fucking make sales, you can fucking, you know what I mean? Like,
I was going to say, I sold drugs, and I'm one of the dumbest motherfuckers there is.
Because I'm telling you, my brother went absolutely the wrong path. He could have sold a ketchup popsicle to a woman in white gloves.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
Didn't your brother used to fucking strip vehicles and boats and all kind of shit for scrap and make all kinds of money off of it?
Nobody that I've ever met that is more resourceful or a better salesman. Now, he might have been selling the wrong shit, but he could literally get people to front him cocaine. That's how good he can fucking talk a good story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you got people fronting out their shit, their drugs. You know you're good. You know what I mean? Because, like, I'm telling you, like, he would fucking literally he robbed me a couple times. You know, and like, I know him better than anybody. I know I'm getting fucking robbed, but somehow,
where is Kyle?
I don't know if we should speak of. I mean, I guess I could fucking, I don't know. I think he's out now. I think he's doing, I think he's better,
Right.
But like, dude, motherfucker has just lived on paper, and it's like, man, maybe it's just the wrong avenue for him. If he could take and harness, because there's skill there. There's so much.
I grew up with them.
So much intelligence, dude.
Bro, and if you cut them loose on anything on fucking 2 wheels, dude.
Dude, and that's the thing that makes me the saddest about it is because, like, listen, I grew up, and this is why I've become such a good photographer, a good filmmaker, a good whatever. It's because my brother was the star. My brother was the one who could have. He was sponsored by SRH, which is the Cottonmouth Kings clothing brand. He was on. They did like a local run where they were looking for local talent and stuff like that. Like, he was actually sponsored, you know what I mean? Like, on like a very entry level thing to where they wanted to see people that had potential.
For what? Riding
dirt bikes.
Yeah, he was so, like, sick on anything with a dirt bike.
And we're talking
wild.
Freestyle, which is not just riding a track, which is a different kind of fucking riding.
Freestyle is, I risk my life every time. Listen, here's the best way to break down freestyle motocross if you don't know. You get up, you get off the bike, and then you get back on the bike, and then you fucking land the bike. At 60 feet in the air, at 60 fucking mile an hour.
You've got to be absolutely
think you can do
fearless.
that? Dude, I seen them boys. That's what because I seen. Dude, I used to be big into the same shit you're into. My brother could have been
fucking pro, dude, easily. And still could be if he decided tomorrow that he was going to get himself in shape that he could still. There's old dogs still riding, like dude.
That, yeah.
I'm telling you, dude, he's got so much style and bike control, and it doesn't matter if it's a BMX bike or a dirt bike. Like you said, if it's on wheels, dude, this motherfucker
can ride it.
Dude, it's unreal, dude. Like I said, I mean, I've just never seen somebody so naturally gifted and just able to do whatever they want on that piece of machinery, on that dirt bike, on that fucking bike.
Yeah.
And he
just
could get always
on
made
something
the bad
like my
choice
bike that he's never rode before. Take it out of my driveway. Take it up the road 100 feet, and literally, I'll say it this way, because that way, if you know, you'll know what I'm talking about. He'd have it all figured out, and fucking pick that bitch up on the back tire and fucking leave.
I'm telling you, dude.
It's fucking crazy, like the talent that he has.
Well, especially when you know that when you're somebody who knows how hard it is to build up a tolerance to something and learn something, get comfortable with something before you're really even able to open it up. You know, some people might never ever open their bike up, or maybe never go full bore, and even know what the fuck they're really got under their fucking ass.
Yeah.
Because some people just live in that bubble. I'd rather be in the safe space.
I think that's why so many people hate motorcycles in the club. Dude, until you get on one.
I like to be like, let's see how far the fucking speedometer really goes.
They will save you. And there's a lot of fucked up shit with motorcycles, man. Like, you live more on a bike going flat out in fucking 10 seconds than you will in 10 years. Shit like that. Like, there's different, well, take your fucking life. Yeah.
Well, dude, do you remember Jason Miller?
Yeah.
Fatas?
Yeah. Very well.
His dad died.
On a bike.
Yep. Yeah, dude, hit a deer, man. And that's what I mean. Like, there's just some things, like you said, in a split second. I mean, a rabbit, a fucking deer, anything. Yeah. And then a pothole. A fucking bad fucking road that fucking your money should have gone to fix. A pothole. A fucking pothole. Dude, could kill you on a bike because so quick you can be thrown from it because you don't have a shield like a car.
Unexpected shit, dude. And one thing that'll get you, and this is why this statistic was true. I was headed to my mom and dad's one day on my bike, dude. No better fucking road than I know better, right? I lived out there my whole life. I'm headed to mom and dad's, dude, and I'm fucking twisting on it.
Fucking cruising.
Yeah, dude. Well up into the fucking triple digits. And dude, fucking a farm tractor had come out on the road, dude, and fucking spread a bunch of fucking mud all over the road. Dude, I come around a fucking corner, dude, at 103, and there's fucking...
And we're talking fractions of a second before, what
Thank
that
God
is.
There's nothing coming in the other fucking lane, because that's where it goes. Around, you know what I mean? If there's a car, either I hit the fucking car head on, or I hit the fucking mud. I don't...
Right.
You know what I mean? But now, is it my fault? 100%.
Well,
that's
where
people,
on the edge, on the fringe. Yeah.
It was before my fucking kid too. So.
Well, see, that's that does put a little bit of something in the back of your head too. I'm not doing anything too high risk anymore. But at the same time, I find myself even when I'm riding, I'm like, you know what? I mean, which I've always been conscious of this because again, I have good perception to know, like, I had a good like trajectory all my life. I knew I was going to be tattooing. This is my fucking whole career. So I know when I'm out riding, I subconsciously fall to my right because I know that if I like even just break my left hand, none of us are eating. You know what I mean? Like, because again, that is where all of our income is right now setting on as far as like tattooing. Like, that's my whole livelihood and has been for a long time.
That's crazy that you know that.
If I fucking break a fucking finger, I'm a little bit less likely to fucking be able to do my job. Right? So it's like, man, like I've forever protected my left. And if you even watch anything, like I said, it's not even something you have the ability to think about before you hit the ground. I always forward to my right, and like I always cower my fucking left, and like, because this is everything that I got. If I didn't have my left hand, this thing's just dead meat. This fucking right hand doesn't know how to do shit.
One of the things though too is comes with gear, like, dude. If you wear gear, you can actually have an accident because. Do you want to know what most actors...
You wear a helmet, though, thank God. You're not that,
absolutely. I actually wear more than a helmet.
I wish I wore a helmet more when I'm riding BMX.
I wear a helmet, gloves, and if I'm going on any kind of long ride, I wear leather, too.
Okay.
Because, dude, most accidents will actually fucking happen at low speed, at an intersection. You get hit by a car.
Like somebody
it'll be something... Yeah, it won't be... Dude, the chances of fucking actually just...
Like actually having
if you're going up the fucking road 60 mile an hour and just lay a motorcycle down, maybe you shouldn't be fucking riding.
Right.
But it'll happen at stupid shit. You'll fucking drop it in a goddamn parking lot trying to make a turn that you thought you couldn't,
I hate it.
Yeah. So if you got a little bit of gear on, like, bro, no shit, I got motorcycle shoes on right now.
Like, those are motorcycle shoes?
Those are motorcycle shoes. They got pucks in the fucking sides of them.
Boy, they changed.
Wow.
Yeah, they look like Converse All-Stars.
Wow.
Yeah.
But my mom, and like I said, my mom and dad were always bikers and rode bikes and had bikes and shit. Like everything was real fucking big and clodhopper fucking.
Dude, these fucking motos. Why do you think these dudes can fucking race the aisle on me and TT? And fucking crash a motorcycle at fucking 180 mile an hour, dude. And if they don't go through the guardrails,
that's fucking
and they don't hit a tree,
you just see them motherfuckers.
They fucking get up, and you're like, "What the fuck?" That dude just, and they're like, because they're in them suits and they shit. They got fucking carbon fiber suits on and shit, and like,
it's awesome though, dude. Like,
it does make you feel invincible. That, and then you get the idiot on fucking YouTube. Who fucking like, I can do that in a hoodie.
I love watching the street bike motherfuckers on the interstate dumping fucking bikes, showing off. Oh man,
bro,
there's nothing fucking worse than road rash.
Dude, I follow this one dude on fucking Facebook.
Scary, dude.
He's on Instagram and shit, but he's on Facebook. I seen it on Facebook Reels, and I started watching his shit, bro. And he goes past these cars at 150 on a fucking bridge. And dude, I'm like, bro, if you become a smear on the pavement.
Well, especially like, imagine like,
I don't even feel bad, bro.
Being ejected, and then not only like the road, but what if you go off the bridge?
I don't even know. Yeah, dude. I guess bro. Here's how dude. Skydiving without a parachute is a once in a lifetime experience. If you fucking elect to skydive with no parachute, just know you will only do that once.
Them fucking squirrel suits and shit, dude. That's something that, like, again...
Bro, have you ever seen them dudes jump off a cliff in a wingsuit? That shit's nuts.
Base jumping is something that, like, again, I have a lot of reserve. I like to live more than I like to have the thrill.
I like to live more than I like to die, I think.
I could have done parkour.
I'm pretty sure.
I could jump over gaps and stuff. I could jump against walls and shit. Yeah. But I don't have any desire. Like, my aunt offered me an opportunity to go skydiving one time. And, like, that was one of those things, like, risk versus reward. It's like, nah, I mean, yeah, I could check that off the list and do that and say I did it. But realistically, like, I'm the motherfucker that would like, my chute didn't open or I got the one that fucking... No, I don't even like to fly anymore, dude. Like, I get more enjoyment out of driving anyway. So it's like, anymore, I'm not even risking it.
Dude, I've never flown in a plane.
Really?
Ever.
Dude, Kudos, dude. I watch too much air disasters on the Smithsonian Channel. If anybody wants to check it out, it's the best show.
One of the guys I used to work with was like, bro, I should take you skydiving. He said, you would be one of the only fucking people, because I guess this is becoming like a rare thing. So if you're out there and you hear this and you want to fucking make me your fucking guinea pig, I'd probably be cool for it as long as all expenses are paid.
Right.
I've never flown in a plane, so this dude I worked with was like, bro, that'd be fucking dope. He's like,
checking a lot of boxes
he's
off.
like, I could check a fucking shitload of boxes. He's like, he's like, I could take you up in a plane. He's like, you'd be one of the only fucking people in the world who could say, I took off on a plane the very first time I ever flew, and then I didn't land in the son of a bitch. We elected to just jump out of the motherfucker instead.
Dude,
bro, wouldn't that be cool?
Finite thing that you could say, dude. Oh my god, dude. How many people could say that, like, I've only ever taken off and
then
flown,
we took off in a perfectly good aircraft. We just decided to jump out of it. Fuck it. Guess what the guys did in the plane? They flew away.
And they landed safely.
We relied on fucking spandex and fucking elastic to save our lives.
In a backpack. Somehow configured in a backpack that when I pull the string, it's going to come out. Like, I don't know if I can rely on that kind of physics.
Bro, you ever seen the fucking movie We Were Soldiers with Mel Gibson?
No.
Dude, when they sent Mel Gibson into not real Mel Gibson, but when they sent that dude into the fucking trenches of Vietnam, one of his criteria that made him so eligible to lead them troops was that he had tested experimental parachutes. You heard me right. I'm going to get the fucking this plane with this that's never been tested. I'm going to put it on my back at fucking 20,000 feet. And then I'm going to leave the fucking chat and we're going to hope everything goes all right.
Oh my god. I never even thought about the invention of the parachute. How the fucking, how the fuck do you figure that out?
The way I just explained
it. Well, it didn't work that time.
The way I just explained it to you, Rat. I'm going to get on this backpack. You're going to get in this plane. When we get to 20,000 feet, I'm going to leave the chat and I'm going to tell you how it goes back at base.
Wait a minute.
Or you'll have to stand next to my wife at my fucking funeral and hand you that flag.
So you made a thing that's going to save you.
Maybe.
And you stuffed it in that backpack, and when you're going to pull that little string, it's going to come out, and you're going to float down. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah.
Possibly.
Like, what the fuck?
Maybe.
Who comes up with that?
And then what we're going to do is we're going to use this same thing to invade other people's countries.
Well, it's like, I love that, like, things like that, like, literally something that just sounds like it's it literally just sounds like suicide is a fucking sport in America. Like, we watched the fucking dude jump from fucking space, the Red Bull guy.
I seen that.
And it's like, literally, like, we're like, this is fun for us. Same thing with, like, Survivor. Like, imagine being these people in third world countries, like, barely survive and have nothing to eat, and we're like, this is a game.
This dude, Daniel Tosh, has a whole bit about that shit.
Exactly.
Where he was like, bro, he's like, this shit's what did he say? A challenge? Oh, no, this is a game show to us.
He's like, we have no teleservice. This is really hard.
Bro.
That's the same bit I'm talking about.
Bro, when you say about having a comedy club, so I have a bunch of fucking rednecks down in lower fucking Jefferson County who would probably, dude, we should try it. If you, dude, I know 3 different.
I know damn well we are funny.
People,
I know damn well, dude. I'm not the only one that thinks that we're funny.
Well, listen, if you don't think about what you should fucking have me do to pedophiles for free of charge isn't fucking funny, you have something wrong with you. Bro, listen, I promise.
Listen, I would have
if you think that someone raping your 14-year-old isn't funny, I promise me fucking hitting that same dude over the head with a golf club for a fucking hour and a half is hilarious.
Holy fuck.
Bro, I would have dads that would be like, bro, I want full subscription to this.
I'm telling you.
Pay-per-view, whatever he wants, plus you send him $100 a week. Like, this dude is doing God's work.
I'm telling you, dude.
Do golf club every week.
Fucking right, 9-iron. That's what
And now give me the sponsor. You know what I mean? I can't even think of a golf club brand, but like
fucking Titleist lodged in your cranium.
Brought to you by Titleist.
Man.
Oh my God, there's all kinds of fucking opportunity here to make money. Dude. And we're doing, like you said, the Lord's work. I mean,
when you talk about comedy, bro, I go way back. I listen to Rogan, and Rogan is like a comedy fucking guru.
You realize how many people don't even realize that Rogan is a comic and was doing stand up?
I didn't. I didn't know.
Well, I mean, I guess we're old, but like, there's obviously so many people that only know him from the podcast. Right. And they're like, when he put out his last special, they were like, "Wait, why is he trying to do comedy now?" It's like, listen, this is where he came from. Even before Fear Factor. You know what I mean? So like all this stuff, but like I grew up on like George Carlin. You figure
that's exactly who I wanted to bring up.
You know,
that's where I get my extremism from is George Carlin.
But with intelligence, because the
super
thing is,
intelligent.
Not enough people. I mean, maybe now because obviously he's passed, and now there's so much respect about what he was doing. But in the time, a lot of people, it's easy to dismiss him as someone that's foul mouthed and he has a lot of fucking.
Dude, but now if you look back on him, that man would roll over in his fucking grave because he was a prophet.
I mean, everything
he talked about every fucking thing that is going on.
I'm telling you,
40 years later. In the fucking 70s and 80s, he was talking about how bad the government was just fucking us. What do you mean? That we're going to put our faith in a fucking government that threw us overboard 40 fucking years ago?
No, and like just funding fucking foreign wars and the whole entire war machine.
War.
You know,
let's go to fucking war.
Speech, you know, like, I mean, as far as like the war on free speech, I mean, like so many people like in the times had no idea that what he was saying was
real.
You know, like I would almost even argue that, I mean, a small percentage of what he was saying was comedy. 97% of what the fuck he's talking about, he was doing a fucking podcast live in front of a fucking audience. I mean, like making people aware of what really was going on.
We turned our phones off.
People just had no idea.
We turned our phones off for the podcast, but bro, I could show you if you go into my Spotify and then into my home. George Carlin comes up right in those 6 things that are under home.
Yeah, your little recent.
Yeah, because I listen to his shit so frequently because I'm like, dude, this dude was more of a political genius way back then. If you're listening to what he was saying about how they're trying to take your freedom of speech.
Saying, it's beyond comedy. It's far beyond.
It's way beyond comedy. And I think that's why they tried to stop the comedy so much and why I think what Rogan and all them. Listen, dude, being extreme sometimes is the only way things get across. I'm going to use a great example. My manager and the safety guy, I don't want to say his right. He's the safety manager at work, right? He's in charge of safety.
Right.
If you're not doing shit safe, he's going to write you the fuck up. He's going to educate you. He's going to whatever. He's the guy checking to make sure you're locking out electrical shit, all that, right? Him and my boss, my supervisor, my fucking main foreman, my mill manager at a meeting used the description of him doing something that resulted in my safety manager getting his head cut off. And he's like, I know that would never happen, but sometimes all you motherfuckers understand is extreme. If you don't put your locks on this energy disconnect, and then she goes in and turns it on, and you're in that machine, your fucking head comes off.
Right.
Do you understand now? Am I getting through to you motherfuckers now what I'm trying to say?
Right.
So, like,
you gotta get
like when you say shit like that in comedy or anything, people get, like, HR sits there and goes, but listen, bro, because that's the difference. I want to send you home or me home or anybody home to their fucking 9-month-old.
Right.
The same way they came in. Hands, arms, legs. I don't want to call some wife and be like, hey. Because what else do you say after that?
I mean, God forbid. Like,
hey, this is Brian that works with Rhett. And
there was an accident.
There was an accident at the mill tonight. And now he's fucking not around. I don't you know what I mean? He left the fucking chat, man. His heartbeat, his fucking head, his fucking brains, it's gone.
But that's worst case scenario. But I mean, like, God forbid, even just like somebody fucking loses a fucking hand or something. Like I said, I mean, there you go. There you're
Even
your
your
fucking
fucking hand, bro. If you don't think cutting your hands off a big deal, then I encourage you to go home.
Oh, yeah, there's my dad.
Yeah.
There's my dad.
Yeah.
Like, let me hold my kid.
If you don't think losing a hand's a big deal,
like,
just go home and take a steak knife from your drawer and fucking take your hand off
like,
and tell me you don't need it.
If you're not committed to making sure that you're, at least conscious of everybody that's working under you and their safety and them making it home to their families in one fucking piece, like, I don't give a fuck even if you don't die. Like I said, people get fucking killed all the time. But, just your inability to fucking function and have a normal fucking life. Hold your kids and shit, like. I've fucking met so many people that
and dude,
I've heard scrapyard like this.
I've heard horror stories.
I know.
His leg came off at the Brookville. Yeah, going towards
probably
Reynoldsville, that plant there, the wood.
That's where I work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
BWP.
Yeah.
Brookville Wood Products.
Well, let me tell you about this story. So we had a guy within our company, and we're not going to name our company or nothing on the podcast, but in one of our other states, because my company has states, my company, the company I work for, has interest in different states, not just Pennsylvania. We had a guy get his leg in a piece of equipment one night on a night shift. And when it got stuck and pulled into the piece of equipment, because he didn't follow proper procedure and law, let's start with that.
Right.
This whole fucking story doesn't even happen without putting your lock on.
Right.
So all you had to do was
Which
lock
is probably
out,
step
tag
one.
out. Yeah, step one.
Like literally
so
basic safety protocol.
Before anything else, you know what I mean? I wouldn't even be telling you a story. So he skipped the only steps why we weren't liable. That's why fuck this guy. All that. But if you want to hear a fucking horror story, I'm gonna tell it to you right now. When you get your fucking leg trapped in a piece of machinery, and you think initially going in that maybe all it'll do is break your foot. It trapped his leg in a piece of machinery, and then it pulled his leg into it. And then it proceeded to pull his leg down into it to the fucking knee, to where it wouldn't let it go.
I wonder if he did this on purpose to maybe try to get some workman's comp. If he thought maybe it was only going to break.
Well, fuck, dude. Spoiler
alert! I don't want to spoil you, but oh my god. you kind of set me up for that, dude. Like,
we're only fucking this far into this whole story. And that's what he did. We found out through an investigation. We found out through an investigation he thought all it was going to do was break his foot.
Well, I knew a guy, dude, that kind of was a little shyster like that, dude. Would go around in places, dude, and get hurt.
He thought it was going to just break his foot.
Dude, good for him.
And he was going to get fucking paid.
Oh, my God.
It pulled his fucking leg into that piece of machinery.
Good.
Well, listen. No, dude, I'm about to make this story go bad.
Oh, no.
It's going to take me a minute. Buckle up.
Shut up.
And pulled his fucking leg into that machine.
I forgot we had Coca-Cola. He brought fucking rum. I could have been doing this right. I'm drinking this straight.
And it fucking, dude, it brought his leg into that machine the whole way to the knee. The problem is, especially on a night shift, like I work, this will scare you a little bit more. Nobody's around. You run night shifts on skeleton crews.
Yeah, right. You got fucking maybe 5 guys in there.
About fucking 10 less people than normal. No one knew that he was trapped in this piece of machinery until the fucking head sawyer ran out of logs to saw. And then he looked at the deck and went, why the fuck is there no more?
Right, nothing's feeding in.
Nothing's feeding.
Are we done for the night?
Where the fuck's my material?
Right.
There's nothing else coming in. So he fucking radios and nobody answers, and he radios again and nobody answers. And this is, most guys sitting in saw cabs have been sawing for fucking 40 years, so they don't get real excited. I'm going to mind you that. So he radios for a while, nobody answers. Well, I guess I'll shut this down. Fucking go investigate. He shuts the saw down, gets out of the cab, and goes out. Holy fuck, you're trapped in a piece of machinery. Getting your goddamn leg
into that.
Getting your goddamn leg amputated from the fucking knee up.
Hey, bud.
So he went up and shut the shit down, because at least he knew enough about what he was doing to shut the shit down. And then he went up and tried to rescue the dude.
What if that wasn't his machine and he had no idea?
Oh, it gets worse. He goes up and tries to rescue the dude. Well, we can't get you out of there. Fuck, you're fucking impined in there.
Oh, my God.
You call maintenance department down. They can cut this equipment apart with a set of fucking torches while we try to get you out of here.
Holy shit.
You fucking sit here and lay here, Rat. I'm going to hold your fucking hand. I'm going to hold your fucking hand while we get you. Jay's going to cut this shit apart right now. Wow. I'm good on that.
That's fucking...
We're going to cut this up right now with a fucking set of torches, and I'm going to hold your fucking hand. We're going to get you through this, bro. Don't bleed the fuck out. I'll get...
Like, was it fucking mangled?
It must be the same guy.
Yeah. It pulled his fucking leg in from the foot.
Yeah.
The whole fucking way to his knee.
Yeah.
And when it got done chewing it the fuck off, this shit moves logs. It don't
No,
give
right.
a fuck about soft
meat
tissue.
and bone and shit.
No. Numero uno.
Unreal, dude.
So, dude, when they fucking cut this shit apart to even pull him the fuck out,
wow,
he was chewed off to the fucking knee.
I can't.
When I seen the pictures of him, they amputated him.
They took pictures. I mean, I guess they had to.
They took a bunch.
Fuck.
They amputated him the whole fucking way up here in the fucking white meat of your fucking thigh.
Shit.
To fucking, bro. And
how old is this person?
In his 20s.
Oh, God. Early. I mean, oh, my God.
Yeah.
No life even lived yet.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Fucking riding motorcycles is over.
Doing a lot of things is over. Holy shit. One fucking leg.
Yeah, you ain't carrying your baby through the fucking Adirondacks.
Yeah, because I see people that have crazy prosthetics, but those motherfuckers are rich. They have good money.
Well, then hear me out. That's funny that you just said that like that. Those motherfuckers are rich. Something bad happened to them that they didn't deserve. This person thought they were going to do something and cash out on a major payday by you know what I mean?
When you're malicious,
you reap what you say. Exactly. I seen guys that got fucked up in the military and shit, bro, that got the fucking craziest.
I'm telling you, the high
dude, these dudes are hunting fucking mule deer and elk out in Colorado on prosthetic. Dude, they're moving their paralyzed bodies around.
Some of them are fucking competing in the Olympics.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking dude. And listen.
Yeah, paperclip for legs.
If something happened to you that you didn't fucking deserve, and you got paid and you got money and all that, listen. That's why
It's incredible that they
But if you try to manipulate the system and do something to fucking get paid because you're seeking a paycheck, you fucking deserve what you got.
Dude, you should get a fucking log. Fucking pirate peg leg.
Yep.
Fucking barely fucking rough cut lumber.
Yep.
The lowest quality fucking tree you can get.
I mean, that might sound mean to some people.
But the thing is if, like you said, I mean, if you're selfish and you have something like that happen, and I mean, like, God forbid, but, you deserve to at least have some kind of life retained, but if you do something to just try to, I mean, that's obviously, like I said, the most malicious thing you can fucking do. Like, because I won't even name somebody, but I know somebody that that I literally watched these motherfuckers were so determined to get pain pills that they were slamming his hand in a car door trying to break it. And I was like, you want to get high that bad? You're going to fucking smash your hand? So it's like, listen, he went to the fucking hospital and they gave him like ibuprofen.
Yep.
And I laughed for weeks because like, it's like, listen, if that's the kind of person, like, I hope that if you have an injury, you get pain medication that helps. But if you're literally doing something malicious to try to do something like that,
right?
You should fucking suffer.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Like,
and that's the difference, dude. When my wife came in from the hospital after having our son and shit, dude, because they took him C-section and shit, because she had complications and shit with her pregnancy.
Dude, but I never had a surgery. I couldn't imagine.
Yeah, but dude, crazy, dude. I thought she was gonna die, dude. That's a whole nother. We're not even gonna get into all that. That's a different podcast or something. We can talk about childbirth and shit, but we're already massively deep into this one. But yeah, dude, we with my wife, I seen crazy surgery and shit, and it's just
and the recovery and everything. Like, I mean, I'm thinking we don't have to do that, but yeah, because like, I mean, I've never even been good at like taking medication that I know I need, even when I'm in pain. I had a fucking kidney stone like last year. It is the only time in my entire life, because I don't even take ibuprofen. I won't take Tylenol, dude. I'll suffer with a fucking headache because I know if I have a headache, I'm probably dehydrated. I drink water.
Yep.
It's gone. I don't do any kind of pills. I don't do any kind of medication. I fucking smoke weed and I fucking drink fucking energy drinks and that's it. Like I literally don't take any kind of pills at all just because in my life I've learned that the side effect list is longer than the fucking ailment that I'm trying to cure. I don't trust it. I don't like it. So like when I had this kidney stone, they prescribed me fucking Percocet, and like before, I mean I've been fucking injured my whole life. I've been riding BMX and doing all kinds of crazy shit. They've given me pain pills before that I've literally like I've given them to people or I've thrown them away, whatever. Like again, I don't even take Tylenol for a headache, so like I just have never taken anything like that. But the pain was so severe with the kidney stones that I was literally, I mean, from emergency room lobby, like I was on the fucking floor fucking crying. I'm telling you, I got a high tolerance for pain. You could cut my fucking leg off and I'd be fine. I was so much in pain that I had no choice but to take this pain medication. And within a couple of days, I'm like, you know what? I get it. I'm high as fuck and I feel amazing. I'm fucking invincible. I was starting to take them even when I wasn't in pain. And I'm like, wow, luckily I have that hindsight where I was able to check myself. I'm like, listen, I can't take these. I had to fucking like take these from me because I'm starting to take them again when I don't need them because they make me feel really good. And then I found myself like 5 months later, I'm like, oh yeah, because I'm telling you what, smoking weed's one thing, but high on a fucking Percocet is totally different. Yeah. It was like a Percocet 10 or whatever
dude,
the fuck it was.
They gave my wife
like,
good stuff.
Woo! I felt like Ric Flair every day.
She had a C-section like because she had pregnancy complications, dude, and they gave my wife good stuff. And then like I don't know, dude, she was like, I'm not taking this. Like, I don't want to take this.
Well, you get a little bit afraid too.
And
you know, like
dude, it had been like he'd been home for a few months and everything, right? And then one night at work, I fucking hurt my back. I like pulled it. And I'm like, let me take one of them fucking pills of yours for my back, you know. And I took said pill for my back, and I'm like, God damn, like you said, holy fuck. I can see how this could become a problem. We don't want to do a whole lot of this, you know. So yeah, that's a real thing, and I mean,
I'm telling you what.
I don't even know the name of the family that made, you know, fucking $75 billion off of the Sackler. Does that sound right? Does that ring a bell? What fucking family was in charge of OxyContin and all that shit?
I don't know, but
dude, they made a fucking boatload of money off of getting everybody on opioids.
It's unreal that like so many people. I mean, like I don't support that murder of that CEO or anything like that. But it's unreal how many people really fucking think that like the healthcare system's really in it for your health and well being. You know what I mean? Like if you can't look back at the last, I mean, like I've only been alive 30 years, but I mean, like I can look back at my lifetime and talk to my parents about their lifetime. It's like this whole time it's been nothing but a money making scheme, and like they don't give a fuck about healing nobody. Like, and they knew long, long ago they were creating a fucking problem and releasing a fucking drug for money, knowing it was highly addictive. They didn't give a fuck about who it was going to affect, and then they turn around and start this war on drugs like they didn't fucking cause it. And then demonize marijuana. It's like, I mean, to look back at like literally this is our fucking human history and like how stupid our politics have influenced society and allowed us to get to where we are. We literally wouldn't probably have the opioid epidemic and the fucking problems that we have with heroin and fentanyl and all that stuff. They'd have just let their fucking shit, you know, be what it is. Like, I mean, like they'd have just not released it because they knew it was addictive, maybe turned to an alternative source. Maybe push marijuana, hemp, natural fucking, you know, shit. It's like
there's a lot of shit to that. Yeah,
boy,
there's something
like
to
we
do.
have a whole generation of people that were addicted to fucking drugs that they were putting in our fucking system and then telling us not to take drugs. It's like, what the fuck were you doing?
It's something to do with hemp and fucking Rogan and them talk about it all the time with the fucking paper industry.
They pushed it out.
Something to do with hemp.
They didn't want it because it was going to steal money from somebody. It was going to take money from somebody that was, you know, already profitable. I don't know what it would have done. You know, what fabric or something. You know, like I mean, because obviously hemp is very versatile. You can use it for
you do everything
paper and clothing. I mean, there's a hell of a lot of money that could be saved in, you know, in investing in hemp as opposed to paper and trees and again, I mean, harvesting trees for paper. I mean, like, which is kind of interesting. I mean, like, because you're not harvesting. Well, I mean, maybe some of your trees go to paper. Do some of your trees go to paper products?
The way Yes.
Because obviously you're doing compressed,
the way our system would work, and this is what a lot of people probably don't even understand about, especially what goes on, maybe which should be specific to Pennsylvania. Your logs that come in that are bought and cut, the lumber gets kiln dried, the nice lumber. The center of the log, the less desirable low grade shit, becomes a block. That's, a completely separate thing. All the waste that'll go through the chipper during the process of manufacturing the board and the block,
the good shit,
and all the railroad tie, all the waste gets chipped. All the waste then gets taken to fucking Johnsonburg, made into paper, toilet paper.
Well, like all of this stuff is particle board. Plywood. Like if you feel underneath this is all just compressed fucking wood chips. This is
just compressed sawdust. Is all this is.
And that's something that I always loved about the fucking the lumbering industry is it's like if you look at like how we used to look at animals, you know what I mean? Like you try not to have any waste. You know what I mean? You want to try to use 100%.
Yeah.
So like with a tree, there's zero waste. I mean, every fucking bit of that motherfucker can be used for something. And it's like, what do you think? We don't need tables? You don't need a shelf? You don't need a handstand? You don't need a fucking piece of paper to write on? Like you want to bitch about the fucking
it starts
deforestation? Okay, well then do without everything that fucking
dude.
You
it
fucking
starts
asshole.
out at the beginning. When they debark the log, when they spin the fucking bark off, the most undesirable part of the whole fucking tree, they literally rip it off with this big machine. That's your fucking mulch that's laying in every goddamn mulch bed in America.
Which is every rich motherfucker that's got a fucking flower bed in front of their multi-fucking-million-dollar home bitching.
Every fucking bit of it.
I mean?
That's where it starts. Yep. Before you even get into their beautiful walnut fucking cabinetry.
Yeah, right, of course. Rich mahogany fucking.
Yeah. The bark laying in your fucking flower bed.
Trees.
Listen. Dude, have you guys never watched the fucking show Landman?
No, I've never heard of it.
Never heard of Landman?
No.
It's about the oil industry.
Okay.
The current oil industry in America. It's a Tyler Sheridan thing. The same guy that makes Yellowstone and 1923 and all those shows. He has a show called Landman. And this guy breaks down to a lawyer about petroleum oil. And I can't remember what he says, dude, but it's a fucking well-written line. You know what I mean? He says, well, it's in your tires, your brake pads, your cell phone, your lip gloss, your antihistamines, your every car ever driven. It's in your motor, your gasoline, your oil. Dude,
literally integrated into everything.
He listed it off, and then at the end he goes, every fucking thing. And the problem is, we don't have a solution for it in the next 200 years.
Right.
So don't blame me that our fucking grandparents created an industry that's oil dependent for the next 200 years.
Right.
We'll run out of it long before we ever find its replacement. It's just the reality of it. Are we really going to run out of oil? I don't fucking know. Nobody knows how much oil's at the bottom of the earth.
Right.
For all we know, we live in a fucking simulation. So how do we really know?
You're telling every generation that.
Just like when the Biden administration said, let's get rid of everything natural gas. Okay. Sure. Listen, I'm as dumb as the fucking day is long. But since fucking 6th grade, you've told me that the inner core of the earth is on fire and burning. And that it's producing all this molten shit and blah, 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 and chemicals and blah. Mm-hmm. So if I believe that, then who am I not to believe that the earth is not naturally and always producing natural gas.
Right.
And that natural gas isn't one of the best things that we could be using.
Probably the most abundant.
Probably the most abundant. Yeah. Maybe it's producing it forever. Maybe it's infinity. Maybe it lasts forever.
Well, everything has an expiration date, but I mean, we're talking about lifetimes.
Right.
Fuck. Yeah,
but
I mean,
maybe natural gas will last forever. Now you're telling me you want to get rid of it and go all electric? I don't know. It doesn't even make sense to me.
I mean, I'm the biggest advocate for fucking solar that there is because I mean, again, I've directly learned and benefited from it, and I know there's almost nothing more consistent than the fucking sun. It shows up every fucking
day. George Carlin has a whole bit about the sun and being a sun worshiper.
I know. Yeah, I can see the sun.
Yeah, it comes up every day. It's like Joe Pesci and all the shit he goes on about. Yeah.
So it's like I understand it, but it's like at the same time we're living on a fucking rock. It's full of fucking gas. I mean, like if it's full of oil.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I mean, like the regulations.
And then everybody uses the argument, well, don't you care about your kids or your kids' kids? Or listen, if we're not even fucking here.
Right, what does it matter?
What does it matter? If we don't have a lifestyle that fucking makes for them, then what are we doing?
Well, and especially when, like, obviously you see how many things are dependent on it, too. Like, I don't understand, like, I mean, I get the regulations, but again, like, with the forest fires in fucking California, it's all about protecting a fucking endangered species of a fish. It's like, so you're going to let people's lives and people in general killed, and literally,
right.
I mean, people's fucking whole lives are wiped out, based on a fucking
that's what
organism.
They said they could have fixed that.
Dude, you mean to tell me you're cranking the fucking fire hydrant and there's no water in the fire hydrant? Like, I mean, what is the point of the fire hydrant at that point?
And
like,
that's what I mean. Maybe us being us simple rednecks where we're from in western Pennsylvania, listen, don't come and fuck up the rest of Pennsylvania. Because everything, I mean, our roads might be shit, but everything works as it should. Because it's a bunch of blue-collar fucking rednecks that know how to keep everything. If we open, dude, in my town, every fucking spring, they literally go around and open all the fire hydrants and then dump them into the fucking street.
Oh, really?
Just to make sure everything is working as she should, buddy. Fucking open her up and let her flow.
Well, and that's like it comes
we don't give a fuck if you're riding a motorcycle, you can die. We need, which I'm cool. Listen, I'm good with it. When I see dudes out doing any kind of blue collar work,
well, I'm the same way. Like, I don't even motherfuck the fucking construction. I mean, for the most part, I mean,
what? You're gonna get mad at them guys for fixing the fucking road you drive on?
Right.
Maybe you need pulled out of your car and your fucking thinking realigned.
Yeah, as much as I bitch about it, it's like, at the same time, it's like,
Where I bitch about it is it shouldn't take you 17 fucking years to pave.
It's a drawn out fucking process that could probably fucking be more efficient. Like that. I think that more efficiency across the board altogether. And that's like even like everybody will sit there and complain about the fucking education process and all this stuff, but like nobody wants to do anything to fix it. You know what I mean? Everybody's crying about shutting down the Department of Education, but like at the same time, we had the worst numbers over the last
not working
20 years. It's like, we're producing the dumbest fucking humans we've ever fucking seen.
Bro, and
across the globe.
The living example of this is me and maybe even you. I'll never forget when I asked my dad something. Let's just put it like that. I asked my dad something. And he looked at me and said, what the fuck do they teach you in school now?
Right. Don't you know anything at all?
Don't you know any fucking thing at all? When I was in school, they taught you reading, writing, and arithmetic. You knew fucking math. You knew how to write. You knew how to fucking write cursive. You knew how to sign. You knew fucking shit. Nowadays, kids, I don't know what the fuck, dude. We didn't learn nothing. They lied to us about fucking everything.
Even just that last little tidbit of what you said, being able to fucking sign your fucking name. Like, I guarantee you pull any 15 to 20-year-old out of any pool, they can't even write in cursive. It's like, these basic fundamentals. It's like, do you think that these people will never have to sign a check or never have to fucking sign a lease or sign a fucking document?
Why don't they teach us about taxes or none of that shit in school? Nothing. They don't teach you about the stock market, taxes, none of that. How to balance a checkbook.
I faintly remember, a checkbook. I don't know if it was home ec or what class that would have been.
Well, they got rid of that.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure we were probably the last generation because we are the last generation that experienced life before cell phones. And
exactly.
Internet.
For anybody listening, let's be clear that we've all been out of school for 20 fucking years.
So like we seen the shift, to where like, I mean, just the basic simplicities of like by hand to by computer. We were the first persons to like now we have a typing class. So we're like, what the fuck is this all about? I got ASDF fucking FD. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, dude, I was pushing shit through a bandsaw in wood shop.
Fucking
what were we? Young, bro. And they were like, cut your fingers off. We don't give a fuck. Listen, like
Miss Hubler fucking over there, fucking the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. you know, and like learning how to type and all that stuff. And like once we got through that, they I guess just decided that like it was a waste of time to teach people how to read and write because they thought that everything was going to be digitized.
Computers,
so like,
yeah.
you know, so then everything was a computer lab and everything's online and everything's fucking, you know, it's
but,
just like so disconnected from actual human to human interaction.
Dude, in that regard, I'm crossing a crazy bridge at work right now where I'm working with a guy who's like probably in his 50s, right? They just gave him a computer and all this shit, dude. And all it wanted to do the other day was verify his identity. We've all been through this. I'm good on that.
Something basic too, like
yeah, it wants to send you a text, and then it's gonna give you a code, and then you're gonna punch a code in the computer to verify your identity, right? Dude, he's flipping the fuck out about how, and I'm like, bro, this is easy.
This would be a good opportunity for us to, you know, get our little leg in to try to do some comedy. But I think obviously all of us are more than well equipped to be on the panel without fail.
Yeah,
you know, and we'll
I'm
just
not
rotate
afraid to
people.
Pick people apart too. Some of my best comedy.
Well, and you're good at that. You know,
some of my best comedy will come on bagging on people.
Right.
And bagging on people and bullying people. Honestly, we need to bring that back anyway because in fucking 2025, y'all have gotten too fucking soft and you're too sensitive. And if I tell you on stage that you're not a fucking princess, maybe that's what you need to hear.
Right, so, you know, or maybe they had a fucking gym or a treadmill or, you know, whatever it is. Like, the thing is
you look like you've been well applied with cheeseburgers. You know, whatever.
You know, it's one of the part like you're sweating Crisco over there. You know, one of those things that's like, you know, there's a mutual respect. You know, we're all here to have a good time. We're all here to laugh. And it's like, you know.
And, dude, I'd love to get up on stage and do a minute about, you know what I mean? Anything. Dude, I can get up there and just tell you about any fucking thing.
Anything. Because there's nothing better than like our life experiences and our perspectives. Like it's unique to all of us. Right. And it's not just for us to get our own rocks off. It's also that I think that our community probably has a bunch of people that feel the same way that we do.
Or any
it's dude. Like you're sitting in the garage, you're sitting at work, and
all you want to do is laugh.
Right.
Right. Like not to back like George Carlin, dude, he said about somebody saying something is a radical act.
Right.
That's not a radical act. You want to know what a radical act is? Castrating a guy in a fucking parking lot with a broken Coke bottle. That's a radical act.
Yeah, so like...
How can you not laugh at that, bro? That's fucking hilarious.
And I said it before, but I seen even a meme that said it too. It's like, you know, your real friends are the ones that like when you can insult them and like they're not offended, they insult you back.
Yes.
And it's a mutual love. You know what I mean? It's a love for being able to like just degrade each other. Self-deprecating is what I guess they would call it. To where like, you know, you can laugh at your own shit. You can laugh at other people. Nobody's feelings are hurt. We got to bring that back.
Yes.
You know? And so like this community, I think has a good opportunity. Like I said, they have a space. I've kind of got a good connection in the network between people that I think are interesting, people who think that are funny. We already have the podcast. So it's already like, I have literally 100% of the equipment that we would need to put it on. You haven't seen the basement yet, but again, I have an entire setup for playing drums, keyboard, guitar, everything, and then also I have the gym. It would just be
taken into this other space that you were talking about.
It's literally right down the road. It's so funny that it's right there. Like I said, because I've had this put together for a while, and like I put together a whole proposal on how I know just from doing the bike park and stuff, and how to bring in sponsors and how to make it beneficial. So what I learned about a comedy show is that you sell the ticket for say $20 and then you do a 2-drink minimum. They have to buy 2 drinks, and if they don't drink, then it's 2 pieces of merch maybe. But what that does is so that way if you only sell half your tickets, you make the same amount as a sold out show.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That way you still have enough to pay the band, pay the venue, pay the servers, because I mean I would want to do it just like anything and do it right. We would have servers, we'd have people that would film it, we would have, you know, guests on the panel, we would have a band, you know, like, so I mean it's really not that unrealistic the way that I put it together. Like I said, I mean you sell the tickets for $20 a piece with the 2 drunk minimum, so like everybody that walks through the door is paying $40. They can get 2 drinks. You sell mixers and then do BYOB. You don't have to have a liquor license. You don't have to fucking, you know.
All right.
It's essentially you're responsible for your own alcohol and you're getting yourself home. You got a DD or whatever. We just sell the mixers. You know what I mean? So like you can sell them fucking 2 drink minimum, 2 cups. You know, they got to get 2 cups while they're there. So like literally that would pay for the whole thing. You know, and I don't know what exactly the price would be down there. I didn't want to present it to them without having the right things in place. I've got one professional comic. I've got a handful of people that are interested in doing it, and I've got all the equipment. So like I am waiting kind of for the right moment. To get out
I
and
think
talk
the
to
right
them.
moment will be summer coming with people wanting to get out and do more, and
well,
you know what I mean.
In our area doesn't have anything. I mean, like
Nothing,
there's a little
bro.
restaurant, dude, that plays like local bands, but it's always the same band. It's essentially just
bro. For the fucking 10th time now, we've never talked about it yet. It's fucking New Orleans. When me and my wife were down there, bro, you walk down fucking Bourbon Street any single night of the fucking week. It don't matter if it's Monday. Fucking Tuesday on Thanksgiving Day, because that's when we went down there. It was over Thanksgiving. And the only time that it even slows down is over like Thanksgiving and Christmas. And even though we were there during Thanksgiving, dude, we walked down Bourbon Street, and thank God it wasn't like shoulder to shoulder. Like when you see Mardi Gras.
Right, so you almost picked the right time to go down there.
Oh,
a lot of people went home.
Yeah, if you're more people like
Get
us.
out of that touristy shit.
Yeah. If you're more people like us and you don't want to stand shoulder to fucking shoulder in Mardi Gras, go down in the off season. But, dude, I even said to the one guy that I was talking to, I was like, dude, where I live, any fucking Friday night of the week, I said, any of these guys that are playing for free along the fucking side of the street,
right?
They would have a sold out cover where I live.
Oh,
it would cost
easily.
It would cost you fucking $20 just to get into fucking Bear Claw,
right?
To watch a show. Like, unreal, dude, the fucking talent going on. Dude, any night of the week you can walk in any bar and there's live bands and fucking people. It's unreal, Rhett.
I'm hoping that I can find some people, like I said, I mean, like, even with doing this, I mean, it's easy to be self-conscious and think, like, I'm not going to do that. People will look at me and make fun of me and blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, nobody around here is doing a podcast, but I bet you there's a fucking 100 people that maybe thought about it, maybe wanted to do it, so it's like even, us just doing it, me
I've
just doing
thought about it.
It might inspire you and say, hey, you know what, he's got a studio. Like I said, I would fucking... I wouldn't even rent the space out. I'd just be stoked to, like I said,
let somebody use it and help them do it.
Just to produce the show. I don't give a fuck, because most of my life was spent behind the camera filming and producing shit. So it's like, it's only been, just of recent that I've started to, like, really...
That's what I said, dude. I'd love to I'd love to do Blake, Bob, Jordan, Mitch...
Line them up, dude.
Todd. Dude, I got so many guys. I get my dad.
And that's what I want.
Like, so many guys that I could do this podcast with to be like, hey, how did you start in the timber industry? What's going on with it? Like, what? Dude, because you were saying about being in business for yourself, right? I remember having a conversation with my uncle fucking 5 years ago, maybe even longer than that. And he said, from when I started doing this to now, the cost of everything down to a fucking tube of grease has went up 250 to 300%.
I believe it.
He said, do you think the fucking wage has gone up? It's gone 300%.
That's fucked up, dude.
The answer to that is no.
Yeah, if anything, it's probably dropped in some situations, but if anything, it's flatlined, stayed exactly the same. And how do you not have those two things working in constant relation? Because if the cost of doing business is fucking increasing, how are we not fucking able to make more money? It just doesn't make any sense. Eventually it's going to squeeze the small guy out.
It did.
And that's what's, kind of scary. I mean, I'm a small fucking business, like I could think I'm big time all day, but like at the end of the day, like if it gets to the point where I can't afford to keep needles or ink in my fucking shop, I don't give a fuck how good I am.
Does anybody else run ink in your shop besides you?
I have essentially apprentices. I'm the only artist at the shop, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm full-time. I'm the only one that's tattooing in the shop. And right now, that is the only income that we have. And that's for everything. That's to pay for the shop, the house, the baby, and everything that
encompasses. Well, by the way, dude,
all comes from, right here. And, we can make a little bit here and there with other things, but it's like something sustainable.
We got to get you monetized on the podcast for one.
Well,
if me and you need to start doing a podcast every Friday together, if we want to fucking rant and rave about, I will be here every Friday.
Book it. That's it.
Yeah, and we will fucking rant and rave about the government and everything you want to do.
Because what's nice is, like I said, I've been doing this for a year, and I was listening to this shit. So I don't know. You probably don't know the background But like with YouTube to be monetized, YouTube is the hardest platform to get monetized.
I have listened to your show
you
about
got
it.
3,000 watch hours.
That's so why you're on at my house constantly on
I was this
TV.
close, but I didn't want to just keep fucking spewing a bunch of shit that wasn't really my shit. You know what I mean? So like, I got really lucky. I had taken this Rogan clip and kind of essentially just reposted. Okay, it was a clip of Brett Weinstein talking about Elon Musk fucking blocking him on Twitter, which is hilarious, dude. Like,
all right,
hilarious.
I didn't even know about it, but so that's crazy.
I posted this video now. It's been over a year ago, but this video that I posted, it had 32,000 fucking views. Like, this is like maybe a month and a half in this channel, and I'm like, holy fuck, dude! This fucking one video had 1,700 watch hours, which is what they gauge to monetize you. You have to have 3,000 watch hours to be monetized. So that only counts for a year's time. You know, like in 365 days is where they're looking at that window. So as soon as a piece of content is 366 days old, doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Unless people are currently watching it. You know what I mean? So I was this close. And like I could have just kept reposting Rogan shit, but I don't want to do that.
No, we want to come up with original shit every week. Let's get guys up here. That's why I said, do you have the capacity for one more mic and somebody else sitting right here?
Oh, dude, I could do four. I could do 4 mics for sure. And if it really came down to it, I could boom mic in an overhead to where
we could all talk,
dude, easily. You know, I even have extra mics to where like I usually have the moderator.
What I'm worried about is I know anybody that I'm going to get to come up here and do the show. I'm probably going to have to bring them with me.
Right.
So I might as well sit in with you and talk, and I could even eventually become a guy that keeps quiet more than
Well,
let's just interview guys.
And whether we're talking about you bringing someone up for a podcast for your shit, and I'm moderating, which
that would be great too. I'd love to do that. Listen.
But as far as for this one, if you were coming up with them anyway, you would essentially then write co-host. You know what I mean? To where like again, I could either sit a chair here. And, I mean, maybe not. I would have to get a different cable. I have a bunch of different shit. But, yeah, I could absolutely set this up to sustain either 2 of us sitting on this side to talk to one person, or you sitting in with them even. Multiple ways to cut it. Yeah, this equipment, dude, is pretty easy to come by. Especially, like I said, this is something that I wanted to do for not a long time.
I've heard you talking about it on your other shows. Dude, you've always been making... I was kind of that way. Like, it's funny that you say about that because when I was growing up, dude, we all rode 4-wheelers. I think this is why I want to put the cameras and shit on my motorcycles now. And, dude, I had a fucking camera that held a full-size VHS tape.
Oh, dude, I missed that shit. Dude. That's all you need right there.
Dude, you dropped in it and that's crazy. They're that small.
Dude, and that's like the 360 one that you need because see for what you're talking about, you need a 360
I want a 360
because you can't determine whether what's going to happen in front of you, behind you, beside you. You need to be able to have all access to all angles. So a 3D one is actually about as thin as, I mean, it's like a phone almost, and it just has a lens on both sides. And what's cool about that is obviously you're just straight filming all the time, but then in post-production, which is like when you're going into your editor or whatever, you have free reign. I mean, it's like Google Earth.
That's how them guys do them cool videos. They'll show a dude riding up the road on a bike, and then they'll be like, remember this asshole.
Yep.
And they'll point him out, and then they'll go back to him riding, and then like, he'll be stopped at the stop sign, and the car will come up and run the fucking red light.
So you can literally essentially be the eye in the sky. You know what I mean? You can depict any portion of that video. It's absolutely incredible, and it's wild now that they have it to where you can't even see the fucking tripod. Because as a filmmaker and stuff like that and doing BMX, it's like, man, like to have to see the fucking the stick. Because, dude, I had some guy, dude, make me this fucking makeshift thing. This was before, I mean, I had a GoPro, like, Hero 1. They're on, I think, fucking 13 or 14 now. But this was, like, the first GoPro they ever come out with. Like, I had to make me out of those aluminum, like, legs for something that, you push the thing and you move it to the next hole, and you push the thing and move it to the next hole. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I had him take 3 of those and combine into a tripod and then get me a long stick. And, dude, I had this thing mounted on my fucking Dodge Neon, dude. It was like 5 feet off the back of my car.
Yeah.
So that I could get an overhead shot of my car.
Yes.
You know, and that was like the only way to do it. Now with a fucking 3D camera, I just got a one mount and I can...
One mount, dude, and I see dudes with fucking GTRs out there roasting crotch rockets on the fucking... and they show the whole video in 360 and shit.
And I used to have cameras on my side mirrors, on my bumper, my tailgate bumper, and on my roof, and then I would have to cut all of those different angles together, which now you only have to record it with one device, and then you have the GoPro app, and you can literally just splice it up, and you can say, okay, well, for this 10 seconds, I want to see in front of me, I want to see over there. It's so easy, dude. I mean, like, literally, I could probably run you, like, a crash course fucking 20 minutes, you'd understand how to run that camera and how to run that fucking shit. It's so cool, because even that could be its own thing. You got a podcast, then you also just got your fucking motorcycle fucking videos.
Just my motorcycle videos, dude, and a dumb drive. Listen,
because
me and my boy that rides to work with me, the same guy's been riding to work with me now for like a year. And I said to him the one night, I'm like, bro, when we left work, it's 1:30 in the morning. And I encounter some fucking idiot on the road. I'm like, bro, you can't even... I said, this is what I said.
Can't make this shit up.
Can't make it up. Can't make it up, bro. Verbatim, I said to my boy, bro, I said, Steven Spielberg couldn't write this shit, and fucking Tyler Sheridan couldn't direct it, bro. This is fucking wild. I said, this is how we know that we live in a simulation. We just found the dumbest motherfucker ever born at 1:30 in the morning in the middle of a fucking back road in Pennsylvania. But, like, I was like, bro, if I had a fucking dash camera.
Her fucking road rage, dude. She could do the same thing. She could have a whole channel. It could just be called, Look at This Fucking Idiot.
Bro, there's this guy.
And her ranting would just be the most entertaining shit, because I'm like, listen, you better fucking chill.
Dude, there's this guy named Joey Whispers in fucking New Jersey who drives a fucking Peterbilt. Moving equipment and shit, right?
Fucking Uncle Lazy.
And dude, he has a dash camera and an attitude. And he puts the dumbest motherfucking dude. People put comments up there like, now, every time when I'm driving, I think about you watching me. And because, dude, like, you know the Pac-Man thing? Dude, if you even get on the fucking dotted line, he goes, wagga, 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 wagga. Like, you are fucking up. Bro, what's wrong with you? Dude, he sees people doing the dumbest shit.
Well, that's the benefit of just, like I said, straight filming.
Every fucking thing.
Now, most of these dash
cameras... You never know when a cat will get hit at 60 mile an hour by a minivan.
Or someone's going to fucking start throwing fucking, attitude at you, dude. Like, so, like, with these dash
cameras... or some lady jumps out of her car when you've done nothing. Like, she tried to kill you and then she yelled at you.
That's my funniest shit. Like, I'll see these videos of same thing, street bike rider with a GoPro on, like, in an intersection and some lady fucking yelling at them or fucking cuts them off. But, like, literally, I don't know what I was going to say.
We're just talking about cameras and how fucking wild people are with it, dude.
But you almost got to have, the dash cam. So they work on a loop. So, like, it's constantly recording, and it's never actually filling up any of your storage.
Right.
Like, if you figure out, so, like, your SD card and all that. So, like, how that does is you just run it all the time while you're driving. And what it's doing is it's recording on a loop. So you can set that to, say, an hour's span of time, or they're probably more advanced now, more time. So, like, every hour, it's essentially overwriting itself.
Yep.
So, when something happens, you can stop it.
Yes.
And then you have the most previous hour. So
I'll even hear guys say to them, like, okay, camera, record that. Or, and it'll,
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Now they're probably voice activated, right? Because everybody's got to have a fucking viral moment to, like...
Well, if you figure if you're in a truck for fucking 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, most days may be uneventful.
That's what I mean, right?
90% of our days aren't going to be
right.
The day that makes us $1 million on YouTube. But the one day that some fucking retard does something, you can just be like, okay, camera, record that.
So, like, Our Facebook page for the shop, for the business, is monetized. And so essentially my account is monetized on Facebook, not YouTube.
Okay.
So like essentially monetized through like content, like shares, story views, video views, stuff like that. So like we don't share any of the podcast stuff necessarily to Facebook, but like at some point we probably should. But like all of that is good. Like even if you would just start, like I would probably even say like probably Facebook is probably easier, like especially with those just real videos. If you're talking about like just motorcycle footage and stuff like that, like Facebook, you'd probably have a better chance of like making a page there and monetizing that because it's not much. But I get like a 7 or 8, sometimes a $10 check every month from Facebook.
Really?
Hey, I bought my fucking lunch for today, or I bought my fucking drink
Bro,
for today.
dudes, listen,
It's
that's how guys start, and like this is how I bought my first helmet and shit.
So
dude,
like the YouTube channel will come.
I seen a guy on Facebook who had a real bad encounter with police on a motorcycle, and it happened at a Sheetz. So I know that puts it somewhere.
Well, dude, that's only like 4 states.
Yeah,
5
puts
states.
it somewhere in our area, right? And one of the videos I later seen from him was like, guess how I bought this fucking Ducati?
Dude, I couldn't even
because
imagine.
This one asshole cop was like, so am I giving you a ticket? Or am I giving... He's like, I'm pumping gas. Like, I don't know what the fuck you think I'm doing wrong. You know what I mean? Like, if you think you can give me a ticket for what somebody else did on a motorcycle, like, you're fucking, you know what I mean? Like, basically, dude, he basically told the cop you're a fucking Nazi.
Right. Well, and we talk about, whatever, monetizing and views and whatever, but, like, just the fucking sheer fact of protecting yourself. Someone comes up on you and tries to fucking tell you what the fuck happened, fuck you. I've got it on fucking film. And there's no arguing. So... that's where you see all these third world countries. That's because there's like literally no insurance. My buddy Abdul Rico, he told me there's no insurance companies over there. There's no insurance. That's why everybody has the dash cam. Because you got to be able to fucking verify 100%.
Yours wasn't fault.
What happened? Whose fault it was? That's where you see all these fucking viral
funny
dash
you brought
videos.
that up because my cousin now has integrated 360 cameras on both mirrors of the semi trucks. They're mounted out on they're on top of the mirrors.
Because nobody's gonna lie when there's a fucking video.
And it views 360. So just here recently, he happened to run a young lady over in a fucking Jeep. Up.
Just another Monday.
Yeah.
Crunch.
Up somewhere in northern Pennsylvania.
Goddamn white women.
And dude, he didn't post no videos, no pictures, nothing about it because he didn't want nothing to be said about it.
Well, when you got a business, you got to think about.
You got to think about that.
Yeah, okay.
Or me, I'd have been like, bro, I'm putting this on Facebook. But he didn't say nothing about it. But I'll tell you what he told me verbatim. He said when the cop showed up and mind you, before we get into this whole thing, before anybody's thinking real bad shit about my cousin hitting a Jeep with a log truck, everybody involved was fine. But she literally told police, well, I was playing a game on my phone.
Oh, God.
Yeah. She had her fucking 5-year-old in the car seat.
Driving?
Yes. She had her 5-year-old with her in the fucking car seat.
In motion.
Yes. Playing a game on her phone. And dude, my cousin doesn't say a word right after the wreck. Like, he doesn't say a fucking word right. And the cops and shit get there.
That might be the better way to go.
Everybody's okay and shit, right? And the cop gets there and shit and the wrecker and everything. And he's like, what happened? And my cousin's like, I have 360 cameras on my mirrors. And the cop's like, do you have any way of getting me that? He's like, I have fucking everything in that cruiser.
That's a nice
capable of, yes. In 2025, just putting this out here. If you think the cops can't know what you're doing, you're fucking wrong. And then he's like, do you have SD cards or is it fucking Wi-Fi or what?
Oh,
dude,
yeah, right, SD card.
I don't know how they did it. They exchanged some information with a cell phone or whatever. That cop went over and sat in his cruiser. He didn't let nobody fucking near him. No nothing, dude. My cousin's like, he was over there for like fucking 20 minutes.
Just watching the video.
Watching fucking videos. He said he'd come over, walk back over. He said 2 things. I need this. I'm going to keep it. Thank you for saving her life. And he fucking walked off. That was it. That was he didn't need a fucking statement. You don't got to write nothing down, not nothing. Thank you, Mr. Truck Driver, for saving her life. That's all I'm like. My cousin's like, I'm telling you, when I seen her gonna pull out, he's like, I floored that motherfucker to try to get by her. He's like, you can see the fucking hood shake in the video where the fucking truck takes off. He's like, I was trying my hardest to get out of her fucking way. She come right across the fucking center line.
Like this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Smacked right into the back. He's like, I fucking floored it.
I'm telling you, because in any other situation, if he wouldn't have had that, dude, he would have been so fucked.
Probably
They would have blamed the fucking truck because he's bigger and should have fucking been watching. I mean, she was a dumbass for fucking telling the fucking cops she was on her phone. She might have been fucked anyway, but still,
she
if
might
he
have
wouldn't
been
have
fucked
them
anyway.
cameras,
But thank God for honest people. She's like,
listen,
she told the cop. She's like, well, I was playing a game on my phone.
What a fucking idiot. But thank God. I mean, like, thank God she didn't get fucking killed, because how fucking dumb that is.
Yeah, because that's all these guys like my
and you
guys.
said she had a kid in the
dude,
car.
These dudes are fucking in the nothing but... Dude, my cousin wears a fucking headset for his phone.
Right.
Like, you can call him up, dude, 2:30 in the fucking morning. Hello.
Yeah.
What are you doing? 65. Where are you at? I'm right in between the fucking steering wheel and the firewall, motherfucker.
Right.
What are you doing? Like, he just, dude.
Pick it up.
Yeah, dude, he's on it. Like,
Well,
you don't even have to
now,
fucking look at nothing. He just
everything is so fucking easily accessible, hands-free. Like,
hands-free, cameras on, everything. He's like, dude, I'm not playing my phone going down the road. He's like, I'm talking to my wife.
When it comes down to it, it's pure carelessness, dude. Because I know damn well, like, I can have a conversation while I'm doing a tattoo, and I'm not fucking
Well,
up.
that's what he said. Right now, dude, he's got his oldest daughter in college. And he's like, she calls me fucking 10:30 in the morning. He's like, I have to have that thing. Hey, what are you doing, baby? You know what I mean?
Well, and
hey, Dad, like, what do you think about this? He's like, this is what they're telling me. And he's like, that sounds like fucking Democrat Nazi bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? But just whatever. Like,
I can imagine the fucking way, like, oh my God, the fucking shit's so bad nowadays. But yeah, dude, just being safe, dude. Like, literally, like, I mean, it's the same thing. Like I said, I mean, I'm very conscious. I mean, like, if I'm gonna check my phone or change the song while I'm driving, like, my grandpa has been telling me for my entire life, like, the dumbest way to fucking die is in a car accident, dude. Like, when you're driving something that's literally X amount of fucking tons, I mean, like, you know that this is a high-speed fucking murder weapon on wheels, you know.
Dude,
and,
that's
like,
the funniest way I've ever... That's a... Dude, your grandfather is a fucking great man for that quote.
It is the dumbest way to die,
That's the dumbest way to fucking die, bro. Because, listen, dude, there's a video real recently. So if you're listening to this is real recently. Of this street takeover shit. Do you guys know anything about this?
I don't think so.
A street takeover is pull up at a fucking intersection with 4 or 5 fucking muscle cars and just start fucking spinning donuts and nobody can get through and blah, 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 right? Yeah, dude, and they don't give a fuck if the cops show up. They will fucking... It happens in the inner cities. But anyway...
I've never heard of this.
I saw it on fucking Facebook.
Yeah, dude, anybody's seen it online.
I guess it's better than
well, like the other day,
Yeah.
I seen a video, and this is sad in a way, because it's fucked up. But I also know what happened. So, like, there's these couple girls hanging out of this Dodge Charger, and this fucking Charger's out there fucking spinning donuts and shit, dude, in the middle of this intersection. And this fucking dude comes through said intersection in a fucking SUV, like probably the speed limit.
Assuming
so he probably kills everybody involved, like, you know what I mean, instantly.
Just mows them down.
And I'm like, I made a comment, dude, and people fucking came for me, and I'm like, well, like, listen, I said, I don't know what this is what I mean by somebody who comes from a truck driving family. Because rather I'm the asshole in the Charger spinning donuts, or I'm the dude in the Escalade that hit the Charger.
Both.
neither way do I crash.
You have control.
Because I'm that good of a driver. Like, I don't care. Like, dude, what happened was, and I seen it in the video, is the dude pulled out of the intersection and seen what was going on. And he was probably like, I'm fucking fed up with this shit. I'm fed up with my job. I'm fed up with paying taxes. I'm fed up with my wife. I'm fed up with my fucking whole shit. I'm going through that intersection, the speed limit, and I don't give a fuck if them punks are down there spinning donuts or not. And dude, he hit this fucking Charger going like 60, bro. Dude, it was fucking bad. But I'm like, I made a comment, dude. People just fucking tore me apart over it. And it's like, what do you want me to say?
Well, first of all,
like, everybody involved in this is a fucking low IQ.
Right, everything wrong, essentially. But he was just driving down the fucking street, as he should have been.
Right.
They're the only ones that were kind of out
breaking
of place.
Breaking the fucking law.
Yeah.
Right.
So, wrong place, wrong time, maybe. Wrong person. I would have raked, maybe.
I wouldn't have fucking hit them. Self-preservation takes over, and I'm like, I don't want to crash my fucking $60,000 truck.
Well, that's somebody's daughter up there.
I guarantee you he didn't know that part. I guarantee you after he killed them couple young girls that were hanging out the fucking windows, he didn't know that part. That part I know.
Wow, it's like...
But dude, I got another interesting rabbit hole for you of a viral video I just seen. And none of us have had to cross this bridge yet. Say you have a 14, 15-year-old child at home, and Christmas morning arrives, and you open up presents. And what they get isn't what they thought they should have got. It isn't the right thing. And they proceed to smash it on the fucking floor and stomp on it and shit, dude. No. I don't even think that happens in our culture.
I mean, it probably does. I mean,
I seen this video where this kid was like, this is the wrong TV. I can't even use this for gaming, and fucking stomp on it.
You're an adopted bitch.
I mean, I've seen viral videos, where like parents, maybe threatened to take the Xbox or did take it, like total meltdowns, fucking.
Oh yeah.
I mean, well, there's definitely a lot of like very addicted. It's absolutely addicted.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna talk about my boy Mike right now, dude. I work with a blue collar fucking crowd of guys that's smart as fuck. My boy Mike's like, I don't even take the fucking Xbox. I don't take none of that. He's like, dude, I just go in and take his fucking power cord right off the back of it. He's like, I take the fucking power cord, I unplug it from the wall, I roll it up and put it in my fucking pocket, and I take it to work.
You can tell Mike he can just change the Wi-Fi password. And I mean, that's everything, because that's the phone, that's the fucking
Well, yeah,
console,
but dude, this dude's such a blue-collar guy, he's like, I don't even fuck with it. He probably don't even know the Wi-Fi password. His fucking wife pays the bill, she's got all, he's like, I just go in, he's like, when he's being a fucking dick, I go in, I take his power cord, and I take it to work in my lunchbox. When he fucking figures out he wants to act right, I give it back.
Hey, man, you can't be so fucking
because the same dude,
in.
bro, I was talking to him about welding one day, and I was like, bro, I can't hook up a 220 welder at my house. And he looked at me. This is the simplest dude you ever met in your life, dude. And he's like, why? He's like, I just unhook the old lady's dryer and go to town. I'm like, you plug. He's like, I fucking got the same plug on my 220 welder that she has on her fucking dryer.
Right.
He's like, I just run an extension cord in the fucking back window and plug it into the dryer and we welding.
Duh. Yeah, right.
Duh. I'm like, and yet, when did you say you quit school?
I'm telling you,
you know what I mean? You for real? You quit school in 6th grade?
You don't have to read a fucking book to understand that's the same fucking plug I fucking need. It's right there. I'll unplug that and fucking plug what I need in.
Bro.
I'm telling you, I never thought about it.
Didn't even think about it.
In our shop, it obviously, in its origins was probably a house or an apartment. It's got a 220 plug right there in our fucking main thing. I never even thought about what else we could run. Because
every fucking thing.
We'll never need a dryer, but there's a lot of other things that need a 220
Dude, what if you need to wash towels and clothes and different shit down at the shop? You can run a dryer.
I want to have fucking robes, for people that maybe have to fucking be undressed or get
undressed. Because what if you're getting a whole tattoo up your whole back?
I'm telling you, dude. Some nice fucking monogram Black City fucking robes for the clients. I'm telling you, dude. You wait to use the shop. I wish that we could have timed it a little bit. I was thinking about maybe just having you come to the shop first and then come over here with us. Because, dude, seeing the shop, I mean, it's especially gratifying for me. I'm going to jerk myself off a little bit because, like, you've known me for so long and you've seen me before I ever had a fucking tattoo on somebody's skin. You've seen me when I was only just praying to God to be a tattoo artist. And now to be able to walk into a space that's my space that I fucking, you know what I mean? Like, that I do tattoos in now. It's like for you to be able to see, like, you know, I've had some other people tell me, you know, that we went to high school with, like, you know, like I'm one of the very few, if not one of the only people that like actually did what they said they were gonna fucking do in high school. Bro. You know what I mean? Like I was so committed to what I was gonna do early on, and like I didn't fucking change my path for nobody. Didn't fucking change it for fucking partying, not drugs, nothing. So like to show you, this is where I'm at now, based on where I was at. Because you've seen, I could have got caught up into the fucking. We can bleep out names, but like. I remember being on fucking Moorhead Road with John Becker and Allison fucking Cocaine and his son, dude. And John Becker was literally so fucking coked out and fucked up, dude, driving us into fucking street signs and shit, like shooting his 45 fucking caliber gun out of the fucking truck. I mean, like, I should have been dead a long time ago, dude, and I had every opportunity to get fucked up and misdirected. And, like, it makes me a little bit proud to say, like, this is someone that, like, you know, kind of, like, like I said, you've known me for a long time. You didn't end up dead. You didn't end up, you know, in a.
Speaking
fucking,
of that, dude, who do you still know that we knew?
Dude, honestly, we can bleep out
names, right?
Well, I mean, I really don't just want to throw any of the bus. You know what I mean? Like, throw into the bus. Like
we'll talk about it after the show.
Like I remember, like I said, doing fucking cocaine with them motherfuckers. You know, that was the first time I ever did coke was with that motherfuckers. Like, and I was like, who was he? Like, now that I'm a parent, I'm like, dude, would I be sitting there doing blow with my fucking friends? Fucking, or my kids' friends?
Someone should have fucking killed them.
I know. And then,
if anybody ever fucking introduces cocaine to my son, just know I'm killing you.
That's what I'm like, man.
With a dull knife.
Because at the time, I was a young kid, so it's like, oh, he's got the cool dad, and he's doing blow with us, and he's drinking, and we're going to get in this truck.
His dad's not cool. Listen, I'll castrate you with a fucking broken piece of glass.
What the fuck was wrong with us?
What the fuck was wrong with us?
You know, and like, I know that, like, I'm sure that, like, maybe he has regrets. Who knows?
I hope.
But, like, it's like, man, like, to be the adult. And you're like, let's do blow, and let's drink, and let's go out and drive and shoot this handgun out of a truck in town. Like,
I was going to say, though.
Like, what?
Dude, I'm actually close by. I'm hoping to do several more shows with you. Like,
so I'm glad it would come full circle when we're both alive.
We're full circle. And we're both, dude, a lot of,
And on the horizon of maybe doing some really cool shit.
Really cool shit.
I'm telling you, dude.
And we both got these little babies. Maybe the next time I bring, dude, my wife really wants a tattoo.
I can't wait, dude, because I know I have photographic memory. I don't have very good memory with a lot of things, but dude, I actually can remember exactly the piece that I drew for you with bricks and handcuffs and sayings and like, dude, like it's like.
You still want to do that?
Dude, well, it's like
I still got an arm.
I actually thought about this. I'm like, you know, it's funny to think that like that's something that you wanted so bad,
and I still want it.
Well, and I didn't know maybe that had changed, and maybe the you know things had
changed. Evolved. I'll give you a fucking $1,000 to lay that same tattoo on my arm.
Because, dude, like I remember exactly how it was, and I would only be challenged to like obviously improve on it now because like to think of the artist that I was then whenever I drew that.
Oh, that was fucking
the situation that I was in whenever I drew that, and now. You know, it could be so much more. But yeah, like it's crazy to think that like I mean I had drew this whole sleeve for you and like we had agreed that even if I wasn't the one to tattoo it.
That was what I was getting.
Like, you know, we were like at some point, man, like you wanted it to be my art and you wanted it to be on you and like just you know, the timeline of things like who knew what direction we were going in.
We drew that in jail, didn't we?
You know, yeah, that's what I mean. Like you were going upstate and I was hopefully going home and it's like, man, we didn't know what the fuck was gonna happen. We hadn't talked to you know, at all. I mean, like maybe a decade. You know, and like here we are now, and it's like, dude, how fucking crazy to think that now here we are. You know, we're parents, dude. We're doing this cool shit. Like we're committed
doing cool shit, bro. Dude,
we know what we want in life. You know, and it's like, dude, so many people didn't have the opportunities. I mean, like they didn't recover from the bad shit that they went through, the mistakes that they made. They didn't learn from it.
They didn't learn from it.
Didn't grow from it.
Now I see names on job applications, bro. Real shit. And I'm like, you can't do that.
Yeah. And
we've already been down that road.
Yeah.
You know, and that's real. Especially in a small area. Like, you see people and you've been down, like, no, man. We've been down this road.
Yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately, whenever you make the decision to fucking grow up, and you have the power to make that decision, I mean, like, unfortunately, I've got a gavel right over there. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like that Christian that was on the podcast, dude. At another point in our time, I had actually fired him, let him go, told him he wasn't ready. He wanted to be an apprentice before, and I said, "Hey, man, it ain't cutting it." He was, just distracted. He had other shit going on, which I didn't know at the time.
Right.
But he didn't hold any resentment towards me. We didn't hold any negative feelings towards each other at all. It just wasn't the right time.
Right.
And now we've kind of come back, and he's got a better perspective. Things are a little bit easier for me, so it's like, man, like, you just kind of got to let shit play out.
It'll play out, dude.
Maybe
the best saying I ever heard, and this is
show me
simple,
you're committed.
Such a simple saying. Things will work themselves around. I just had a guy just leave the other day, dude, and he went from the mill. He came from the woods to the mill. Now he's going back to the woods. You know what our conversation was Thursday night when he left? When I shook his hand, I said, "I'll see you when you get back."
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just a thing. People work themselves around. We're on a journey, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? We all are. You got to do your thing. Like, fucking, bro, if someone told me today, I'm going to pay you X amount of dollars more than what you make right now, well, then I guess I'm leaving.
Right.
Because isn't that what this fucking life is about? To try to.
Unfortunately, you have to make those decisions based on what you want. You might want to stay. Your heart might be where you're at.
Right.
If it wasn't about finances and money and feeding other people, you would stay. But when it comes down to a better opportunity, maybe less hours, maybe more money, less stress, your wife's happier, your kid's happier. I mean, like, on certain things, I mean, like, you have to put personal feelings aside and do what's best for everybody.
Right.
And that's where, like, at any point, like, I mean, people could be offended all day, but it's like, my fucking goal is to fucking retire from tattooing and never fucking tattoo any of you motherfuckers ever again. Right. I want to do this shit. And I mean, like, I've grown now to the point where it's like, like, my time is probably better spent communicating with people and maybe learning from people's experiences and being involved in with media.
Yeah.
I've been through a whole life of providing artwork for people, and it's like, I love it, but at the same time, I think I've grown past it in a lot of days. Like,
well, dude, not to shift gears.
I'll always do it to pay bills,
I don't think this is actually even shifting gears. You guys talked about something on your show before that was very interesting. News and news media and what, dude, we're in an area. Let's say something happened in Brookville right now. Let's say something happened in Kersey right now. That's who. Nobody, dude. If a house burnt down in Kersey or Brookville or anything right now, WJAC or WTAJ or one of them will put up a nice little picture of the county in the morning, and they'll have a fucking little highlight of where the house might have fucking approximately been, and that's it. Where, bro, me and you could get fucking live bro. I could fly a fucking drone over shit that people and get you, like, dude, you want to see what they left in the bedroom in case you want to go loot their fucking property? Like, you could have. All right, so I like extremes. This is why, but yeah, you could. Okay, so who would be better to put news on the, like, for real? Say something happened in Brookville, like a fucking car accident. Bro, I could ride right up on that with a motorcycle. Me and you fucking jump off. Let's get some footage.
I'm telling you,
dude. Let's get a little camera roll. Hey, there's the girl that wrecked. What happened? Did they pull out in front of you? People should be, the media should be fucking free people who have done their...
Coming to you live from Brookville, Pennsylvania. Here we have, as you can see, the scene behind us is quite dramatic. Fire has been burning intensely. We are waiting now for water. It turns out that the fucking slums that run the fire department have been too busy jacking off. We're going to come in here and interview the woman that has been literally trying to pull her vibrators out of the bedroom here as it burns. Like, I'm telling you, dude, I've got it. I've got it ready. And that's the fucked up thing about it, dude. Like, I had a van. I had to sell it, but I could get another van.
Dude, I got you.
Fully prepared to start a fucking news channel. Dude.
Are you?
I'm telling you, dude, because there's not enough. And I mean, like,
there's not enough, bro.
I'll make jokes all day.
We can make jokes about it, but if you really wanted what was going on,
dude,
as far as local news, like a house fire. Like, bro, what the fuck happened up here the other
There's
day with
zero
that lady
coverage,
choking
and, like,
out that dog?
I would say,
Oh, man.
our closest thing would be like Pittsburgh,
She's
which is
open
super
for
far
business.
out. But that's
Is
good.
there anybody there?
Hey, man, power to the fucking people. Because again, she might be a piece of shit for what she did. We don't know the whole story. I don't know the whole story. But at the same time, I know damn well if I beat a client yesterday and somebody frickin' recorded it and made a viral
Right.
video and I was an asshole and everybody knew it, I would still have to go to work tomorrow. This is how I feed my family.
Yeah.
I'm fucking sorry, I'm an asshole.
So true.
But this is the position we're in. You know, but in all seriousness, dude, like, I mean, in all honesty, there's absolutely no way to know what's going on. Like, I mean, we
Right.
find ourselves, like, downloading a scanner app to maybe hear local police, EMT, fire.
Dude, I've had this interest in being a storm chaser before the fucking movie Twister. The
And
first
before
one,
social
not
media
the
and all
fucking,
this YouTube
not the
shit,
one
too.
that came out 6 months ago,
Right.
but the fucking first one.
1991.
The first one with Bill Paxton and fucking Helen Hunt way back in the day. Yeah. Dude, I had an interest before that. I was like, dude, like I said, my dad had a camera that held a full-size VHS tape. And I used to, dude, there'd be a storm outside. I'm taking that shit out on the front porch.
Hell yeah.
You might see a fucking tree blow down. Might see lightning.
For real.
Might see thunder. Like, well, maybe you wouldn't see thunder, but you might hear or capture thunder on the fucking recording.
Well, just
so,
that,
like, dude,
that,
then, like, when I got older, I was like, let me see if I can hold this bitch and ride a four-wheeler. How am I going to do that? Dude, full-size VHS fucking tape recorder on my shoulder. Fucking.
That's amazing, dude. Because, like I said, I mean, like, as someone who, like, I mean, it's been obvious that I've been passionate about filming everything forever. But I didn't know that about you. That, like, you had this little spark of you.
Yeah.
That, like, listen, I want to capture this. This is actually worth fucking. Maybe
dude, when you're on fucking wheels, that's why I'm obsessed with dash cameras.
You know, because you don't know what'll happen. You
never know what's going to happen when you're on wheels. People lose, dude. Throw fucking 2 ounces of snow or 3 ounces of rain into the fucking air, and then they add 4 wheels and a motor, and people completely lose their fucking minds.
Well, and just the wildlife too. I mean, like you could be out in the middle of fucking nowhere. You know, I mean, just out in the woods even. Like, I mean, I had a knack for that before fucking game cameras became a thing.
Yep.
I'm like, God damn it, if I could just figure out a way to fucking mount my camera to this fucking tree and let it record all night, dude. Like, imagine what I would see
what we would see.
Undisturbed woods and unadulterated.
What do you call them? A compilation. A compilation.
Yeah.
I seen this shit where a guy put a fucking trail camera on a log that was over a piece of water for a year. Everything from fucking squirrels, raccoons, mice, rodents, foxes, deer, every fucking
probably thing. And like I said, when you know, just
dude, cross that fucking log, it was the craziest video I ever seen. I'm literally sitting there watching it going, I don't know if I should laugh, cry, feel amazing, feel inspired.
Well,
what I want to do is go buy fucking 10 trail cameras.
Right, you know, because it's like you would never have the opportunity to see that if you were sitting somewhere. You couldn't sit still enough. Your smell couldn't be fucking neutralized enough to be able to get that raw.
That fucking coyote that's just coming up there and like.
Because they can smile from a mile away, you know. So it's like to be able to put that there and be able to really see what happens when nobody's around. Nobody's around, you know, and to know like basic fucking functions. I need a water source, and that log is a pathway for probably everything. Fucking thing.
Yep.
You know, and it's like, man, like, I mean, he's literally doing nothing but putting that there. I mean, and you're opening up a whole world that is completely unknown to
other people.
You know, it's like that perspective just to have that notion, you know, to do that, you know, because like I used to get excited when it would storm out. I'd go out and try to just capture one photo of lightning. If I could just get one, I mean, it took me fucking literally decades to be able to just get a camera good enough that I could slow down the footage enough and get the lighting good enough. And now it's like now on my iPhone, I can actually shoot photos of the fucking stars.
Well, dude, it's funny you say that. My aunt and uncle live in Lamont, Pennsylvania, up north by Kane.
So like probably very little light pollution and shit.
Well, and the thing is, right across the road from their house, they have a big tower. I don't know if it's radio, cell phone, what it is, right? My aunt and uncle are like, we've been here for 30, 40 years. We've seen that motherfucker get hit by lightning only twice. And it's the coolest fucking thing you'll ever see. My aunt's like, that son of a bitch glows from fucking top to bottom. She's like, well, it fucking sits there and shakes and fucking radiates. She's like, it's a...
Oh, the sound even just
and
from
I'm like, man,
vibrating.
if you could get that on camera, do you know how fucking cool that would be to see that fucking cell phone tower get zapped by, or whatever. I don't know if it's cell phone.
I mean, talk about once in a lifetime. Like, all you would need is, again, just one of those dash cameras on a loop.
Yep.
You know, because the game camera picks up motion. With the dash camera, like I said, it's constantly recording, and then you, like, I mean, you would, again, have to know that fucking
it got hit.
Right, so that would be kind of hard to fucking decide.
Well, no, because they sit on the front porch and watch the fucker get hit when it has a storm.
That's true. So, just be mindful that every time it's fucking storming and lightning,
let's go out and
watch it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would be, I mean, the other thing would be quality of camera, like, because lightning is obviously very fucking quick, like, I mean, it's a fraction of a second.
Okay.
And that's where, like, with the first iPhones, I think it was like the iPhone fucking 6 that had, like, slow motion capabilities.
Right.
I would go out and I would film, and most of it was just trial and error. You get a good storm where you get a lot of lightning where you can, like, hard focus on something. And then, I mean, most of the time you're recording, you're just getting fucking pitch black. You're not being able to see anything. I mean, I think there's maybe one time that I've got, like, actual clear, crisp lightning. It's actually easier to photograph the stars just because they're moving at such a far distant and slow rate. Like, I've done time lapses of, like, astrophotography. I've shot photos of the moon and stuff, with very high resolution. But lightning, just because it's such fucking quick and by chance, like, that is such a hard thing to photograph. That would be incredible. Like, I mean, if you have that fucking beacon of opportunity right there, I mean, like, I would have a camera on that thing fucking nonstop.
All right.
I mean, you would almost, like, it's the only way you're going to get it is just to have a constant, like I said, like a dash cam or something like that on it to where, like, you can just essentially record it all the time. I guess you could start it and stop it whenever it's storming. What? I'm talking about lightning. Yeah. Talking about.
It's so hard not to talk.
It sounds like you can weather right now out there.
I don't know, dude. I'm ready for it to fucking switch, dude, because I haven't been on that fucking bike in literally months, dude. Like, I've actually been neglecting even, like, working out or doing anything. Like, we've been so fucking busy. This is the time of the year where, like, it gets the most busy. And this is where I should lean the most into the therapeutic side, because, again, like, after a long day of tattooing, dude, the best thing I could do is fucking sit in the sauna for fucking 20 minutes, 30 minutes, sweat it out.
Dude, you should let me see that after we wrap this up, which we should probably do pretty soon.
Yeah, dude, we've done fucking, like,
hours.
This is the longest podcast.
I knew this was going to turn into this because we haven't seen each other in 20 fucking years.
But this is exactly what we were hoping for, too.
All right, we'll have fun editing this all out, and you can go from there. But,
well,
yeah.
Sometimes I gauge and I'm like, well, really there wasn't much that, like, we didn't fucking put anybody to the bus. We didn't fucking say anything crazy. We didn't incriminate ourselves. Like, I always watch it through just as a common courtesy. But for the most part, it's very little to no editing. I mean, most of the time it's like if she would have to step out and, like, we have it set up to where, like, we have a split screen when she's out. So we have a camera on both of us. So then in post-production, then I can just crop it down. But,
I just want to, dude, when my wife gets to watch this and she's like, how in the fuck were you there for that many hours? I was there.
It's documented.
It's documented. We're on camera, baby.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about it. I always laughed about that, too.
Dude, if you ever want to even bring my wife on the podcast and she can tell you about the court system and fucking child molesters, if that's what you want to hear.
And I'll put this out for anybody because, again, most people think that they don't have something to talk about. And maybe in the first hour, maybe you're going to feel awkward and like, shit, there's a camera there and a camera there and there's a microphone. I got to keep my face,
No.
But everybody has something interesting to talk about.
And you let it come into the natural flow.
I don't give a fuck if we're talking about sitting in traffic yesterday or we're talking about work yesterday. It's like everybody has something to offer and everybody has some interesting perspective and everybody thinks differently, speaks differently. And again, someone that I've even known for, I think, maybe 20 fucking years, I would have never thought you were maybe into miniature fucking trains. Maybe you were into stand-up comedy. Maybe you were into doing your own podcast. So there's now something that we've gained even after 20 years of knowing each other, that now, like, I can fucking say, dude, we've got a whole nother lifetime of stuff to do. Like, we can do
not
together.
only that, we're going motorcycle riding together.
Yeah, dude, that's what I mean. Like, dude, like, before, we used to just get fucking drunk and whatever, hit on fucking stupid fucking girls that didn't know anything. Now, I will say one thing that I always think that is, if anybody said Brian Lundgren to me, the one thing that comes to mind is I was sitting in Fox's Pizza, which is right along the main street of Oakville. I was sitting there, and who knows who with. And I seen your fucking S10 pull up to the fucking, in Fox's Pizza. It's on a fucking slope right there where, you know, like Chelsea fucking Chestnut had that little fucking, her mom had that store there, Fox's Pizza's right there. The courthouse is right there, by the way, which plays into the total disregard.
That my wife works there.
That's where she works. Hilarious, dude.
Yeah.
So I was sitting there, and like, again, he had a fucking S10. This was like an S10 Extreme.
Slammed on the fucking...
Dude,
all fucking clapped out.
All blacked out.
All illegal.
Positive rear end. I think it was, obviously assuming it was a 5-speed. So, like, I'm sitting there at Fox's and I'm eating, and I knew it was you, because it's, you know, one of few.
The only fucking truck like that you're gonna see in our town.
And literally, in probably one motion and dumping the clutch, turned this fucking truck 180 degrees. The front end didn't move at all. It just... I'm like, oh my god. Literally fucking did like a 180. And like, I'm like, oh my god, dude, he's the coolest motherfucker. I had like a little S10 at that time, that 88 S10, dude.
That thing was awesome,
body,
bro.
All blacked out and
I remember that.
Hand painted. Fuck you to all the fucking Stewart motherfuckers that fucking told me they could help me tear apart my whole entire dash and repaint it. They did it while we were fucking drunk. Because I wanted the whole interior of my S10 painted. They're like, dude, we can rip out the dash. We can rip out the fucking door panels and everything. We'll rip it all out. You paint it, and then we'll put it back together, all the wiring. I'm like, okay, well, we started drinking at the beginning of this project.
Not a good idea.
And by the time that we fucking were getting ready to put the stuff back in, the sun had gone down, and we were all too fucked up to remember how everything went together. I would literally fucking hit my turn signal when my brake lights would come on. I would push the brake and the radio would come on. This thing was wired so fucking backwards and fucked up. I didn't have any fucking lights but headlights, and I was driving around in an all blacked out fucking S10, dude, with no inspection, no fucking license probably. And it was just a fucking mess. So, 9 times out of 10, I was probably fucking running around with this motherfucker. But yeah, man, like we can fucking wrap it up, because we're gonna, like I said, if you want to do this dude once a fucking week, dude, I'm down. I can make that work, dude. Whatever day you want to make it work, I can find the time, dude. Because like, you know, I think we got a lot of potential here, man. Like, I'm stoked. I'm hoping that everybody that I meet maybe knows somebody else.
Yes.
That would be a good fit. And we'll just keep popping.
Everybody else knows somebody else you can meet, dude. I'm gonna plug 2 or 3 different guys, like I told you, that could come up, do the show. And to reiterate again, like I said, bro, I'll be up every Friday if you need me. We'll do the show every Friday if you want to hear us bitch about the government or
not necessarily
taxes or
need,
whatever.
but want again, because you know it's all about substance, dude. Like, I mean, if I thought like we were worn out, dude, I wouldn't, you know what I mean, say we should keep doing it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I think that no matter what, we're always gonna have something interesting to talk about. We always got something interesting happening, dude. So like, again, you know, I talk to everybody that I meet at the tattoo shop, but not everybody. I can feel somebody out if I feel like I have a good conversation with somebody. But yeah, like the more the merrier, dude. Like we could do 2, we could do 4 at a time.
Yeah.
You know, we'll just bring on full on fucking orgy into this motherfucker.
Well,
dude.
bro, some of these dudes haven't seen you in 20 years. Just, you know what I mean? Just the same.
And that's another element that's fun.
It's fun.
The people that I'm meeting right now don't really know much of my background, so we're just talking from, you know, tattoo shop here and beyond, which is fine. But opening up a can of fucking worms
right.
I mean, some motherfuckers that, like I said, like probably got stories about me that I probably forgot.
Yeah, you know, bro, that's what's fun.
You know, I was actually thinking
even
about
when I
this.
see her sitting here behind the camera, I'm like, you're a fucking riot.
I think you were part of this scheme. I actually wanted to bring this up too because, again, I was a motherfucking deviant. It's easy for these motherfuckers that know me now as Black City tattoo artist, like I'm a law-abiding citizen and all this good shit.
Me too.
But probably the craziest thing I've ever been involved with is me blowing up fucking Anna's fucking hand in the ashtray with gunpowder. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine that you probably would have been involved or around during this time, obviously, because it was at Bucky's house. It was at Greg's house. So, like, we had this fucking scheme. We had gunpowder for some reason from somewhere.
Right.
And we had this joke. I think you were probably the fucking original target because we always wanted to get you. I don't know why you're always the scapegoat. But we fucking...
You wanted to get me, but you couldn't because I'm that fucking good.
Right. He knows. He's fucking wise.
Right.
So we
Can't
put
fuck
fucking...
with me.
We put gunpowder all around the ashtray. And all around the ashtray. So, like, okay, we're all sitting there and we're probably all just chilling and talking. We're just waiting
until you ash that fucking cigarette.
Waiting for somebody to fucking
like
blow
4th of July.
But it was supposed to be just a little poof, a little joke. We didn't know anything about gunpowder.
That's not how that goes.
So, unfortunately,
fucking around with black powder.
Unfortunately, we all got fucking stoned and whatever. Then we moved on. We left the fucking house and forgot about it entirely. It wasn't until much, much later when we came back, and it was literally just me and David and Anna and Greg. Greg, God rest his fucking soul.
Yeah, bro.
You know,
I go see him. I know where he's dumped. I know where his ashes are dumped.
We're all just sitting there, dude, and we're just having a normal conversation, dude, and she fucking died her cigarette out and just exploded. Fucking sparks and flames, and she's screaming bloody murder. And then we remembered.
I was not there.
We remembered. Oh my god!
Great.
Oh my god! I forgot. So, like, of course, she like went to the hospital. Like, and anytime.
Do you remember shoes on, bitch?
Yes. I would hope that's still a social standard. If you pass out.
If you pass out with your fucking shoes on at a high school or college party, you, my friend, are fair fucking game.
You were subject to
If you take your shoes off and go to bed, no one should be allowed to fuck with you.
Right.
That's proper etiquette. Like, hey, what happened to Blake? Well, he took his shoes off and went to bed. Oh, well, does he need a blanket or any water or anything? Is he good?
Yep.
Make sure he's good. He might need food. Hey, what happened to Bob? Well, he fucking passed out. Well, that motherfucker's wearing a pair of Converse All-Stars. Give me a Sharpie. I'm drawing a fucking dick on his face. What the fuck? You keep... Motherfucker, you passed out with your shoes on, bitch. You fucking piece of shit. I'm coming for you, motherfucker. You can't do that.
The only thing that could make it better would be putting on War Pigs from Black Sabbath and fucking Anna fucking doing fucking War Pigs. Oh my god, or Melvin. You remember Melvin?
I remember Melvin.
God, dude, he was the one person that taught me that Sure Gel will fucking allow you to pass a piss test on marijuana.
Yeah, dude, you can drink Sure Gel and judge your fucking kidneys up.
Like,
I'm sure that's good for you.
Fuck, dude?
I seen him not too recently ago.
No,
I mean, when I say recently, I probably seen Melvin within 2 or 3, maybe 3-4 years ago. Guess what he's doing?
Driving truck.
Growing fucking weed, bro.
Oh, no way. Illegally, probably, huh?
Probably.
Yeah, dude, that's
down
crazy.
in Virginia and shit, dude, and they're growing weed and shit, dude, and he's retired
I'm telling
now.
you, because he was always a smart motherfucker.
Yeah, and he's only, like, in his 70s.
Oh, really?
Oh, I mean, it's
fuck,
bro, we're old. We're in our 40s. That dude was fucking 40 when we met him when we were in high school.
Right.
So, yeah, dude, he's like an old head now. He's like, yeah, I'm growing weed and smoking a lot of it.
How cool though, dude, because I'm telling you what, dude, he was the motherfucker that came up because he was always driving truck. He would come up, he knew that I was obsessed with stickers and I'm a fucking idiot. He come up and told me, he's like, you know, hey, there's this gas station, of course, this southern accent, there's this gas station in Virginia. They're giving you fucking Monster stickers if you buy a 6-pack of Monster. I'm like, what? Fucking 6-inch fucking decal Monster stickers for buying fucking cans of Monster?
Our redneck asses were all pumped.
Fucking literally, these motherfuckers, this is what I missed about being fucking young, dude. We would load a whole fucking load of cars, you know, full of people to drive to West Virginia to get a motherfucking sticker. Like, listen, I remember, I don't know her last name, but Janelle. David had dated her for a while. Whatever, yeah. Maybe it was her. Maybe it wasn't her. I don't know.
No, it's Janelle. That's the only name, dude. She was my girlfriend.
But he
for
was
a long
fucking
time,
he was down in fucking Virginia, and I mean, like, we drove down there and shit. It's like, man, it's just gung ho, dude. Just like, I miss just like people motivating.
Anybody
was
do shit. Down that day, like you said,
don't
to name her too much, but like Janelle, David, you, me, Vaughn, any of.
Maybe it was just part of our youth that we just like hop in the car and go.
Yeah, dude, you got $20. Yeah,
but
I got
like,
20
man,
bucks.
I feel like
You got 20 bucks? Yeah, I got 20 bucks.
These kids
well, then that's
now,
like 40 bucks.
These kids
well,
now,
fuck it, we're going.
They just have no sense of adventure.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
dude.
Like, dude, we didn't fucking know anybody.
Dude, our
we
friends,
just went,
we grew up with a crew of kids that was like, bro, did you hear about Tommy and all them kids? No, what happened to Tommy and all? Well, bro, they were on their way home from a concert last night and got hit by a car going like fucking 60 miles an hour. They're all good. Like, everybody's fine. Yep. They just got thrown out of the car going like 60 miles an hour. They're okay, though. They'll be in school tomorrow.
That actually happened to me.
And Tommy Nair and like all the kids I'm naming. Like,
name
it's
drop,
fucked up.
But me, Vaughn, David, Lynn, Hannah.
Yeah, bro, you guys got hit and go like, you didn't even run the fucking red light. And nobody has a goddamn driver's license.
We got fucking T-boned. Vaughn's on probation. He's got no license.
No license.
We were doing cocaine in the fucking bathroom of the warehouse. 20 minutes before that, we got fucking T-boned in the intersection. The guy who hit us hit and ran. He was
he was drunk.
Literally, we're at the fucking hospital bleeding out of our fucking faces. Anna and Greg come down to fucking pick us up because
they're yelling at you for getting in a wreck. What the fuck? It was your fucking fault. Like,
oh my god, we should have been dead so long ago.
So long ago, bro. I should have never seen 14.
Ayla Becker was the other one that was in the fucking car with those motherfuckers, dude. Like, literally, I was sitting in the middle, dude. The window exploded in my face, and I still have pictures of my whole entire face just cut up, dude.
Right.
Weeks, dude. Like, just another day. I know, that was growing up, dude. These kids nowadays are so weak. Motherfuckers,
well,
dude.
Fucking me, Kyle, and my brother went ahead on fucking police chase and hit a fucking tree. We running from the cops through the fucking woods.
Yeah.
And we went to school the next day.
Yeah, that was the fucking craziest shit. You had to go to school the next day.
Didn't you get fucking busted in the parking lot of school with guns and ammo and shit? You know, I mean, this is like preschool shooter days, so this is a little bit less sensitive than.
They were a little less sensitive. They were like, they were more worried about the beer in the truck. They're like, fuck the guns. Like, everybody's allowed to have.
Pennsylvania, right? That's no big deal.
No big deal. Everybody's allowed to have guns, but. You're 16, you have a fucking can of beer? Holy fuck. That's a problem. We don't worry about the guns. They're like, what do you do with the gun? I was like, well, after school, I shoot a lot of shit.
Right. That's what's funny is that didn't even raise an eyebrow back then. No. Literally, the gun wasn't even an issue.
No, the gun wasn't the problem. It was a fucking can of beer. They were like, holy fuck.
Unreal.
You better not ever come back here.
You know, nowadays it'd be the complete opposite, dude. The beer wouldn't even be a fucking factor.
But I think the difference was, I swear to God, too. This is no lie, dude. We can talk about it. I think it's funny. When I was going to school in the early 2000s and late 90s, if you would have came to school, where I lived anyway, and you would have thought you were going to shoot that shit up.
Oh my God, you would have been fucking.
There'd have been like fucking 10 dudes that ran out to their pickups, like, yo, I've been waiting for this. You think you can get a headshot on him?
Dude.
Like, and we would have gunned that dude the fuck down.
You're so fucking right.
Nowadays, it's polar opposite.
My grandpa was praying for somebody to come into the fucking McDonald's and fucking try to fucking shoot that shit up, dude. Like,
they loved it. They lived for it. I fucking still around guys that fucking have shoulder holstered. Like, you ask them, dude, do they have a gun? What do you mean, dude? Is a fucking duck's ass watertight?
Right.
I have a gun. I have a fucking loaded gun on me right now. Like, it's your duty as an American citizen to have a fucking gun on you.
Well, and it's weird when you get out of the state, too. It's like, it's a little bit different, you know, like, and that's why at least, you know, you feel a little bit safer in PA because, I mean, these are people that are fully fucking prepared to protect themselves. And, like, this is something that I feel like is probably a strong deterrent for a lot of other countries. Because you think about, like, Australia and stuff like that, where they're not allowed to fucking own guns. They're not allowed to fucking have anything like that.
Dude, my wife took another job because financially shit's been so tight on us, dude. She took another job at a gas station up in Marionville. Then she's worried about
people coming in,
people
dude.
coming
See,
in
that'd
and
be
robbing
scary,
it.
Dude.
And I was like, listen, do you know
where here, I guess maybe not so much.
Not here.
Yeah.
Do you know what I told her? I was like, do you know where you're at? I was like, the only thing up there is park ranger, state police,
right,
and all the dudes that work at the prison.
Yeah, I was like
every fucking dude that comes in there is a blue collar fucking white blooded fucking American.
Right.
You're safe. I was like everybody that comes in there has got a fucking hammer in their back pocket.
Right. It's not like we're in some inner city or some shit.
No, dude, they're like, oh, I've been waiting for this day, dude. I'm gonna see if I can hit you fucking 3 times in the head and 2 or 3 times in the chest. I'm just being honest.
No, you're absolutely right, dude. And again, like I said, you feel definitely a little bit safer. And that's why, like, people will think you're nuts for not locking your doors at night. But it's like, motherfucker, dude, like, I am ready to protect my family.
Dude, I just heard it from my fucking boss the other night. He's like, I've been waiting for, I don't know, 20, 25 years for somebody to come. He's like, I got this fucking Remington, whatever the fuck he named it. He's like, that motherfucker has a laser scope, a fucking spotlight. He's like, I think it'll take fucking 9 rounds. Dude, he's naming all. He's like, I told the old lady, if anybody ever comes in that house when I'm at work, you can put them right back out the fucking door the same way they came in. He said, if there's bits and pieces of them left on the fucking floor, I'll mop that shit up when I come in. Fucking dude, waiting for it. You come in my house in the middle of the night in western Pennsylvania, motherfucker, just know this shit has a cooling system on it so that it don't get too hot that the fucking barrel melts now.
I'm telling you, dude. And like,
you're getting gunned the fuck down.
I would be equally afraid of the women in this fucking state, cause
my mom goes, the lady at my mom's church is like 97 and a half years old with a 3-set. The fucking barrel on that shit's that long. She shows it off on Sunday morning out of her purse. She's like,
it's the Lord.
You see that?
It's got the goddamn fucking John 3:16 fucking inscribed on the barrel.
Inscribed on the fucking barrel.
Oh,
judge
fuck.
not. She'll be. The fucking thing says the judge on the handle. Like,
oh my god. I'm telling you, dude.
She can like, dude, if she fucking even so much as let that thing go and break her wrist or shoulder, dude, it don't matter. You're not robbing that old woman.
I'm telling you, because sometimes all you need is that fucking sound of that thing loading, dude. Cock that motherfucker and they're turning around.
Could you imagine a dude that fucking came up on her?
Thinking you're going to take one over on
Thinking you're going to take her purse. And she has a fucking gun. You like this. Fucking takes bullets the size of a goddamn pop can, slide down in the... You'd be like...
Fucking dirty hair.
I'm sorry. Do you need me to clean your windshield, ma'am?
One second.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up and lie down.
I was gonna walk into your car.
Yeah, because it's hilarious, dude. Because like I used to,
true.
as a kid, laugh at like my grandma has a pistol in her purse.
Yeah.
And I'm like, imagine her trying to find it. Hold on. Stop mugging me, sir. It's in here somewhere. I fucking swear to God, I got a gun. I'm gonna get you. Like digging through that. And she had this cute little fucking Ruger, dude, a pink fucking little pistol. This thing. But I'm telling you, like, my pap made sure that she knew how to fucking load it,
use it,
shoot it, and it's like, you're not gonna fucking end up being this idiot that gets fucking, fucking murked by some fucking idiot in a fucking skirt,
That's what happened, dude. My dad bought this new pistol, brought it home and shit, and he's showing it off to me, and I'm like, load it up. And dude, he couldn't, at 77 years old, he couldn't get the slide to work.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, you can't pull that back. He couldn't, his hand, he fucking get a hold of it, and he couldn't. I'm like, you really can't pull that. Like, in hindsight, I feel bad for being a fucking dick to him. But I'm like, you really can't fucking... I'm like,
you're just being genuine.
Yeah. I was being genuine. I'm like, grab that fucking slide and pull it back. And he couldn't get a hold of it and work the slide. And I'm like, listen, give that to my wife. I'm going to get you a fucking 357 revolver. Because you know how to work a fucking revolver. You put 6 in that motherfucker and you pull a hammer back and that's it, buddy. Point and click. It's like picking shit out on a home screen.
Right.
Boom, Like, you know what I mean?
Well, and even just the hindsight of not saying, you know what, Dad, maybe you shouldn't have this gun. And you're like, listen, no, you need to protect yourself, but this isn't working for
This
you.
one, no,
you know,
no, I'm not saying at 77 years old you shouldn't have a gun. I'm saying at 77 years old you should have a gun. You can work, baby.
Right. Well, it's like,
if you're fucking 90 years old, then I want you to have something that all you need to do is remove it from your person.
They have arthritis and shit.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. All you need to be able to do is touch the trigger.
Yeah.
Fucking that'll go off. That bitch will put 9 in their fucking chest real quick from here to here.
Don't shoot yourself.
My biggest worry is like, my pap had like, early like, Alzheimer's and stuff like that, dude. Like, I mean, like my grandma could come out of the kitchen and he'd be like, who are you?
Like
that. Like, we don't need grandma getting shot. So like, after a while we did take his gun. But, like, I'm just, in full support of like people to be able to protect themselves, because anymore you just never fucking know, dude. It could be anywhere, anytime, dude. You just never know what kind of mental state people are in anymore, man. And like, I truly believe that we should be able to protect ourselves at any time. Like, I mean, we don't have any guns in the house, but at the same time, like, if I was gonna have one, dude, I would have it at the shop more than the house, like, because I interact with more people there, less people know where I live.
Well,
and like my buddy, Kevin, he was a tattoo artist at True Image Tattoo, which is in New Kensington, which is a pretty fucking racy area. I mean, anybody that knows anything locally, like, that's like our shit end of the stick. Like, so like he literally got shot in his own shop over like a $50 disagreement, and like that was his shop he ran with his wife. It was a family shop, and like
with the CCW
bad neighborhood,
it like, should be on you most of the time.
I don't worry too much, but
That's
you just never
thing.
know. Like, just like today, like I had somebody, like, I'm literally following basic policy that I adhere to every single fucking client that I fucking have, and I had a lady that had to reschedule a fucking tattoo, and I just simply explained to her, listen, lady, like, when you put down a deposit, I start working on your tattoo, I start drawing it, my time is valuable, I cannot get my time back, therefore, across the board. And this is not just specific to the tattoo industry. This is pretty much across the board. When you put down a deposit, most deposits are non-refundable.
That's why it's called.
So when she told me that her and her group was unable to make their appointment, I said, just as nice as I could have said, hey, listen, like, I'm sorry, I cannot under any circumstances refund a deposit. All I can do is reschedule you for a date that you are available
for.
And she goes flipping out, and she found like one bad review on our fucking Facebook page and said, you did this girl wrong, and I know a lot of people. I'm gonna tell a lot of people.
Tell a lot of people.
It's like, listen, lady, please,
because before anybody, I'll tell a lot of people that you do good. Like, that's why I told my wife, and I was like, the only person I really want, because listen, it takes a different one thing. Tattooing women is a whole different thing than tattooing men. I got drilled for a whole bunch of prison fucking work by heavy-handed men. And I seen you do a whole lot of work on women. And tattooing the fucking female skin is a lot harder, in my opinion, to do.
A lot more sensitive.
Yes, because it's more delicate. You ain't gonna fuck that all up.
Well, this is something that I've said for a very long time, and this is something that even like before I was even the age of 18 and even really gave a fuck about a woman's body in a sexual sense. It's one of those things that, like, okay, a man can get away with a rough cut looking tattoo. They can get away with something that doesn't look so pristine.
Yeah, because what are you going to do anyway? I'll beat the fuck out of you, dude. Right. You going to say something about it? I can tattoo this shit on my face and you ain't going to say nothing about it because I'll punch you in your fucking face. So
there's always been a heightened pressure anytime you're tattooing a woman, and then you want to put in variables of maybe she's attractive, maybe she's young, maybe she's got a whole life.
Any of it, right?
And it's like, okay, like I am in the position to where now I can either greatly improve her appearance, maybe make her more attractive, maybe make her look better, maybe even improve her self-esteem.
Right.
Or
fuck it I all
can
up.
Fucking destroy it. Because say I have someone that's pristine, beautiful, young,
and you scar the shit out of her.
Oh my God.
1/4-inch scar that sticks up out like my shit does on my right arm.
You are going to be, you know what I mean? Like I said, I mean, even if you don't even take the weight of what they're going to say and how they're going to feel, but like as me as a person, like it's like, I take into consideration somebody's entire life wearing my work, and it's like if it's not good, and they're not going to feel better about it wearing it. It's like, I have not done my fucking job, and like, maybe I should do something else. Maybe I should just sit down and talk to people all day. It's like, so it's like, as soon as I get to the point where I feel like I'm not improving the person's appearance, because I mean, there's plenty of times where I tattoo someone who's maybe not attractive, maybe not got a perfect body, but my artwork has now gave them the confidence that maybe they feel better about themselves, even if they didn't lose that weight, even if they don't fit into that pair of jeans. Maybe if they skipped the gym today or fucking went through drive-through and got a number 7, my tattoo's giving them confidence that maybe they feel better about themselves anyway. But it also is the same time, it's like, man, I could ruin someone's confidence. I mean, she has tattoos on her that it's like, man, maybe she's got a perfect face, a perfect body, but boy, that tattoo. Like shit. And it's like, boy, then that ruins her self-confidence. Maybe she won't wear something because it shows it off, or maybe she won't go out because somebody might fucking see it or say something. Yeah. It's like, so like, I mean, you have a lot of responsibility, It's just like, I mean, like, and I think about what I feel. Imagine being a fucking surgeon. Maybe I'm fucking giving somebody a new set of tits and I fucked it up. Maybe they're lopsided. Oh my God, I just ruined that girl's every relationship she's going to be in.
Dude, they have a whole TV show about it called Botched.
Oh, like, really?
It's fucking crazy.
Because like, sometimes I think about it, it's like, man, like, this girl could be fucking ready to fucking lay it down with her soulmate, and maybe he sees this fucking hideous fucking thing on her leg.
Yep, and he's like, no.
Like, I know it's very far-fetched, but at the same time, at least I have enough respect to know that my fucking work may have the power to change somebody's life, so it's like, I have to take that into consideration every time I sit down and do a tattoo, because I have the power to either improve their looks, their life, their day-to-day, or make it worse. And that's why, like, I don't walk in there if I'm carrying any kind of resentment or fucking negative feelings. Like, dude, I would much rather.
Dude, I can tell by the way you responded to my messages. I was like, I don't really care when I get up there today to see you. And you're like, thanks. Because I know not to. Like, so if you're listening to this and you were getting a fucking tattoo today, just know that I told this dude, like, listen, don't even. Because I don't want you being like, oh, man, I got to get done.
So I said it to 3 people today. I was like, listen, my only goal today is to get out of here. But at the same time, I can get away with saying that because they already know and have been established with me enough to know that, like, no matter whether my head is thinking about doing this later, I'm still giving you my best. Like, I don't have a choice but to be 100% committed to what I'm doing.
Right.
So it's like, and the funny thing is, dude, what happened today, dude, I'll run through it today. Because, like, maybe fucking Ashley might fucking find at some point today. But, like, so, like, I started the day, I did a pro bono touch-up, which, again, I feel good about that kind of stuff because a lot of artists will push that stuff off. It's like, so I have a client of mine that's, I like her a lot. She's really cool. Her and her mom both get tattooed there, fairly often. So, like, she was like, hey, like, the tattoo that I have, it faded a little bit. It lightened up. I need to touch up.
Like all this shit on this side.
I got her in at 10 o'clock this morning. It was a little bit late, 10:15 or so. But, like, no tattoo shops opening before noon. I'll say that.
Really?
I got her in. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Like, noon, 1 o'clock, dude. Like, them motherfuckers aren't getting out of bed early. So, like, and we don't either. You know what I mean? But again, knowing, again, that I wanted to fucking have time
How
to
late
do this.
You run your shop on a normal night, though?
Don't matter. I've been there till fucking 1 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly. Don't tell me I don't get out of bed early because you don't work until fucking 2 a.m.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, if people want to walk around like they're our only client, then they're fooling themselves. Because again, like, you don't know what time I ended my day or started my day.
Right, bro. I could be up there getting fucking bombed out with you from fucking midnight until 4 a.m. and be like, hey, dude, you want to get sheets? Because this is like when I normally eat lunch.
And again, I went out of my way to open before we opened, and I did that touch-up because I wanted to make sure I had time to respectfully do her touch-up. I did the pain tattoos that were today, which actually the pain tattoos today were a fucking walk-in. I didn't even know about those tattoos until 11 o'clock this morning. She's like, hey, I'm just curious. Do you have any time today? I was like, yeah, actually, I think I can make that work. Actually, I'll do the touch-up at 10. I'll do the 2 fucking tattoos, the walk-ins at 11.
That's fucking lovely.
And then I had a tattoo that I already had pre-scheduled at 1 o'clock, which actually wasn't for any money. It was a barter deal, a TV that I was just looking to acquire for the shop, 50-inch fucking LCD whatever.
Oh, you gotta love
smart TV, and then I was gonna do the podcast. So like, this is a little bit of peek behind the curtain because this is my day to day.
Dude, I'm gonna start having you buy some motorcycles for me. But
so I did the touch up, and then whenever I got to the walk-ins, which I thought were going to be very, very, very simple tattoos, this is the only reason that I took them. I thought they were just going to be very basic. I would call, like copy and paste. I just got to essentially take their design and put it on them. Turns out this girl wanted a fucking custom, freehand, fucking. I mean, like, it ended up becoming so involved. Like I said, I mean, like, it was a freehand piece. I'm drawing pieces of it on. I'm tattooing it. It was a fucking. And again, I could have taken two paths. I could have said, you know what, this is far more involved than I expected, and I ain't doing it. I need more time to prepare.
That sounds horrible.
But respectfully so, as as the artist, and saying, well, you know what, I wasn't prepared that it was going to be this intricate or this involved. I mean, maybe it needs more planning and more time. I could have done that, but I know that my skill is, as an artist, I could have whipped it out. So what I did is I decided to push back the tattoo that only benefited me, which was acquiring the TV for a trade. Didn't make any money for the shop, didn't make any money for our bills or our fucking family. Pushed that aside, did the two tattoos, and gave this girl a tattoo that she had no idea that she was walking out of there with. She said she wanted this tattoo for 3 years and been putting it off, and it was just an absolute whim that they had said, hey, can we get in today? Because 99.9999999% of tattoo shops would have been like, fuck no. Ain't getting in today. Are you kidding me? On a Friday?
Right.
You want to get in, you're going to let me know fucking 10 minutes before you want to be here?
Yeah.
Fuck you at 11
You need months of scheduling.
Dude, most of these shops around here, dude, are lucky to get you in within a couple months. And that's what
years.
I'm
I heard shit down in DuBois that takes years.
Okay, so you know a little bit about what's going on.
I'm not stupid.
So it's like, listen, so this lady, like I said, I mean, it was absolutely on a whim. And I was like, hey, you know what? I got the time. I got other shit that I want to do. The last thing I want to do is be in the tattoo shop today because I can't wait to do this. I was like, hey, fuck it, I'll do it. You want to get a tattoo? You asked me. You just hit me on a sweet spot. I'll do it today. So like, again, I blew off that tattoo, that was for the trade. I couldn't wait to get that fucking TV for the shop. I blew that off and essentially, did the tattoo that this lady has been waiting for years. Like, I mean, it was just cool. Like I said, like, essentially I took the high road and did what most people wouldn't have done. And I kind of put my own needs and interests aside, and I still ended up getting finished up 2:30. Was able to get here on time,
right?
A little bit behind, and so it's like, man, I don't know what time it is right now.
I didn't want to rush you, dude. It's late. I can't believe we've been talking this long.
But like I said, like, to me, like, dude, this is what I want to do every day. I want to wake up motivated. I want to go and do a tattoo. I want to give somebody something and exceed their expectation. I want to come home and have a cool conversation, and like, I'm able to do what I love, provide for my family, do what interests me, and have cool conversations with people that interest me. I mean, this is all I ever care about, like, and summer's coming up, I'll be able to ride bikes and shit, dude. So, like, it's all good, so, like,
I got so sick of hearing the excuse that, like, bro, I don't have a bike, that I bought that other motorcycle.
And it's no different than me saying, like, well, I want to learn how to play guitar, but I don't have a guitar. Okay, well, I'm going to make sure I have 3 guitars here for anybody that says they want to learn. It's like, I have the means to be able to have the equipment, and I'll offer it to anybody that's interested in doing it, because things like this are better whenever you got more people to do them with. I can sit down there and enjoy all the stuff that I provided for myself and everybody, but at the same time, really what I want is a bunch of other people to enjoy it with me.
Right.
So again, whether you do music or art, or like, we're starting a magazine, dude. Like, I actually just put on, this young girl who shows a lot of promise and wanting to be a photographer and learn a lot. So like, we want to do a magazine. So like, she's going to shoot the photos. She's got cosmetics and apparel. I've got art and tattoos. Chris has got music and shit. Like, and there might even be something that maybe.
Dude, I got motorcycles and breaking the fucking law. Let's get it.
And like. You wait till you see what I got for you. I meant to send her down for it. You should go get that stuff for them before we wrap it up.
Let's wrap it up, though.
So yeah, go down and get that stuff, dude. This is stuff that was given to me by one of my favorite clients. Now I've simultaneously started an entire sleeve for her, and then she also had some work from a previous artist that essentially they're just not finishing it, whatever the story may be. But essentially, I've inherited this other piece. And I've been posting stuff about it the last couple of weeks. But anyway, she brought all of this stuff because I ended up doing, again, I got to make money. I got to pay my bills. People want to say that, like, whatever. I got it all fucking made. at the same time, I do a lot of stuff that I'm not worried about the money. I'm not worried about the price. I don't give a fuck if I make anything off of it because I enjoy maybe the person that I'm working on, or maybe I enjoy the piece so much. So like I ended up doing this work for this girl. I probably tattooed for what 4 or 5 fucking hours. And was just for a barter. She fucking just brought me a little bit of fucking smoke, and she brought some really, really cool stuff that was just unexpected. So I'm gonna throw this couple of things to you. Oh my god, I'm fucking retarded. But a couple of things to you because I was like, man, this stuff is like the kind of stuff that we want to start producing for the podcast. This is another brand. It's called Assholes Live Forever is the name of the brand. They make a bunch of really cool stuff. She brought this stuff to us just as like a thank you for doing a bunch of cool work for her. So like that is the fucking Jeffrey Epstein fucking air freshener. This air freshener didn't hang itself. I mean, like, this is the kind of stuff like when we start producing merch for the podcast, like the conspiracy theorists, the good jokes, the sense of humor, and like these socks, these are the most comfortable socks that Stephen Hawking has ever put on his feet, which probably isn't very many pairs of socks. Like
I don't believe me, I got it immediately.
Now this I'm gonna keep for myself because this is too funny. This is fucking a cum rag. That says fucking thank you, come again. So this is just a little bit of an insight of like what kind of fucking stuff we're gonna have. Like we're gonna make shirts and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, so she passed it on to me for doing cool shit for her. I'm gonna pass it on to you, man, just for being so fucking cool. You can fucking take that air freshener and them socks home.
Hell
Give
yeah.
them to your wife maybe. I'm gonna keep the cum rag. I want to though like take this idea and I'm gonna like. She's so good at putting stuff together. I'm going to put together like a little care package for the guests.
All right.
Thank you, come again. Maybe a little cum rag in there. Maybe like, so I actually thought about even sending this one to you too. This one was like a prototype, I guess the word would be. But this is a Mind Cellar coffee mug. I wanted the logos to be a little bit smaller than that. So like those ones, again, like they're just like a prototype. But take a coffee mug, some socks, an air freshener, directly from the Mind Cellar and from us here at Do You Mind fucking podcast. Keep your fucking car fresh, keep your feet warm, keep your fucking liquids contained.
Hell yeah. And bro, we will definitely do this again, I hope. Like, I got some interesting guys that'll come up and talk to you. Like I said, it'll be great.
Yeah, so not only, obviously having you come back as a guest again, but also, like, I think that now we'll kind of start the ball rolling. Like I said, if you have somebody else, we can kind of coordinate a day and a time, whether you want to sit over there with them and be part of the guest, or if you want to come over here and co-host, it's all good. And then also too, man, like if you're fucking wanting to do your own podcast too, like my studio is available and open to anybody that wants to do cool shit.
All right.
Yeah, man. Thank you again. I want to thank Brian for fucking coming up, man. We fucking did 5 fucking hours.
Oh, wow.
Like
that's impressive.
Killing it, dude.
Yeah, dude. My wife's like, where the hell were you all night? Well, babe, we did 5 hours of podcast. 6. She's saying 6
hours. See?
6 hours.
And easily we could do another 5. Easily.
Absolutely.
So
how about next Friday? We're killing her with it. So, all right, guys. Check us out.
And thank you so much, man. And as always, like, share, subscribe, do it all. And we'll see you in the next one. Episode fucking 7 in the books. Thank you. Man, my fucking mouth fucking... My face hurts from fucking laughing.
Bro, that's a jaw, but that's fucking dope, bro.
Hell yeah, dude.
Dude, my wife's gonna be... Dude, I turned this phone on. She's gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing? I gotta work in the morning.
You guys want to get a picture?
Yeah, but you want to take one.
What?
Well, I want to start taking a photo.
Oh, yeah.